moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Betsy's in trouble right now. He's going to get taken down. Betsy goes down for first blood. Yankos has the fear. Jaws of the Beast to follow it up. Knocks himself onto the other side. Bevavin, double kill, and that's a dirty start for H2K. Towards 2v3. Trash is going to get caught. Now they're going to go right in onto Wonder, so as keeping him in the cage. The H2K ultimatum. The ultimatum is death. Fnatic 3-0 up. Down to 1500. Is it going to get stolen away? Xerxes plays the hero. Well, Ignite just pops. He's ulti. Trash. Speaking of ulti, Strategy wanders right into it, and Senkus turns into a blethy of Misfits members. They take him down and back to business on Baron.
Hello Internet, did you miss us? Because we certainly missed you. After a week off for IM Katowice, we are back in Berlin for week 6 of the European LCS Spring Split. This week is kicking off with a bang as we bring you 2 best-of-3s featuring 2 teams who recently tested their mettle on the international stage. Earlier, we saw the Misfits setting up on stage, ready to go. Kakao always smiley and always hungry for that win. Hello, everybody. I am Eve, your Shock supporter, joined here at the analyst desk by James Stress O'Leary, as well as Mitch Grippo Voorspoels. Are we all
I
feeling
missed
rested?
you, Shocks.
You missed me. I mitched you.
Oh, that's...
Oh, is that really how we're starting?
I'm done missing you.
All right. We all missed you, we all missed each other, and we're all rested and ready to go. We saw a couple of things of IM. We'll hear more about that, but I'm glad that we get to see our teams again here on this stage.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been a nice, week of seeing what Europe had to offer internationally. Let's get back to our European meta here, back on European soil.
And this is where we can just imagine that Europe's all great and IM never happened, and we just keep on pretending, right?
Or pretend they won. Look at the trophies like right. No, they didn't. Well, last week we did saw our first international tournament of the year. As we said already, as teams from around the globe, they descended on Katowice for IM. And for more on what went down, here's Pyra.
Dziękuję, Shocks, and I'm sorry, Mitch, I gotta give you the full rundown. Devin Pyrotechnics Young here to get you guys up to speed on what happened at last week's League of Legends action at IEM Katowice. The Unicorns, let's start with them. They traveled to Poland with their horns at the ready. They took out Kongdu Monster on day one, but honestly, it was all downhill from there. They continued to start slow, and it just wasn't enough against the likes of the Flash Wolves and G2 Esports. Unfortunately for the Unicorns, they were swept by both eventual finalists, and they went home with more questions than they had answers. Now, all right, I'm being a little sad. It wasn't looking all bad for Europe once the playoff bracket was filled out. One EULCS team in each semifinal. That's a good thing for us, right? Right? Oh boy. Okay, let's start with H2K. Europe's Knights in Armor proved that they were hard to kill in Katowice. It was a real tough tournament, and in the semifinals, they kept it close, managing to draw out games against the Flash Wolves, but just couldn't pull it off in the end, falling 2-1 on the series. H2K are the darlings of Poland, and it was an emotional tournament for Jankos in particular, but no one can accuse them of not playing their hearts out. But perhaps the best chance we had all tournament was, of course, the domestically dominating Kings of Europe, G2 Esports. Their tournament started off in a very difficult fashion against the Flash Wolves, but they conquered their international demons, beating Kongdu Monster in the qualifying round and Rocks Tigers in a long semifinal set. Perkz even earned the MVP award, and G2 rolled into the finals with some confidence. But nope. The Flash Wolves looked dominant throughout, only stumbling once against H2K for an otherwise perfect tournament run. Few teams looked close to beating them over the course of 4 days of competition, and it was a deserving victory for the LMS powerhouse. Now, that was last week. Let's get back to Berlin. Let's head over to the analyst desk as the journey to the EULCS Spring Finals continues.
Indeed, very cool breakdown there, and we saw it all happen and we saw it all play out. But we're going to get back to the European LCS and going to give you a reminder of how groups A and B currently stand. G2, as said, domestically absolute powerhouse, is still undefeated at the top of the tables in Group A, and on the other side, Unicorns and H2K, they close out in Group B. They are very close together there.
Yeah, and you know, I may have forgotten basic geography earlier, but at least these standings are a lot more simple to understand. G2, the undisputed team at the top. They've beaten the Unicorns of Love 4 times over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
meanwhile, at the bottom side of the standings, Giants, Vitality, Roccat, Origin, all still struggling. They've got big weeks ahead.
Yeah, and super close between these bottom tier teams, so that's going to be super exciting in the next few weeks when they play each other again, because there's only one game separating them from potential relegation.
Yeah, that word, it's getting closer and closer, and the close battle between the Unicorns of Love and H2K will get spicier today as the teams take to the Rift. Misfits, UOL, H2K, Fnatic today, and Crepa also. The rest of the week, all very exciting.
I'm loving these matchups, especially today. They're super close, both 5-1 in the first match. Then you have H2K, who went super ham at IEM, and the Fnatic, who went not so ham. Definitely not at IEM. Then we look at G2 looking for redemption. They have options. How are they going to do? How distraught are they? Like, so many questions we have, and we finally get answers. And
on top of that, we're playing on patch 7.4. Yep. Not that drastic of a changes there, so I don't think that will influence a whole lot, but we will see. But first up tonight, it is a clash of styles. The Unicorns of Love versus Misfits. And when we look at Misfits, they have had an incredibly impressive run the last couple of weeks. They were a challenger team some months ago, and they have grown so fast and so steadily. I would even say they are the second best team in the league. Yes, no?
I mean, you can definitely make that statement. Whether everybody will agree with it is different, but they're up there in the top 4 for sure, and they have been growing a lot, especially in the mid to late game. Misfits have been a joy to watch, especially around Baron setups. You can tell that the coaching has helped them improve from where they were in week 1 to where they are in week 5, and hopefully even more after a week break here in week 6, because they're just so methodical when it comes to breaking down and kind of setting up these objectives in the late game. Of course, that follows their very passive style in the early game, which is quite the clash with the Unicorns.
Exactly, and you can see the stats on your screen. Unicorns are ranked first for combined kills per minute. Now, this takes kills and deaths, so it's kind of a measure of activity when it comes to kills. You can see Unicorns rank 1 of everybody in the league. That's because of their team fighting, skirmish-based, fight-heavy style. Misfits, the opposite end of the table. 0.53, very much lower. Their focus is a lot more around objective play. Cleaner, more passive play when you're taking towers rather than killing opponents.
Yeah, and the one caveat we have to make with this clash of styles is that while Misfits was undefeated in the last few weeks, they went 6-0. They played it really slow. It was against slightly weaker teams, Vitality, Splice, and the like. Now, in the next few weeks, obviously, they're going to be playing against H2K, G2, the Unicorns. That will be the true final test, and after that, we can confidently say whether they are top 2, top 3, or top 4.
And we'll see if that play style plays out as we see some footage from their match versus Fnatic here. On the other side, the Unicorns have loved their opponents. It could very well be a defining match for them. And I say that because I feel like their honeymoon is on the brink of being over. They were undefeated in Group B. Then they lost to G2 right before Katowice. They honestly bombed out of Katowice on the international stage completely. And it went kind of undetected. But this could be a defining match.
And a lot of this is because of the strength we saw from Unicorns early on. You know, their picks were working very well in the jungle. They were playing the Ivern before most teams. Now, Circe's picks like the Ivern have started feeling a bit of nerfs. And now that we're in a Graves, Lee Sin meta that he's not quite up to speed on, it means we have things like his games against Kasa at IEM where he got exposed. Kasa ran wild over him. And Circe now needs to kind of sort that out.
He definitely needs to see if he can bounce back. Now, the Unicorns have earned themselves some credit this season, whereas in past seasons, it was very often like, was it Chaos, was it Clown Fiesta? No, Unicorns were playing distinctly set style. They chose to do so. They had other options. They understand the macro. They just elected to go for this like very active, very teamfight-oriented style, and it was working to, honestly, great success for them, only following really to G2 Esports. Now, can they pull it through to the end? Our team's learning to counter them. Those are the things we need to watch in the next few weeks.
And because they've built up some credit, even if they lose here today, it's not all done for them. Like,
it depends on the morale. If they can really harness that culture, because they seem to be like all getting along, you know, they're pink power ponies of love. Like Roman's always shirtless. Like somehow that should buy them at least
awesome
a few
stuff.
big. Yeah, definitely awesome. Definitely jelly of the gains there.
All right, we got to get into the game. So quick predictions: Misfits or Unicorns of Love, and with what score?
I think Unicorns 2-1. I think Kakao's going to have like one great game on Lee Sin that'll get Misfits so far ahead. Unicorns won't fight back. But 2-1, I think it's going to be a close series.
Oh.
It's super hard to call, especially since
always is, yada, yada.
Since the yada yada yada. Well, then don't ask the question, you know. I would before IEM, I would have said like Unicorns 2-1 as well. Right now, I'm actually not sure, but I'll just stick with the 2-1. Okay. But I wouldn't definitely not be surprised if Misfits, especially Methodical in the late game, would take it home as well.
All right, we will see what happens, and if the Unicorns have cashed that reality check that they got over at IEM, let's send it over to our casters for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Welcome to the caster desk. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry, joined by Martin Deficio Lunga as Misfits are about to tackle Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and unlike Creppo, who's so uncertain in his own predictions, we are pretty confident about this cast and this game here, because it's going to be awesome.
It absolutely is. Let's meet the players in case you forgot. It's been a week since you've seen them on the stage. On the blue side, it is Misfits. Let's start with a roll call. In the top, Alfari, Kakao in the jungle, Power of Evil in the mid lane, Hansama AD carry, Ignar the support, and their coach, Daku.
Now, facing the Misfits today, we have the Unicorns of Love returning from IEM, of course, where sadly for them, they didn't really manage to do a whole lot, but Vishichachi is still in the top lane, Xerxes in the jungle, Exile mid lane, Samax, of course, as the AD carry, Hillisang down there in the bot lane with him as support, and Sheepy, funny enough, is still the coach.
Yeah, Deficio, already out the gates, I've made a mistake. It's blue side for Misfits.
See, this is why I need a new play-by-play. Get Pyro down here.
We need to get a new guy and get a new one in here. Someone with some recent international experience. Unicorns of Love, they won the coin toss, all right? It's still cross-group play. They get side choice games 1 and 3. They picked blue side. Not really a surprise, although for UOL, they're one of the teams that did pick red side a lot at the beginning of the split.
But that was also because they wanted to be like the standout guys who'd be like, leave Ringa open, we have Iron counters and so on. That is kind of gone now. Like, you don't have to necessarily ban all those OPs because they're not actually that OP anymore, except for maybe LeBlanc. So I think now having blue side first pick makes a lot of sense for them. But I actually think both sides have value, and I don't think it's clear-cut like this side is better than the other.
All right, we'll find out exactly what they decide to prioritize. It is, of course, patch 7.4 here in Europe, and out the gates, Rengar and Rumble taken off the table.
Yeah, and 7.4 here. It's not really a huge patch, but there were some top lane changes I find interesting. I think Maokai is going to go down quite a bit, like dropping a full tier down with nerfs to his laning phase. Renekton, though, with Black Cleaver buff, is coming, you know, back into the meta a little bit more. We saw him already beforehand. Now we're probably going to see him even more. And then Shen in Europe is just like the S tier top for sure. But Camille is still very strong as well. Should still be considered a ban-worthy champion. No surprise so far except for Zillion, but on blue side, you can target ban. So that's why I'm saying it's not really that huge of like a surprise. It's more like, hey, it's a pocket pick you guys have, get rid of it.
All right, so the trick question then, Deficio, if you were in Unicorn's shoes, what would you first pick? Now that we're getting closer to this.
Varus, baby.
All right, Varus, Draven taken off the table here by UOL, so some very specific target bans.
Yeah, very specific target bans explaining why they wanted blue side Now, Varus is the clear-cut #1 AD carry. Jhin got a small nerf on 7.4. Varus was untouched for some reason. No one actually knows why, seeing as he's been the best AD carry for quite a while. So that's going to get locked in instantly. There we go. And then Misfits would normally respond with Jhin. But Ashe is also climbing up the ranks a little bit because of Jin's small nerf. So there are definitely different AD carries to play, but Jhin is still the standard.
And we're seeing the power of that Ashe Karma lane around the world. IEM was looking very good, seeing it in LCK as well.
Yeah, it's actually only Europe who kind of ditched Ashe before because of lethality AD carries, and they were like always being picked and rarely getting actually banned out enough. And in LCK and IEM, again, we saw a lot of Ashe, so I still think it's a strong pick, but we talked about the Jhin. And of course, our best friend in the bot lane.
Yeah, one of the things that you and I were just touching on before picks and bans.
Time Kench from Unicorns, just putting it in there. Keep saying what you say.
Players slow to adapt to the meta patches at times. You know, you can argue the power of that Ashe versus Jhin. All right, you mentioned Time Kench. What else would Unicorns love lock in as their next rotation? Because they can match that duo.
Well, seeing as Shen is still available, they can go for it early. Yes, it gives Misfits the chance to counter it, but it's really hard to kind of really shut down a Shen when it comes to laning phase. So glad to see I got that one correct. No one remembers the Time Kench. It's the art of casting. You only repeat when you're right. Remember I said Varus and Shen? Yeah.
You did.
You guys remember.
You nailed it. Varus and Shen. You talked about Jhin as well.
Hey.
Only Ashe is the one that
You guys.
through the
Oh,
questions.
is that Renekton?
Shocking.
Wow.
Shocking. It's almost like you know this game, Deficio. That's why you are talking now and I am not. Right, what are they going to target ban now for Misfits and Unicorns? Obviously, the world is your oyster in Phase 2.
Yeah, most likely a lot of mid laners going to get removed because it's like they matched everything, top versus top, support versus support, and AD carry versus AD carry. So there's a lot of freedom now in these bans, but you want to look at mid laners more than probably junglers in this case here. Like we've seen Syndra a lot, especially at IEM. She was fantastic when Mabel played her. She gets removed now because she's still a fairly safe blind pick. And Misfits are kind of looking for, like, do they have to take the jungler first? I would look at Graves right here. I think he's fantastic. But then, of course, you lock yourself into playing an AP mid laner because otherwise you have too much physical damage. But I still think Graves is such a high-tier jungle pick that he should be considered as a first pick in the second phase here.
So many options. For Xerxes, on the other hand, his jungle pool has been dwindling in recent patches. You know, the power of that Ivern falling by the wayside, some nerfs, and some people learning to play around Xerxes. So I want to keep my eyes on how well he performs in game, because this is a guy that has been struggling for a few weeks from LCS to IEM.
I'm just surprised he hasn't shown Graves yet. He played it in Turkey before he joined the Unicorns of Love. I know he can play that champion, but he's kind of just left it down there in the dirt when every other jungler has picked it up as a very, very valuable pick. So if Misfits now wants to save the mid lane pick for last, then Graves is a very good and safe jungle pick that doesn't really have any extreme hard counters. Seems like they just want to get the most valuable mid laner in their mind. Orianna is, of course, a Power Evo special. Has been, ever since he, funny enough, played for the Unicorns of Love back in early Season 5.
Long time ago, Unicorns of Love actually had a very spicy tweet today saying, come see the new sexy German exile who replaced the old German Power of Love. And
so no sexy for Power Evo here,
no,
only
unfortunately
for
not.
exile.
Unfortunately not. That's where Unicorns are ranking the sexy back.
Okay.
4-1 is Power of Evil's Orianna this split. Pretty good win ratio, had some good games. He'll be going up against Exile's Jace in the mid lane.
Ooh, Unicorns, that's a lot of physical damage coming in here. You can't really get an AP jungler because Rumble is banned. Now, Xerxes is a man who's known for a lot of different jungle picks. Just not always the meta ones, which is where he's different. This is the one we talked about. Come on, do it, man. I want to see your Graves. It was good in Turkey. Thank you very much.
Finally, we get to see a champion that he played a lot in the Turkish league. And it's a great meta champ as well, which is not something I normally say with Xerxes in the jungle.
Well, he made the Iron meta, technically, and then it was great. But again, a lot of physical damage on the side of Unicorns. It will reduce the effectiveness of lethality when the enemy team can very easily get like Ninja Tappy and early armor. So that might be a problem for them. Obviously, Elise could have been an AP choice, but that's another jungler we don't see Xerxes really use. Still, Unicorns of Love have a lot of damage in the mid game.
Does it feel like the Unicorns team comp, with the exception of being primarily AD, is fairly well-rounded? They've got good poke, they've got frontline, they've got disengage.
Comp, yeah.
Misfits, on the other hand, a little bit of a mix and match. They've got pick power, they've got some split push power. What is it Misfits are looking to do?
Well, I think Misfits have very strong lanes and an early game jungler who can gank very effective in Elise. So I think Misfits, have a lot of ways to kind of snowball lanes, especially top lane with the Renekton. When you have Renekton in there, you play around that lane. And diving with the least Renekton, that is something we used to see way back in the day, and it's very, very effective.
No, those cocoons, they really
cocoons,
count.
Yeah, exactly.
I can only hope to get one of those this particular game.
I think you will get one. Just one. You will get one, and I want to hear you say it, but I think this is going to be super explosive because we have the Renekton picking top with Elise, and then we have this mid-game siege comp from Unicorns of Love.
And not only is it Renekton top, it's Alphari's Renekton in the top lane, one of the most hype top laners here in the European LCS.
Against Chachi.
I know, I can't wait.
I love it.
Renekton into Shen, it is going to be a carry versus tank. We're all set for game one between Misfits and the Unicorns of Love. Who'll come out on top?
In comes Daisy, it's down to 1,500. Is it gonna get stolen away? Xerxes plays the hero.
Welcome back to Misfits versus Unicorns. This is to make it official. Who is the second best team in Europe right now?
Big statement. What about H2K?
I'm going by standings.
Okay.
That's why I said official. Being technically correct is the best kind of correct.
It is. I get it. You are correct in that sense. And honestly, we've had 4 really, really, really competitive teams in Europe in G2, Unicorns, Misfits, and H2K. So I'm just so happy we get to see some of these teams now play each other. Because with the Misfits, while they are now... Oh, let's actually see if Ignore is facing anything. And then we can talk about their win record.
Taunt.
No.
Well, you gotta get past the passive first, and then you've got to land the CC.
All right, he's staying back. He's a smart guy. Oh, they might actually step into him.
Where's the passive? There we go. Chasing forward, and the root misses. Hillisang, that was point blank, buddy.
Yeah, you didn't. Oh, okay. Well, Ignite walked out. That was easy for him to get out. But yeah, Misfits. Last 3 weeks, Trevor, 6-0. They look clean. They look fantastic. We love the Baron setups. We always talk about it. But it was against... Of course, not Origin. I was about to say Origin, but it was against like Vitality. It was against Splice. You know, teams that haven't been performing that well this split. They play against Unicorns today. They play against H2K next week. Those are the 2 big games for them now to really show if they are up there as potentially the second best team in Europe. It all starts right now.
I mean, you take them both down, then there's no more doubts, right?
No, because then you go for G2 and you're going to play them later, of course, towards the end of the regular season, and that's your chance to maybe take number 1.
Yeah, big chances here for Misfits to cement themselves. Unicorns have had a fantastic first half of the split. H2K continue to impress most of the time.
Yeah.
And then just a few mistakes make us facepalm heavily. But let's not talk about them for now because it's about Unicorns of Love, who they have to show more than they did at IEM.
100%. Obviously, they played against Flash Wolves, who ended up winning the whole tournament. Lost 2-0. Then played against G2, lost 2-0 again. So it's not like they lost to bad teams. Like, we just have to say that. Like, they lost to the 2 teams who made it all the way to the final. But yeah, we wanted to see a bit more from them. I think, again, Xerxes was a guy we looked at a lot, being like, there's some issues here. Like, his impact on Rengar and Kha'Zix is not as high as what we see, like, on Ivern. But I'm glad to see that Unicorns have now adopted the IEM meta, where Graves was just picked again and again and again by Kasa. Yeah. And Kasa, like, destroyed Xerxes in this matchup. And now Xerxes is like, yeah, it's time for me to also pick up probably the strongest / second strongest jungler in the current meta.
We'll see what he can do with it. Kakao moving up, actually walking over a Unicorns of Love ward, so gonna get spots out, a little bit of information. Looking through the rest of the lanes, and Alphari pushing into Vizichachi Shen, that's no surprise. That's something Alphari's gonna be able to do a lot of. And obviously if Kakao is shadowing him, hanging around, there's some potential for outplay here.
I mean, we will at some point in this game see Kakao go to top lane and try and dive against Chachi. Like, when you play against globals, you want to attack them. You don't want to just suddenly make a play on the bottom side and then they actually use that global and get a numbers advantage. So Kakao should try and keep Vizichachi down, get that top lane tower, which funny enough here in Europe, when it comes to like first tower that dies, it's top lane and bot lane tower that dies the most. But it's blue side who takes the towers. It's not red side. Only in 8% of the games has the blue side tier 1 top tower actually died first.
Why is that, Fisher? What do you attribute?
I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to how easy it is to set up a dive on blue side against red side, especially top lane. Hansama taking a lot of damage.
So much damage from Unicorns of Love. Does not use any of his summoner spells, has a couple of cookies to eat if he wants to, though.
See, first time when Hillsang missed was a warning shot.
Okay.
Now he knows how Ignore is juking. Even though it wasn't Ignore, it was Hansama, but that's mind games. He's like, yeah, I see you, I see you. I know you guys are doing the same, and then boom, he hits him.
We're off to a good start today, aren't we, Fisher?
It's been a great first 4 minutes
Gotta shake off the
game.
rust, you know? 1 week without casting.
You actually feel like you kind of forget how to cast after a week.
It is quite tough. Like, look at this. Hillsang taking a lot of damage. Malzahar still relevant, it seems. But I want to circle back to that discussion we had a minute or two around Xerxes and this Graves, because Xerxes on Ivern, it is his most played champion, 6 games. This split has got phenomenal statistics. He has a KDA that's like over 30. He's got a great goal difference at 15.
30.1, over 30.
It still counts.
You're selling it well.
Kills plus assists at 15 minutes on Ivern is 4.5. Now, when you look at this graphic, guys, the numbers in the brackets below is what Xerxes' stats are on every other champion.
Well, top lane.
All right, Chachi's gonna die.
Hey.
Easy combo.
You have a Renekton lane. You go to the Renekton lane and
Damn
you
it.
kill people.
I was mid-story, Cacao. That's really rude.
Anyway, as you were saying, Ivern on Xerxes, fantastic. We normally don't like talking about KDA because it's not the coolest stat in the world. But when a guy has 30 as his KDA in 6 games in Europe, then it's absolutely insane. His average KDA being 4.5 on every other pick then really shows the difference for him. And we want to see what he can do. See what else can happen right now. Someone just died because I was mid-story and their servers respect me. They didn't want to show it.
We'll jump back onto this game. Hansama and Ignar straight up dunking Samix. Not even a summoner spell blown. Oh, so that's spicy indeed.
Look at this also, Storm Raiders on Samix. That is not something I see on Barrows like ever. Deathfire touch is normally superior with the extra damage coming when you do land the poke. So I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if it is just something he is testing out. And maybe someone else has tried it around the world and I've just missed it. But definitely not something I see very often. I'm not saying that's why he died, but let's just say that's the reason for now.
Well, we'll blame the Keystone.
Yeah.
All right, here's a replay of...
This is the top lane.
The top lane gank. I mean, this is just Chachi getting caught out.
Yeah.
Double flash.
Really isn't a whole lot there, but we talked about the pressure on top side. Good call from Cacao. He's sitting mid lane now on a control ward, trying to bait Exiles, maybe all in Power of Evil.
Shockwave flashed away from. Just in a solo play. Xerxes was making his way up. The Misfits have already got themselves 1,000 gold lead, 2 kills. They've got strong lanes and a strong advantage.
Yeah, and this is kind of the same we saw during IEM, where Unicorns actually fell behind early in almost every game. Like, on average, they were over 1,000 gold down. 15 minutes. They only got 1 first tower in the 5 games they played. And a lot of it started from, like, you know, falling behind in the lanes.
Yeah.
This is definitely a good start from Misfits. And Unicorns is a team that has very, very good team fighting. So they can always get back. He's hiding.
They can, especially with a lot of the tools in their team comp. But they've given their opponents an advantage with a primary, you know, single damage team composition. So if Misfits get an accelerated mid game, get some early armor before Unicorns can punish, that's when things become problematic.
Yeah, you're gonna see Ninja Tappy on a lot of members. You can even see Hansama is building towards it. We saw that earlier today as well in the LCK. If you are against a lot of physical damage, just get it. Because Ninja Tabi is one of the most effective items in the game. And it's kind of stayed that way for quite a while. And the reason, again, it gets extra value is because lethality is obviously that armor penetration. So, this is the dive we talked about.
Dived. Gonna have Spurt's Refuge for a few seconds. The Cocoon into the Fangs. And Cacao resets the aggro. They make it look so easy.
And now, the answer for Unicorns of Love should always be to make a play on the bottom side.
But they're
now
going mid instead. It's Exile that's jumped on. Exhaust is gonna lock him down. And Power of Evil gets another.
So this is actually a really good move now, technically by both teams making the correct move. Like, you see Unicorns respond by going bot lane when 2 members are showing top side. But then Misfits bottom lane is like, yeah, we're not going to be able to defend because we're 2v3. So they leave the bottom lane, roam mid, and then catch out Exile for another kill. So really good move here from Misfits. First to dive top lane, and then look at your minimap. the bot lane, Ignor and Hansama, they've already left because they know they can't defend against the Graves, and they end up getting 2 kills now mid.
While we're in a replay, Hylissang dies as well. Full summoner spells available. Misfits are going to take another tower. It's 10 minutes in to Fischio. Misfits plus, what's that, 2.5, nearly 3,000 gold. This looks like a one-horse race.
I mean, for now, yes. Unicorns of Love, sadly, not able to really dance with Misfits here in the early game. And I just want to, again, give so much credit to Misfits bottom lane here for that move. So many bot lanes just stay under that tower and try and defend it. They get dove, they die. Or they don't, you know, manage to do anything and just end up going back to base. They left that tower, walked mid lane to put pressure so that 2 lanes pushing in, knowing they couldn't defend, and rewarded them 2 kills. Exile obviously didn't expect them to show up. He probably thought they went back to base.
They did not, and Unicorns get punished for it. Down 5 kills, down 2 towers. There's some pressure from Unicorns in the mid lane. And are they going to do the Death Bush? Chill out.
I mean, this is a Unicorn special. Control ward in the mid lane side brush, and then you wait. And you sit and you start fishing. At some point, something will bite. Sucky pot if it's a Rift Scuttler, not what you want. Great if it's a champion though. Sadly, Misfits.
Not going to fall for it this time. No need to.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, Misfits, they're one of these teams that have visible improvements week to week to week. And individually, they've got good players, and they're showing good macro.
Yes.
They are quickly proving to be a very real threat for these more established teams like H2K, like UOL. And, I mean, you can see it here, just fantastic starts.
Again, no bias intended, but they've become one of the funniest teams to cast because they have these players that can make big plays, so you get to scream and go like, whoa, that was insane. And also, they make these really good, like, rotations.
Yeah.
They understand how to, you know, set up Baron, they understand how to move from different lanes with pressure points, so there's something for the color caster as well. Like Misfits right now, they offer something for everyone. If you like kills, yeah, watch the game. Except for that Vitality game where they didn't get a kill for like 29 minutes, but
can we say, no, I won't say it's Vitality's fault. So Misfits though, because they play safe where they need to, they don't have to take risks at times. Alfari, 113 CS on the Giant Crocodile, got himself the Phage and the Tiamat, likely to pick up the Herald buff as well, and yes, there we go.
Oh,
it's huge. I mean, nobody can deal with the Crocodile just yet.
no. No one will touch Alfari in the side lane. But that's obviously not why you pick Shen. So the problem here for Unicorns is they were supposed to make plays on the bottom side using the Shen ulti, while Misfits were supposed to make plays on top side using Elise and Renekton. It's only been Misfits who were able to, you know, make any plays. Chachi,
He got the Grom.
he got it.
Sending a message.
Small victory.
Sending a message.
It is important.
That is 86 gold, closer to closing this 2,000 gold gap.
Yeah, very, very positive. Very positive. I like it. Very optimistic.
Got a few of the Love Hurts crew in the audience nodding at me. Thumbs up for that one. You know? 86 gold towards closing it, and Unicorns want more. But looking at the side lane, Samax could get caught out. Where's the CC? Locked down by Cacao. Ignor follows up. Exile throws the hammer down into Ignor. Unicorns are split up. Hilly and Xerxes running from the Crocodile. Ignor's taken down. That's the first for Unicorns of Love. Chachi is burned through with the help of a shockwave. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Misfits.
But in the end here, Unicorns, they lose 2 members. They got some damage on this tower. What else can Misfits get? They have a full minion wave. Walking out for another turret. 4 members around it.
There's no one from UOL to defend.
They're running, but they don't have home guards or anything this early in the game. They're not going to make it in time, and suddenly, Misfits respond so well. Pushing that mid tower? Nah. Let's fight. And there was double flank. We had TP from Renekton. We had Malzahar from the other side. Great setup.
Yeah, really great setup indeed. There's a fight in the jungle, guys. There's a fight in the jungle, guys. Cacao taken down. Unicorns get one. They turn their attention to Hylissang. He's able to flash away with his life. Jumping to the top lane, though. Hold that thought. Exile's going to get run down.
I didn't say anything.
There we go. Exile's in trouble. Slice goes out. Malefic Visions. Call of the Void. And eaten alive by the crabs.
Yeah, sadly for him, we learned in the jungle that a shotgun does, in fact, beat a spider. This is the engaged mid lane, though. Like, look at this. There's good flank from both Ignor, Cacao, ulti from Ansama to try and create some sort of utility to just lock down 1 or 2 targets and then TP from Alpha. There's just nowhere to go from Unicorns of Love, or for Unicorns of Love, and great response. And this is what happens often when you have the map control, when you've been the proactive team, is that whenever the other team gets to make an aggressive play, like here pushing on the turret, you have the wards in place, you have summoners, you have everything you need to just force a fight.
Yeah.
And like you saw that there were wards behind Unicorns of Love, there was even a Malzahar behind them, and they just said like, we need to get something here. Try and push in this mid tower, but you've already lost the map, and then boom, you get punished.
Punished so hard. Misfits in absolute control. I want to shine a little bit of light on Unicorns of Love though, because they fell behind early game at IEM a bunch. They had some great team fights despite being down in gold, but it just didn't feel like Unicorns were in their groove at IEM. Now, they also didn't feel like they were in their groove the week before in LCS as well, you know? Starting to slow down the tempo, starting to slow down the ability to win out games. Do you think that's a little overly critical to Fisho?
I mean, we're not going to sit here and call them bad or anything.
No.
They're still a good team.
Yes.
So it is, I think what it is for Unicorns is they started this season having players that performed at a very, very high level. Where a lot of our teams had players that were still kind of catching up, getting rid of all the off-season jitters and everything. And Unicorns just started at a very high level, which is full credit to them, like as a team and Sheepy as a coach. So they used that the first few weeks to pick up a lot of these really strong wins in the Iron pick. We see now Siege mid lane. Ignar is hiding behind. Alpharic doesn't have TP this time, so he has to run down, and he's just not able to get there in time.
Can the collapse still happen though? Ignar can at least block some damage in CC. Alphari's coming from the flanks on the left-hand side. Dash over. Xerxes gonna get locked down. He's only able to flash over the wall. Alphari's rooted in place, but the fourth shot, Hunt Summer finds the kill. Helisang sidestepping, and he uses the boss cone to safety. But Unicorns, they get a tower, they lose Xerxes' life.
It's actually insane how little vision Unicorns have on the map. Ignar could just move around in their jungle unnoticed for multiple seconds until Xerxes dashed into the Raptor came and realized, oh my god, there's a Malzahar here, and then he dies. There are 5 wards on the map that I can see right now from the blue team. 0 control wards at the moment on the map from Unicorns. Now, they might have just been cleared out, but even before the fight started, I didn't really see anything. So it's really hard for Unicorns to kind of know what's actually happening.
That's the Unicorns' vision you can see right now.
It's literally just river towards the right side of the map, and that's all they see. And then suddenly, you get collapsed on, you get flanked, you get surprised, because the enemy is hiding behind you.
Yeah, enemy's hiding behind and ready to fire. Misfits are on fire this game.
But back to the point, you know, with Unicorns, like early on peaking very quickly, with the players performing well. The really tough thing is that when you start that well, improving gets slower and slower. You know, you start adding small percentages to your play. It's not as easy, not as quickly to do. I think other teams had an easier time catching up.
Yeah.
And then they get like to the Unicorns level, and now maybe slightly above on some of them. Like Misfits in this game for sure. And also I think just the patches have not been in favor of Unicorns, with some of the nerfs to scaling junglers.
I think that's really important to note that meta champions, maybe for Xerxes more than anybody else,
yes, 100%.
really starting to hurt him. And Unicorns, of course, they've also had a tough schedule. They played against G2, they're playing against Misfits, they're playing against H2K. These are the toughest tests. Infernal Drake is being started. Shock Blast comes in. It's stolen. It's stolen. Unicorns get it. When Helisang gets weeded away in the river. But objective secured and a tower.
Yeah, it's so huge, honestly, for Unicorns of Love. Getting Infernal Drake and top lane tower, only losing Helisang. There's a minion wave bot lane for Misfits to grab, but they don't have enough members who actually push the tower. Also wave clear from Samux. So Misfits have to realize this Infernal Drake, it's not on their side. There we go.
Yeah.
Swapped it around.
So Cloud for Misfits, Infernal for UOL. Important to note the itemization, which I'll talk about in a second. Exile going ham. He's jumping on Hunt Summer, trying to get the kill. The cocoon save Hunt Summer's life. Stand United delivers Vizichachi. He flashes forward, but doesn't find a taunt. Exile's left for dead, and Cacao will run him down with the spiderlings and the poison. Hunt Summer roots down Vizichachi, and Unicorns of Love, they thought they found a kill. They might be donating too. Chachi taunts away, continues to run. 250 HP, turns backwards, and is killed by Misfits.
And this is where we see a huge difference from week 1 Unicorns to now. Let's just see this replay first. They steal the dragon, then obviously Helisang dies. And that's basically the replay. So he died, they stole the dragon. Anyway, the play that we saw mid lane there from Exile, I felt like more of those went in favor of Unicorns in the first few weeks. Like, he would get that one kill, Chachi would come in, maybe even get a second kill. And these small, scrappy skirmishes they like to force would go in their favor. But now we see more and more teams, the good teams, like again, G2, Flash Rolls, Misfits right now, kind of match it and even beat it. So they don't really fall prey for some of these early fights. Unicorns of Love, though, can still team fight. We said that earlier.
Yes.
Yes, they're 6k gold down, so it's really, really difficult for them to actually win these fights, but that is where they have clawed their way back in games in the past in the EULCS. Also harder, though, because they have so much physical damage, as we talked about, and you see some of this armor on the side of Misfits. That's just gonna negate a lot of what lethality does, because it is obviously pure, like, flat armor pen.
Yeah, it really will be tough for Unicorns. Luckily, they can wave clear relatively well. We're just about to hit 20 minutes to fish out. And that means Misfits are going to start doing what they're exceptionally good at. And that is playing around Baron. Setting it up, baiting it. Hold that thought for a second. There we go. Take a look at the graphics on your screen. Oh, I timed that one terribly. Flash away as Samux gets to safety. You can see the numbers on your screen, guys. During weeks 1 to 4, Misfit was dealing damage to Baron. Their opponents dealt a little bit. In week 5, their opponents didn't even touch Baron. That's how good and clean and controlled they were around that objective.
Yeah, basically just means that they gave 0 chances for like any sort of Baron steals. Because they didn't have like a jungler hovering around who jumped in just before it died, got a hit down or anything. No, they actually didn't allow any potential steals. They literally jumped out of the Baron pit, they killed the enemy jungler instantly, they turn around, kill the enemy team as well if they need to, and then they go back and grab it, and this is good engage.
Well, Hylissang's dead. Threw a couple of shots his way. Cocoon going down.
And it's the same problem again. If we turn on Unicorns of Love vision just for like 5 seconds, they can barely see anything on the map. They have a ward in the bot lane that's useless, 1 ward in the mid lane, and that is it. So how on earth are you going to play the game when you can't even see the enemy?
You can't. You don't even know what's going on. It's like a bad horror movie. Ignar's going to try zone away. Baron is already going low. It's on 3,000 hit points. What do Misfits do? They're committing to the objective. Chain of corruption is slowly starting to spread. Here comes Chachi. This gets messy. Misfits get Baron. Hunsummer's trying to get away. He cannot, but they get Exile in trade. 1 for 1 so far. Xerxes decides not to engage, and Vizichachi finds himself in a team. Ignar flashes away from the auto, sniped by Samux. Power of Evil with red buff on, may be able to chase Xerxes down, gets those autos rooted in place. Stranglethorns buy some
red
time.
buff.
The burn kills him. Hylissang gets away from the Cocoon, and Misfits, it's a little messy, but they get the objective.
They get it because Unicorns didn't know when to move in and stop them, as they couldn't even see the Baron, so they reacted. Obviously, you can say too late, but when you don't have vision, you don't really know what's going on. Ignar here zoning Xerxes, so again, no jungler nearby to steal the Baron. That means Kakao can take it, and it is a tough fight to fight if you are Misfits right now in the Baron pit. They still win it. Massive goal lead, obviously, and they had enough time to take down that objective before all of Unicorns could just collapse on them. Samux actually on full HP, getting the 1 kill in the end, but not really able to properly join the fight.
Starting to see those EU Varus plays, standing on the fringes to shoot TQs over.
Better than the EU Israel Iceborne Gauntlet plays we have seen a few times, where auto-attacking is illegal. And technically, if you're playing against Ninja Tabi, auto-attacking, you know, it is less effective.
It is. It is. So just use. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. That is like smarter than everyone else.
Smarter than everyone else. That's how Samux got his first kill of the game. It's 4 kills to 16. It's nearly 10,000 gold difference. Misfits. 2 minutes left on Baron, and they're already starting to siege up.
Yeah, and let's compare mid laners right now. One guy has completed 3 full items and very, very effective boots against the enemy comp. The other guy has a Ghost Blade, slightly nerfed on his patch as well, just to add that. And then he's getting towards like 2 other items, but he's not even close. He's not even near a fully second completed item. The difference is so huge between the Orianna and the Jace.
Yeah.
This man is happy because once again his team is showing some really good macro moves.
Yeah, good play from the laning phase.
See, he's nodding as well. He's like, yeah, I agree with the casters.
Daku, of course, with the headset on, can listen to his team's communication.
And the cast. No,
he can't. But yeah, he's listening to the comms for his team, talking about the tower. It's been a trade. Misfits have got the bottom inner turret, and it looks like Chachi's going to get a lot of damage on the top tower, but he won't be taking it down. And That itemization. Also, by the way, patch 7.4, this is the hot fix version of Edge of Night. So 45-second cooldown. The tooltip will not say that in-game.
Exactly. Do not get fooled in-game when you buy it.
Yep.
45 seconds now on the cooldown.
Just to give it a little bit more of a window of opportunity, right? Because it was incredibly effective. Can I say that?
Oh yeah, it's obviously insanely strong. Don't think the nerf is enough, especially because I think the biggest problem with the item is the fact that it's 10 seconds you have to shield for. So yes, it's 45-second cooldown now, but if you just time that correctly, it's for 10 seconds. That spell shield is there, and that is really the strongest part of the item. Obviously also the fact the stats are good on it, like lethality, attack damage.
A little bit of MR as well.
A little bit of MR, why not?
Not that it matters this game at all, really.
So if another nerf should happen to it, then you know, maybe reduce it from 10 seconds, the duration of the shield, to maybe, let's say, 8 or 6 seconds or something like that.
Find out in the next episode of League of Legends Patch Notes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, teleport coming down from Chachi. So this is going to be to thwart any Misfits power. The Baron has worn off. And, you know, we have praised Misfits a lot this game. And it's because they've snowballed their lead. They've played effective, they've played clean, and good League of Legends.
Hey, I think we've also been very fair to the Unicorns of Love. We talked about some of the issues they've had and they've shown in this game. Like, we can't really hide it. They're down 10,000 gold.
Yeah.
So 25 minutes into the game, that is what we normally call a stomp. Misfits just showing again fantastic play, and Unicorns, it seems like they need to kind of refine their style here. They got to figure out what is the Unicorns' identity, because what it was in the first few weeks have not been as effective the last 2 weeks. Like, they haven't been able to just get clean into the mid game and then like play these super cool team fighting comps like Katarina, Ivern, and really be successful on them. They've tried, but it's just, it hasn't really been that effective. And I want to see how Sheep and Unicorns react. Game 2 is where we can see the changes. This game is not over yet, but it's looking very bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits would need to make mistakes for Unicorns to come in. And I like, of course, Unicorns have got a lot of tools in their kit, a lot of armor and wave clear.
And that's the thing, you know, if people were watching like G2 versus Rox Tigers were 10k gold ahead, and then Mickey decided he didn't want to win. He didn't want to get to the final line. He literally just got caught like 5 times. That does happen. Like in Europe, we see these kind of issues, but not so often from the top teams. And that's where, you know, it's looking very good for Misfits.
All right, so 2 minutes to Baron. Well, a little bit short on that taunt there, Chachi. Do you feel like the next objective will be Baron, then look to break it in here for Misfits? Is that the right play?
Yeah.
Baited, play around vision. Don't risk making a mistake fighting without
a
the
reason.
favors being stacked
Sure.
right, in your way.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, don't start over chasing down mid or anything and then suddenly get caught on the turret. But yes, if you're playing against Unicorns comp, there's a lot of wave clear. You know, Graves is the jungler with the best wave clear. Varus is lady carry with currently the best wave clear as well. Zyra even adds value there. So it's very hard without Baron to kind of break into the base.
Yeah.
So yeah, play around Baron. The weakness, or the biggest weakness for Unicorns this game has been the vision. So if you're Misfits, you should feel very confident that you can get that vision control again around Baron. Let's see if we look at the map for a 3rd time with the Unicorns a lot. What can they actually see if we turn on just their vision only? Because it seems to be the same situation where Misfits have full control. You can see in your minimap now, guys, this is what Unicorns can see. They can see mid lane because there's a minion wave, and top lane because of the minion wave, and that is it. Oh, actually, they see Elise on red buff as well.
Yeah, one little ward.
A blue trinket up there is spotting Cacao. That is it. So right now, they don't really know what's happening in the river. They know Baron is not alive yet. In 30 seconds, they still won't really know what's happening in the river, because if they walk in now to get vision, they face check a Malzahar and die. Because it's all about pressure for Misfits now, hiding in the shadows. And if Unicorns ever want to put in a ward, someone will die from the Unicorns of Love. And that's why they have to sit back, push out mid first, and then take that open fight. Or they have to try and like blue trinket into like some crazy Baron steal engage and see if they can win that way.
All right, crazy Baron steal. If that's your only win condition, you know you've got problems. Unicorns of Love.
Well, also crazy Baron fight could also be it.
Touche. Craziness.
Just something crazy.
Something crazy. That's what they're going to do. They're going to channel that chaos.
So, Baron is alive.
By the way, Misfits had around 7 control wards in their inventory.
Look at Ignar hiding in that
vision,
brush.
control, and superiority. Instant peel away by the Misfits the moment UOL move into the river. Visit Chachi continues to put pressure on the bottom lane, and Stand United's available to him.
They're starting. Ulti here from Hansama to see if they can slow a target down.
2, 3, 4 shots find their targets, but not on the same one. Alfari's gone all the way in with the exhaust. Alfari's down. That's too deep. Unicorns have got some magic on their side. 5 versus 4, and Misfits are peeling away.
Yeah, we said we wanted something crazy here. It was Alfari who went crazy. Dove in way too deep here, ends up dying. Basically, Misfits, correct idea. Start the Baron, disengage when Unicorns show up, but they disengaged too early. They could have waited for Ignor to pick a target and then dive out and actually get some kills. They had 5 flashes before this to use as well. And then they end up over-chasing, and Alfari dives in without his team. So some miscommunication, this backfires, and suddenly Unicorns get a bit of gold.
Yeah, get another tower to their name. That's the 4th of the game for Unicorns. 5 kills to Misfits 16, and all of a sudden, Ignor's on the wrong side of the river.
Yeah, but yeah, Unicorns want to clear out the control wards. There is 5 seconds on Alfari, and he has teleport. So this might be super, super risky from the Unicorns. Ignor again hiding behind them. They don't know he's there.
Unicorns are split. Unicorns are split. Teleport's coming in. Where's Alfari? Xerxes locked down. He's rooted. He's killed shortly after. The Nethergrass bends, and Vizichachi runs for his life. Somehow, Hilly died as well. Was that just... I don't even think that was a shockwave. Wow.
He just got bursted down. Ignor on Malzahar has been getting so much freedom when it comes to finding these flanks. The vision is not there to spot him, and his own movement is obviously very, very good. Full credit to him on this Malzahar pick. He's gotten the maximum value out of this. And he started so many fights. But they always pick off one guy first. Look at this guy hiding behind, like a ninja. And I guess Hilly's saying, yeah, we just flopped.
I'm so busy focusing on Xerxes, I didn't even see Hilly getting chopped down in the back. And Misfits punish Unicorns for trying to clear the wards, right? Unicorns were trying to do the right thing, but it was a risky thing because of the timing.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, you opted into taking the mid tower. That delayed you long enough when it came to taking the Baron vision that Alfari respawned. And then obviously Misfits are ready to fight 5v5. And Ignor again managed to snuck in. But I think just like it's really interesting with Unicorns how what they're valued in this game is mid lane control, and then just like the side bushes near the mid lane. So they just saw a bit of the river. They have not really valued like their own jungle control or wards until this point. That's why Ignor has been able to sneak in behind them so many times, both on top side and on bottom side. And that goes counter against what we normally see from teams. Like when you're behind, you start warding defensively. So you can see them in your jungle, like, ooh, are they sneaking to another lane? Are they trying to engage a fight? But Unicorns have just been warding like mid and just around mid lane, almost entire game.
Well, Alfari finds himself in a 1-on-2, correction, a 1-on-4. Taunted up, but how much time has he bought for the rest of the squad? Power of Evil, Kakao, Hansama. They're now hammering away and broken open the base. Spider form, skittering attack. Kakao's able to take down a tower, and Misfits backing out. I'm looking at the minimap. Not a lot of vision here for Unicorns once again, as you described, Officio. One lowly control ward. Did not even see Misfits running, escaping from the jungle.
Oh, and obviously we are kind of looking at the same thing over and over because it is a huge part of the game. But at this point now, if you are Unicorns, it is hard to get any vision down because you are so far behind.
Yeah.
So the problem kind of started much earlier. It's still there because now it just gets harder and harder to fix it. And that really is the issue for Unicorns in this game. And I'm sure Sheepy is sitting and watching this backstage, also noting down, especially like how hard it is for his team to actually make plays and avoid getting caught out because people are hiding behind them in the bushes, like Ignor and his Malzahar, and then suddenly that's one kill for Misfits.
Well, Misfits are, you know, obviously significantly ahead, but I'm looking at their items, and there's a fair amount of armor, but there's not an overwhelming amount of armor on this side. So Unicorns have enough damage still at 33 minutes to burn them down once this Baron wears off and whatnot.
I mean, seeing as it's only Renekton who's a bruiser on this lineup, then yes, you will always have enough damage with like 3 carries, Graves, Jace, and Varus, to burst down a squishy target. Like Elise is not building full tank or anything, so there's definitely openings for Unicorns if they catch out one guy from Misfits. But the Ninja type just makes it slightly harder, and everything just gets slightly harder, and it gets harder and harder and harder the further we get into this game and the further behind they fall. They're getting Last Whispers now, which will be very key for them. Obviously now they also was buffed a bit on this patch. Well, some say buff, some say nerf. Like more armor penetration or bonus armor penetration up to 45% now, was 30 before, but lost some attack damage. So better against tanks, worse against squishes.
There's a fair amount of armor, at least in some of the champions on Misfits, but there you go, Alfari not taking a lot from that piercing arrow. I want to see what it does to a Cacao. Also 10, 15% of his hit points.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a guy like Power Vivo, he's sitting on 190 armor at this point here. So flat armor pen is useless against him. It literally just reduces his reduction by a few percentages. It's all about last whispers then.
It really is. Hylissang takes 2 shots on the curtain call. Third goes wide, and the fourth will likely be body blocked here. Finally holding the trigger for a few seconds longer. Flash away from Exile. The inhibitor's going to go down. Misfits use a curtain call. Curtain ball.
Curtain ball.
They used Jin's ultimate fantastically to zone away the Unicorns of Love.
You sounded like me 3 years ago. I like it.
Kind of went a bit Boston for a second there. Curtain call. Well, Misfits,
Sean Connery.
Look at that, clean. They take the inhibitor, they get super minions. There was no inherent risk for the Misfits squad.
No, that is very true. Now, the one thing we want to judge when it comes to Misfits is no longer the early games, no longer the mid game, it's no longer Barons. It is how fast do they finish their games. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have longer games, specifically. But when you have a 10,000 gold advantage, yeah, Cacao,
no one saw that. No one saw that.
We all saw it. The entire crowd saw it. They were like, oh, God, this guy. Anyway, so 10K gold lead at 20 minutes. That normally means the game ends pretty quickly. Obviously, they're against quite a lot of wave clear. But this is where Misfits have really slowed down in the late game normally. And they kind of wait for Barons every time before they make any plays. And then when they get Baron, you see some teams in the world, like, you know, SKT, obviously, example of like the best team right now. They can take like Baron and then boom, like 6 towers, game over, bam, that's it, you know, it goes super quick. Misfits is like, get Baron, 2 towers and 1 inhib, and then we go back, we wait for another Baron, then we take another Baron, then get another inhib. And it can be a little bit too slow.
Maybe a little bit. Ignor's going to have support soon. Does he decide to use the Nether Grasp? The answer is yes. Shockwave's available. Cocoon as well. Shockwave pulls back Xerxes. He flashes away. Here comes Alfari. Slice and dice and culls the Meek, but doesn't find anyone to lock down. Xerxes locked. The Brambleback helping out here on the side of Misfits. Misfits get themselves a kill, the tankiest member. With 1 minute to Baron, with supers in the bottom lane, slowly making their way.
Yeah, 1 kill here on Chachi, 35 seconds. Can they use the minion wave to get the turret? Cacao's 50% HP, Ignore as well. They might have to respect that a 1 shock blast and a virus Q will actually kill both these guys.
A lot of damage, and to go back to that, you know, Misfits, how quickly do they finish? It's actually a discussion that triggers a lot of people at times.
Sure.
Because it's a weird debate, isn't it? Hey, they're not winning quickly enough, but they're still winning, right? We'll expand that in a second. Looking at the minimap, Chachi just doesn't have enough damage to kill Ignore before all the support comes in.
Yeah, Ignore is trying to do the same, like get deep vision, maybe see if we can create a pick in there with the team. And then there's the value of having like Malzahar, even against tanks. You can just like single out one guy, get % damage onto him. Sadly for Alfari, didn't get the kill. Oh, this is actually perfect timing. Elder Drake, and then by the time you kill it, Baron spawns. That means Baron spawns late enough, the other team couldn't start it and trade. So you get the Elder Drake, and you have time to go and actually stop Baron from the enemy team and get both. That is macro.
Yeah.
Of course, probably not intended, but if it was.
Whether it's intended or not, it's fantastic.
It wasn't
for
intended.
Misfits.
It wasn't.
Unicorns are able to get some vision in the river, and I use that term extremely loosely. Teleport being channeled here by Vizichachi as Misfits
Why are you TPing there?
Already cleared out the vision, anticipating a Baron rush, but maybe that's not the strongest. The flash forward, Hylissang's get rooted, and Alfari's now on the front line. Hilly at least gets the Stranglethorns off before he's killed. Exile splits away from the rest of the team. He's taken down by the Quirton Qual as Vizichachi gets chunked down by the crits. Misfits looking to run him down. He's rooted by a flourish. Alfari slices and dices and dances on the corpses of the Unicorns of Love. It's a 3-for-1 to Misfits.
And we've seen this so many times this game. Misfits sits in the Baron area. They catch one guy from Unicorns, they snowball into more kills, and now Trevor sticking to the average game time, about 38 minutes, they're going for the Nexus.
They are indeed. The Shockwave helps out Alfari and Hansama ace the Unicorns of Love. Misfits take down the Nexus turrets, and they defeat Unicorns 1-0.
And it's crazy to think that Misfits at 20 minutes for 10k gold ahead. It actually never felt like Unicorns were even close to beating Misfits. Like, it started with Kakao ganking top lane, then Samox dies 2v2 bot lane. That's a 1k gold advantage in favor of Misfits. They get 2 towers. Boom, 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 snowball, snowball, snowball. They create some good picks around the mid lane when Unicorns try and do something proactive on this mid tower. And just, again, to repeat it, like, the biggest story for me this game was just how Unicorns couldn't see anything on the map for 90% of this game. And then how are you going to play aggressive? Because so many people can just move in behind you, like Elise, Malzahar, Renekton, and they can just start fights and catch you.
Malzahar shouldn't be allowed to move in behind you, but
he was spending more time behind Unicorns than in front of them.
The flanking Malzahar is the deadliest. That helped Ignore and Misfits pick up the Game 1 victory. Let's send it over to the analyst desk and find out, is the honeymoon period over?
Is the honeymoon over for the Unicorns of Lava? I don't know, but it damn well started raining a bit in there, and the Misfits are all to blame for that. We talked about the clash of style, slow, low kill versus hard and fast and a lot of kills, and the Misfits came out with a new strategy. They said, we'll pick early game, we'll play early game.
Yeah, they put some more focus on that, and I mean, that's what Elise means, right? Deficio talked about it a lot during the casts. Elise, Renekton, you go in top lane, you're going to start
Season 3 all over, you know, where people were still playing Ignite, and a successful dive would mean that the game would be over. Like, the top lane experience was done, like, have fun playing, becoming a second jungler or something. And they managed to do this in this game as well, and it was nice to see Misfits add an early game flavor, and then refine it still with, like, some people call it slow, but it's just really methodical Baron execution.
And I think that the whole focus of this next couple of minutes is going to be about how Misfits very well utilized the leads that they got. First of all, how they got them, looking at some of the first bloods. And when we look at that replay, you can see up in the top lane, this is kind of a process that's drawn out for quite a while. You could see this coming even from Elise being so far on the map.
Yeah, Vizicachi, he knows at one point Elise could be there. I think this is still a mistake, especially pathing into river to ward when you don't know if to avoid exactly that. But again, no hesitation, double flash here. The gap calls are still there on Alfari. Great communication. I think that's what we want to highlight the most, is that this team from Misfit works as a unit, because every time they come under pressure somewhere here as well, you know, Ignar opens up. The one thing we want to highlight is don't channel your piercing arrow when you have voidlings on you and you have flash. Like, this can't happen on the side of Unicorns.
And this says it all as well, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chachi, you could see the later the game went, some of his players in the game kind of tipping into fights and getting caught out a lot. Unicorns obviously demoralized after game 1, but there was so much patient play out of the Misfits in this game that we're very impressed by how they controlled the rest of it.
And there's another replay that really shows how they're moving every piece on the chessboard as the Misfits, whereas in some teams they're still looking to kind of get ahead themselves. Just start by tracking Power of Evil here, get some river vision, important, works with Kakao to steal a buff. He doesn't go for the top dive because Chachi is respecting it right now, so he just safely goes back to mid to push out. Eventually, Kakao and Alfari find Vizicachi again. That prompted a kind of a cross-map play in the bottom lane from the Unicorns on Misfits, but Hansama and Ignar, they smelled it, and then they kind of walked around and then they dealt it. You know, they went to mid, they got a kill, they kill Hillsang again. This is a double turret trade, 2 kill trades for none here. Super methodical playing, and they're just dancing around the Unicorns.
And the Unicorns at times were playing into it. I mean, Xerxes at first was doing the right thing by pushing up, but then ends up getting put out as you were talking about. And one of the difficulties, and Deficio talked about this so much in the cast, was Unicorns not having vision. And a lot of people will say, oh, well, you know, Misfits must place a lot of wards. Misfits on average only rank 7th for control wards and wards placed per minute. Like, that's actually fairly low when you look at a team that is that dominant. But what they do so well is kill wards to reduce vision. They are rank 1 by far, and this is where Unicorns just can't see anything when it comes to these engages.
Yeah, and this happened multiple times during the game where they would just rob you of any vision, and you never know. Like, are they doing it right now? A lot of the strength of this comes from Alfari and his map movements, where they'll have him pressure a lane, then group with the team to kind of build a buffer and really do good vision denial. H2K actually tried this style very often, especially at IEM, where they would not elect to go for side lane with Odoamne, but they would bunch him with the team, but they didn't have the perfect vision. And for this style to work, you need to remove every single ward around the Nashor area. One ward will screw your strategy. Misfits they did it expertly so. They never gave Unicorns a window kind of to fight back.
Yeah, a ton of praise for the Misfits. Fantastic. And you got to look at the Unicorns of Love. I said that honeymoon comparison, but that is now IEM didn't go well. 1-4, 0-2 versus G2. Then again now versus a team that in their minds and of course in the rankings is lower place than G2, and that they should be able to beat a really hard loss. So where does that leave them?
I think right now for the Unicorns, where it leaves them coming into this next game is I strongly feel they can't just pick up a farming jungler and expect Kakao to sit back on something when there's like an Elise or a Lee Sin. We know that's the play style that he plays. So
well, we asked Cersei to play Graves and he did, though.
Right, we did, but the problem around that is they couldn't play around the lanes and couldn't defend. It's difficult from the draft,
I don't think
right?
Xerxes actually did anything wrong. Like when you have a winning lane with Varus Zyra and your AD carry is like, we usually jokingly say trolling, but like when you get hit by Malzahar full combo, 4 void links, now that they have a delay on spawn, you get hit by Jin W and you die with flash up. And then guess what? Elise and Renekton are going to dive you twice. When you allow that to happen, you can't point the blame at the jungler. That's when the individual laners need to step up.
I agree with that, and I think it's not necessarily just about Xerxes, but playing up against this Misfits feels like a refined Week 1 Misfits, where they're killing you in lane, but they're also doing objective control, vision control very well. And I don't think as a team you can afford to sit so far back from the Unicorns and make those types of mistakes.
Well, we will see what happens. Game 2 between Misfits and the Unicorns of Love. We'll be getting into picks and bans right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Stats are on
Cole,
Care about this one.
I asked before.
I'm gonna eat you up.
But they're going mid instead. It's Exile that's jumped on. Exhaust is going to lock him down. Toughest test. Little Drake is being started. Shock Boss comes in. It's stolen. It's stolen. Unicorns get it.
Oh, we stole the Drake. Nice. Yes.
As Vizicachi gets chunked down by the crits. Misfits looking to run him down. He's rooted by a flourish. Alfori slices and dices and dances on the corpses. Misfits take down the Nexus turrets and they defeat Unicorns 1-0. and welcome back to our coverage of the European LCS 2017 Spring Split. As we move ever closer to the finals in Hamburg, we have released tickets yesterday. They are selling like hotcakes. That means very fast for my Danish friend over here. If you guys weren't lucky enough to snag a ticket yesterday, please do not fear. We have released more tickets today for Championship Sunday. Head over to eu.lolesports.com for more information and to figure out how you can join us in Hamburg.
Get in there now, by the way. Don't wait.
No.
Boom, in a few days, it's gone.
Do you know what a hotcake is?
No.
Okay, they sell like them. Misfits picked blue side for game 2. Draft had nothing to do with why they won that game. They had a good composition. The Elise Renekton had a good start to the game.
Love it.
But from like 3 minutes to 10 minutes, Misfits just took absolute control.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, analysts has talked a lot about how bot lane, when Misfits didn't really have a winning matchup, they got a 2v2 kill anyway, then suddenly it was in their favor. Mid lane, Power Vivo went crazy on this Orianna. So it just became like impossible for Unicorns to do anything, and they fell really, really far behind. Game 2, however, I want to see if Unicorns can bounce back. It's been a rough 2 weeks for them. And if you're Misfits, you just had a break, and you come back and you play like this in your first game, the confidence, it's definitely still there, and the momentum is in their favor.
Absolutely, and of course for Unicorns it was a disappointing IAM, so now that disappointment continues. Shock said it on the analyst desk, is the honeymoon period over? That's a topic I want to discuss in
Is
game.
ours, Trevor? That is the bigger question.
Our honeymoon's never over, baby. Misfits and Unicorns of Love. In game 1, Draven and Zillion was banned from UOL to Misfits. What would we need to see happen to see one of those champions for Misfits this game?
I mean, you can see something like a Malzahar early pick from Unicorns, and Zillion comes in the second rotation as a counter from... Sorry, Unicorns pick Malzahar, Misfits counter with Zillion in like second phase. That is where I can see them use it. Funny enough, Unicorns didn't draft anything that was actually that impacted by a Zillion. So them banning it in the first game, like hindsight 2020, was like actually not necessary. But that's how draft phase works, because you adapt to whatever the bans are, and Unicorns just wanted to get rid of that pocket pick. Now, very standard, LeBlanc being banned, meaning that Misfits didn't want to risk having to trade her for something else, getting her as a first pick. Even though Power Vivo is a good LeBlanc player, they wanted to get the highest priority AD carry on the table.
All right, where does Samux go? Jhin is off the table, Varus
Ashe or
is
Sivir.
banned out.
Ashe or Sivir is what I want to see in Europe. I think both of them add a ton of utility, and especially if you are the Unicorns of Love, Samux adds a lot of value when he plays utility. Like speed up from Sivir, arrow from Ashe. I don't think Ezreal would have been a good choice, so I like this decision from them. Malzahar is now up there, you know, as like this potential next pick, or Graves are the ones I'm looking at. Problem with the Malzahar is then the potential Zillion.
All right, so Zillion is on the table. Malzahar not selected yet.
But now Misfits can just go Malzahar.
I'm happy to see Xerxes with another shot at Graves. We never really got a chance to see how he performed on that champion because the game fell apart around him, maybe before he could have an impact. Cacal's going to say, I see you, Graves. I raise you a Lee Sin. Early game jungler looking to have those fights. And Rumble locked in here for Alfari in the top lane, blind.
We see this more and more. Earlier today in LCK, in the KT versus SKT series, we saw quite a lot of Rumble as well being picked, both by Smep and Huni. And not to spoil too much, Huni's Rumble. Ooh, that was on point. But you should go watch it if you haven't seen it yet. And it's honestly because a lot of these Rumble top laners, they're like, yeah, you know what? No matter what this guy picks against me, I can survive that lane. And then my mid-game and late-game team fighting is just so impactful. Now, our boy Chachi, or I guess my boy Chachi, so my boy Mr. Chachi, has shown Gnar against Rumble before. It's not banned so far. The pesky Cillian is being removed instead. I think we're going to see a Gnar from Chachi in the second rotation.
All right, Gnar from Chachi. Then where do the support go for Misfits? Where does Ignore want to run into this Malzahar with Zillion gone, Tom Kench gone as well, Zyra?
Zyra, you can easily still play Zyra against. You can play Karma. Like, it's not like there's no supports left, because the support pool is quite huge at the moment. Now that some of the top supports got nerfs, the bottom supports obviously just kind of benefited from that, and they were already still fine. They were just not as good as the S tiers, which was Zyra and Malzahar before any nerfs came in, and then MF as a counter to those two. MF is another possibility for Ignore if you want to play it, and also because it's him, Thresh. they banned the Gnar. Never mind, he can't play it now.
Thing is, though,
That counts.
This is good picks and bans from Misfits. In game 1, the Zillion comes out. They have a first rotation Malzahar. Maybe that surprises UOL. Game 2, the Gnar into Rumble, something that Chachi not only has run in the past, but you were anticipating it to Fischio. So where does Chachi go with it now? Safe lock-in. Exile's going to get his Orianna. Pretty well-rounded team comp here for Unicorns.
Yeah.
Has to be a tank.
I mean, you would think that, but Rumble does well against a lot of these tanks. But again, you can say, you know what, I'm fine losing the lane because I get a tank for team fights. Nautilus is a fine pick then for Unicorns of Love if they want it. Poppy, not so much, and Shen does have some problems against it. And ooh, some Ahri again. We saw this from Perks during IEM against Orianna here. Can be a bit of a tricky laning phase if Orianna gets straight to her Morello fairly quickly. But Ahri has so much snowball potential.
So much damage. I mean, Perks looked like a phenomenal player on that champion at IEM. Power of Evil's going to be in that shadow for now, and Ignar is going to lock in the Alistar. That's the first time for him this split, adding to a very large collection of champions.
But not the first time we see someone play it against Malzahar. Che did exactly the same a few weeks ago. Basically at level 6, you can't really ulti the Alistar because he has his own ulti, so he just pops that. And then Alistar can actually face check against Malzahar comms. And if Malzahar tries to lock him down, boom, you can just go straight for him.
Next level strategy to Fischio. Pick a champion that can face check and live.
Hey, that's what Alistar can do. Not as effective as in the past when his ulti was insanely overpowered. It is slightly weaker now, but it's still very, very strong. So there's definitely value there. His laning phase, not the greatest.
Well, not in theory, not the greatest, but Ignar's laning phase is pretty good.
Yeah. But this should be a lane in favor of the Unicorns of Love. Top lane should be in favor of Misfits with the Rumble, so we might see the same kind of situation where Misfits move towards top side early with Kakao and Alphari together to try and shut down Chachi, who's on this Maokai, this big tank. And bot lane then, Samax cannot make the same mistakes. Unicorns have to be able to control the bottom side of the map. It'll just be a bit harder to dive than normally because you're against Alistar.
Oh, going to be so fun to watch.
I mean, I love this pick and ban phase. So many fun picks now.
It's really nice that the pressure is lopsided, right? That obviously Misfits have pressure in the top lane into UOL, UOL into the bot lane, and now it's on Kakao and Xerxes to leverage. Where do they use that pressure? To Fischer, we were talking about tanks in the top lane versus carries in the top lane, and I want to have that discussion in game around how it can impact the early games. Xerxes, the man on your screen, going up against Kakao.
I mean, come on, he
That
just
man
picked
is
these in.
always happy.
It can't be that funny.
That man is always happy. It's Misfits 1-0 up against the Unicorns of Love. Jump on Twitter, let us know who you think will win. You know the hashtags by now. In my opinion, this is the battle for second place. Misfits still have to prove it against H2K, but on series score alone, they will hold that position.
And if you are the kind of person who just watches the VODs and you started straight at game 2, then shame on you. Go back and watch game 1 because Misfits played some great League of Legends. This game now, we want to see the same from Misfits, but we also want to see Unicorns really show up in the early game. Try and match what Misfits are doing and then get to these late game team fights because look what they drafted. Team fighting mage, team fighting AD carry, team fighting top lane in the Maokai. Like, this is a comp from Unicorns that if they do not fall behind, they can win these late game fights.
Oh, but what a big if.
It's a big if.
If they do not fall behind, didn't you just say at the beginning of the series how many times UOL have fallen behind in the last 3 weeks?
That's true. And clearly they think they can survive early on, which is why they are accepting these late game scaling champions. Maybe they identified exactly what went wrong in the early game last time and said, you know what, we don't need to change a whole lot. We just need to not make that one mistake against Misfits. But I think Misfits just had multiple good plays, which is why they got the advantage, and not just one play here and there.
Multiple good plays, and that's what Misfits will be looking to do again. Flash Ignite for Power of Evil in the mid lane on that Ahri into Exile's Orianna. Once they get closer to 6, I want to see how that works out. Of course, it is 7.4 Maokai. Lost a little bit of damage on those saplings, and Xerxes getting a helping hand.
Yeah, lost some damage, got more mana cost on his Q as well. Does really affect his laning phase quite a lot. He's much weaker there. Now, what we see from Xerxes here is what some of these European teams have learned at IEM. By playing against Rocks Tigers and Flash Rolls, it's Raptor start for the jungler because the Raptors give so much experience. So you want to kill them early so they respawn faster and you can get them in a second rotation, which gives you a bit of an XP advantage. And also, you might be able to contest the enemy Raptors. And then you suddenly get experience advantage in the jungle, you get all the pressure, and then you can start snowballing your lanes. This is what Casa did so effectively, the Rocks Tigers did it so effectively against a lot of European teams. And that is exactly what they did here. That's why the sapling started as well, to speed up the Graves. This is Operation Get Xerxes ahead in experience. So he can take over the jungle matchup, and he decides then who's dying in what lane, and not Kakao.
We'll have to find out if Xerxes has all the ammunition required to make those plays work. He's currently about to clear his own camp. Looks like he's going for the Rift Scuttler, as Kakao's about to clear his own jungle just once. And look at Xerxes coming in for the Raptors.
Yeah, we just talked about then going for enemy Raptors. He's level 3 with double buff. Look at mid lane. Exile has been hard pushing the mid lane, so he can roam if needed. You can see the wave now. Power Weaver moving down, but so is Orianna. And just...
Is it worth for a flash?
No, it's technically not worth for the flash. Like, there you can maybe argue timing is like 1 second off. Like, the wave had 2 minions left. Had those 2 minions died, the wave would have gone to the tower and Power Weaver couldn't have moved. And then suddenly it would have been worth it. So, small seconds. I like that we see the play. It's what I like to call the IM meta. That somebody seems to went there, have now kind of picked up and learned, and will start doing more and more. You see it in LCK quite a lot. And it is a very effective strategy, almost paid off for Unicorns here.
It's really good, seeing an understanding of the meta, seeing an understanding of the decision-making. Just a few mistakes in the execution, timing-wise and pressure, right?
Yeah, it was just literally like 2 minions there. That meant Power Weaver could move in, and Xerxes maybe could have backed off a little bit earlier when Power Weaver left, and then he wouldn't have had to flash.
All right, Tefisha, 1-0 in favor of Misfits. The Unicorns of Love and Misfits, they're quite polar opposites when it comes to the likes of your average deaths per game, as well as your game time. Take a look at some of these numbers very quickly. Misfits on average 7.4 deaths per game. That's the least in the league. Unicorns of Love 13.4 with a shorter game time.
And that is really the insane thing, how Misfits play the second longest games in Europe. G2 plays the longest. And then they die so few times per game. It's crazy. Last game we saw the same.
Because they're so clean.
They are clean. They're clean. They play methodical.
Look at this.
Getting caught.
I thought this was a matchup Ignar and Hans Summer couldn't win. Can they win it? A lot of damage onto Ignar. What summoner spells use? Exhaust, heal versus heal. And chant of unicorns from the crowd as Hans Summer and Ignar, they're looking to play aggressive. Ignar keeps posturing on the front foot. Not enough, though.
Oh,
Level
Exile.
6, not available just yet. Charm into Ignite. Exhaust traded as well. Foxfire, end of the line, and Power of Evil sidesteps.
Oh, sadly for Xerxes, he didn't have that flash. He couldn't have flashed in and finished off Power of Evil. Ends up just having to see the Ahri escape. Exile saved his flash. Very important for potential next gank. Ahri is getting her level 6, though. She can play a bit more, you know, back in the lane and just use ulti defensively in case she gets ganked. But a good answer here from Unicorns. Sadly, this operation gets Xerxes really far ahead in experience. Has been slowed down quite a bit, and the junglers are even at the moment. Even if I do click at him, Kakao is halfway through the 5. Xerxes, almost 5, so he's slightly ahead at this point.
Marginally ahead, thanks to Operation Get Xerxes ahead by focusing Raptor camps in both jungles.
Yes, that's basically it.
We'll have to get an acronym for that mission name, because I don't want to say that every time. But yeah, I mean, look at the CS, by the way. Hans Summer and Samux currently even. Hylissang and Samux doing what they can to slow down Hans Summer, but obviously fairly long range, fairly safe farming.
And it's only going to get better for Misfits when it comes to this Alistar. Like, Alistar is still a good scaling support. It is not as effective as it has been in the past. We've had a lot of those today, Trey. I'm just pulling you down with me right now. I'm pulling you straight down there. That's because of you I made that
Maybe it's
mistake.
lunch. Maybe lunch made us tongue-tied.
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
Anyhow,
so Alistar, we'll
yeah.
talk about him later because Alfari's going to get rooted in place. I take it back. I take it back. I got excited. I thought Miaokai was going in. Vizichachi didn't want to overcommit.
There are these like rules where if you have a tank top, you only want to gank for him pre-6. After 6, you got to focus bot lane and TP, and that's what Misfits is doing right now.
Teleport coming down. Hylissang is rooted in place. Alfari's coming up. Ignar fails the pulverize. First blood picked up by Hans Summer. There's a Chachi can't TP away, and Power of Evil gets a kill into Samux.
Ignor just wanted to be in the picture when they killed someone for first blood. That's why he flashed in and knocked into the ground. But Misfits with the correct play. TP advantage, focus bottom side. I'm not sure why Xerxes was even top lane. Not worth it at that point. You gotta protect your bottom lane. And suddenly, Misfits picks up 2 kills instantly. That's going to be first tower. Let's see what happens with the mid tower here.
Yeah, mid and top, both under pressure from Unicorns of Love. Xerxes and Exile, they should be able to take that one down. It looks like Power of Evil's racing to the lane. I don't think he's going to get there, Deficio.
No, that's a tower then for Unicorns. Top tower took quite some damage as well from the Maokai. Oh, you got to be careful now, Power of Evil.
Oh, a few more hits there. Power of Evil does back away. Okay, so some props to Unicorns here, at least, to get the mid tower. Top tower, Chachi's doing a lot of work, but look at the setup here with Kakao and PoE.
I mean, it's just there. Again, you push in bottom side, you roam down mid, you have TP as well. So it's a lot invested. I think what you can argue here is if teleport is needed or not. Yes, it's part of them getting the second kill, but it does mean top lane tower is now taking a ton of damage. It means mid lane tower went down, not because of teleport, but obviously because they invested 5 members to take those 2 kills. Infernal Drake will be pretty huge here for Unicorns to try and even it out. But the 2 kills with the first blood still in favor of Misfits.
Well, this is already a better start to the game for the Unicorns of Love. Got a tower in the mid lane. They've got themselves that Infernal Drake, some scaling.
And they trade now.
On a team composition that scales as well. But in Misfits, they're already at the tower. Unicorns going to be slower to that objective.
Yeah, it is going to be a trade though. I don't think Misfits is far enough ahead in tempo to kind of take a second tower with it. So actually got to make sure to take down this one. There's no TP from Afari though to go down and defend. And you can see already now Maokai's top to make sure a second tower doesn't die, which is also why Xerxes recalled. Just to make sure that Misfits, who are ahead on the play, can't get 2 towers for it, because Graves' wave clear is obviously very, very strong.
Let's go back to that discussion from Picks and Bans on a carry top versus a tank top. Tank top is kind of the, dare I say, preferred, maybe marginally preferred style at the moment.
I mean, it's in Europe, yes. I think, again, if you go back to like SKT versus KT series, there's a lot of Rumble top, like absolute top teams in the world can definitely execute these like non-tank comps, but they are typically harder to play. I think Misfits have kind of made up for it a little bit by drafting Alistar, and even Lee Sin you can add in as a bruiser. So they're actually not running without a tank, even though they have Rumble top, which should still make it a bit easier for them to then play that comp. But generally, it is easier to play these like tank top comps, because you can play team fights where you kind of hide behind your big tank in the front. The tank tends to add some hard engage as well, which makes it easier to force fights for some teams that don't play perfect League of Legends, which is basically every team in the world except for KT and SKT at the moment. So that is something we see from a lot of these guys, but it does obviously mean that you have a lane less to play around. Like, you can play around a Rumble lane much more effective than a Maokai lane.
Yeah.
But Maokai's team fighting is just so valuable, and you don't need to put resources into him. You can put those resources on Orianna. On
the assumption they find the right fights, because of course Alfari's team fighting on Rumble. Different style of impact, yet still equally as impactful.
Yeah.
Squishies on that back line. I'm looking at the mini-map, and Misfits are starting to group up. Very good charm onto Exile. Curtain call plus Kakao. Exile's Exile to the base.
Power of Evil is one of the most improved players this split. We didn't really like what he showed us, last year, especially not in the summer split on Origin, but to be fair, most of the members were underperforming. This year in Misfits, man, this guy's on fire. He's playing so well. Team fight.
Vizichachi, you've got no help. Where's the rest of the team? Equalizer comes down. Ignor from behind. Kakao's gonna get locked down. Another charm onto Hillisang. Kakao survives with the safe card. Ignor started the fight, and Ignor will end the fight. 1 for 1.
1 for 1. Mid lane tower is very low, however. Power of Evil still sitting here. Blue buff, no ulti just yet. Exile is returning to save the tower.
Gonna go back to that Power of Evil point. Yes, one of the most improved, and he's had some strong words about how the environment is just better suited to him at the moment on Misfits, talking about the team.
I mean, I feel like we hear this from every single Misfits player right now, how it is just a really good organization and team to play for. Even the gaming house is fantastic if people haven't seen the video on their YouTube. Exile here gets charmed up and dies. He does have flash, but realizes that once he's already tagged, that he's not going to get out, and he dies. It's one of those situations like either flash the first skill shot, or then you can't flash at all. Fight though going in, and this is where Ignar is actually flanking behind, but Chachi on this tank is able to dive in, buy a lot of time here, flash back defensively, and then trade 1-for-1.
Felt like no one from UOL was able to get in though. You know, Chachi engaged and
Yes.
there was not enough safety necessarily.
Well, it's supposed
for the
to
carries
be
to get the damage down.
Chachi engages, he gets a ball on him that shockwaves, but the Orianna was dead before the fight even started.
Yeah, ball delivery system ran out of gas, unfortunately.
Well, it ran out basically the ball you were supposed to deliver, so it's like a postman just showing up without a package for you, and he's just kind of standing there.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I'm just here, you know. Kind of useless.
Yeah, it is kind of useless, unfortunately for UOL. But it is still an even game. It's 4 kills to 1. Unicorns have a tower advantage. They have a dragon advantage. To Fisher, I want to take a closer look at that mid lane matchup. Because, of course, Exile just died in the mid lane. Power of Evil's had some fantastic charms. Game 1, I mean, the numbers could not be much more different at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
1,300 gold, 7-0-10 at 15 minutes.
Wait, that was the score at 5th? No way.
That's all game. That's all game.
Oh, okay.
Stats team has just informed me that was the all game KDA. Thank you for that one, gentlemen.
Damn, that would be like a record if you got so many kills.
I was like, I knew they were ahead. Damn.
Damn, that was impressive. No, Power of View, fantastic game. Didn't even die. Loved his itemization, getting ninja tab and everything. We talked so much about it. And just, again, the guy's become consistent. He plays a lot of different things now, introducing the Ahri from his side. He even showed Rise 2 weeks ago, which is something we haven't really seen from him in the past as a pick coming in. So overall, Power of Evil doing well.
Power of Evil doing well with the team. Thank you, observers, for the vision toggle. Unicorns.
Let's switch it.
Unicorns still working on some of that vision.
They got to control water in the river.
Okay,
two
so
now.
Ooh, step in the right direction. That's
Yeah.
2 more than they had in the previous game, and it's an even game. So this is already like a step in the right place. 30 seconds to Drake, and they've got a pretty good team fight comp with the ball delivery system.
Very true. Misfits was still very much in the driving seat here when it came to the vision. Power View might get caught out.
All right, flash engage from Hillesang. Ash Arrow as well, locks him down. The
That's 4 ultis!
My word!
Unicorns! They remember that he left them.
Unicorns fear their horns.
And the
That's what it
ultis.
feels like. This should be a safe dragon. Should be.
That was so cool, man. Well timed on 4 ultis. TP on Alfari. Misfits not really around to contest. They will give the Mountain Drake over. So Unicorns of Love, Scaling Comp, Mountain Drake, Infernal Drake. This game
is a recipe for success.
Yeah, it's wide open right now, despite the small advantage in gold for Misfits. The comp is so strong from Unicorns later.
Hold on, we've said this a bunch. Unicorns are pretty good at what was that thing they're pretty good at?
Magic?
No, not chaos.
Chaos, no.
Team fighting.
Oh, I was gonna say Tilt Monte Cristo. But
that too. But like they've got a team fighting comp that's gonna scale pretty well. They're even, they're ahead in Dragons. Exile got his first kill of the game. Yes, the previous game was the first time all split he had no kills at all. So everything is looking up. Yeah, that is really. Thank you, stats team, for buzzing me for that update.
At 15 minutes or okay?
You don't have to troll me now. You don't have to troll me now.
All right.
Let's look. What do you all have to do ahead? Because their vision is slowly creeping forward.
It is now. They've finally gotten some wards down. I like the Tracker's Knife on Xerxes as well. They even have 2 trinkets that can help supply more wards. I really feel like she'd be out there being like, guys, come on, vision. Chachi getting caught out. Power of Evil joining as well, but the Maokai gets to walk out. So Chachi's not the one you play around if you're Unicorns. You're a 4-man group with pick potential. Malzahar, ulti, arrow as well. That's what you want.
There's a lot of damage coming in. At the line isn't going to tag onto anyone. Curtain Call is pulled. Double knockup from Ignar. The shockwave catches Kakao as he's forced to run away. Hillesang loses his life as Vizichachi's surrounded by 5 Misfits. The Rabble Rouser is gonna find one before he's shut down. It's a double kill for Alfari.
See what else we can get here. Believe Unicorns will just walk away. But as I said before here, the 4-man group of Unicorns with the Ashe and the Malzahar to create these picks. It's what they need, but they gotta defend this tower.
He's gotta do it. Flash charm! Exile is caught out! Another one for PoE!
Exile like 2 seconds left on Flash, and then Power of Evil gets him. It is up now, just when he died. Flash came back. So, engaged onto Alfari here, but they can't really follow up. They need that Malzahar ulti. No flash from Hillesang though. Good combo from Ignar. The flank coming because Misfits were making that play top just before. And ends up being heavily in their favor. And if you just keep getting kills and kills and kills, like Power of Evil, he doesn't die, he just racks up multiple kills. Game 1, Game 2 now, you get that confidence to go for these flash plays. And then he suddenly pulls it off and he hits Exile.
Look, there's a dude that doesn't need a whole lot more confidence.
His head is growing as well.
Ignore is one of the sort of like sleeper players from a public and a social media standpoint. He looked so good in Challenger last split, you know, building Proto Belt on Alistair, Proto Belt on Tarek. And there wasn't a huge amount of hype for him coming into this split. It was about like Hansama.
I'd say there was some.
Of course there was, but there wasn't the same as the likes of Kakao, as the likes of Hansama and Alfari to an extent. But he's just consistently showing up on every single champion. And Ignar is fast becoming one of the best supports in Europe.
Yeah, he's the support in Europe with the most Player of the Series awards, and now another fight.
Chachi gets charmed in place. Ignar's got a flash available. Looking for a target, pulverizes Hilly to interrupt the Nethergrass, but Unicorns, they turn it around. The damage dealers can't kill a Unicorn, but Zaxi gets himself more. Ignar and Hansama run for their lives.
Remember when we talked about having these tanks in team fights, how effective it is when you can hide behind them? Chachi tanked up 3 or 4 members and then boom! Exile with the shockwave onto 2 members.
Are they getting an inhibitor? 20-second death timer for Power of Evil. 10, 15 for Kakao. The tower's going to fall. Unicorns of Love, they turn onto the inhibitor. There's no one to defend. It's 18 minutes into the game, and the Unicorns have got supers.
Alfari has teleport, but no ulti on the Rumble. So I'm not sure he's going to use it. No, he just saves it. Look at this fight here. So they siege in on the turret. They get engaged. This is just fine for Misfits so far. Chachi ends up tanking off. They're all hiding behind Chachi at this point. And then look at the shockwave. Boom, 2 members, Alfari and Kakao. Squishy at this point. They go down, and now there's nothing left for Misfits. Hansama was charging up the ulti from distance to be like, let's get 1 kill. It ended up being a full-blown fight, and then the Jhin was obviously super far away. And just a great shockwave from Exile. I think both these mid laners here, they're really trying to carry against each other. Unicorns, they tweeted about it, you know?
They absolutely did. The new German versus the old German for the Unicorns of Love. And despite Power of Evil having really an exceptional Ahri game so far, he's hit nearly... Actually, no, I think he has hit every charm when skirmishes have gone on. Unicorns have got super minions in the bottom lane. It's not even 20 minutes in. There's not even a Baron to play for.
And now that Unicorns have gotten these kills, they're starting to get in control of the map. The thing they didn't have in Game 1 at all. They have some vision down. They can actually see something. And as I said before, with this Ash Malzahar, like, the pick potential is in your favor now to just lock down 1 target. QSS from Power of Evil, because he knows when he jumps in, Hylissang is going to look for him. That's gone now. You can't really ulti the Alistar either. And Hylissang will start running out of targets.
This game becomes a really interesting case study. In Game 1, Unicorns were unable to get vision when playing from behind. Now Misfits, how do they get vision when they have less map control? It's even in the game state with kills and gold, but with super minions on the bottom lane, it means Misfits have another thing they have to worry about.
Let's just remember though that if Unicorns are trying to set up the same like little trap near Baron, you can send in the Alistar. Like Alistar can go in and face check. It's what he's here for. This is apparently the purpose of a cow, is to go in first and just face check.
Bull.
A bull,
Yeah,
sorry.
because remember you can't milk those.
That's true, it's true.
So,
That's a great point.
There's some solo queue tips for you. If face checking is your thing, play Alistar.
Definitely play Alistar.
You can survive face checks.
Maokai works as well, if you like face checking.
Okay.
Generally tanks are great for that. It does normally require that your team follows.
Okay.
Like, you can't just face check on your own.
Oh, right,
Then you tend to do die.
I didn't know step 2. I only read step 1.
Step 1 was there. You're right.
All right, Unicorns are going to concede some of their vision control around the Baron side of the river, but they get another dragon. Game 1, Misfits secured 3 Cloud Drakes. They were floating on Cloud 9. Unicorns of Love get 2 Infernals and a Mountain, and the next one's Mountain as well.
I know. This is a good game to get the dragons for Unicorns.
May the odds ever be in your favor.
Very true, very true. If you get a game 3, Trev, maybe Karma will bounce back in favor of Misfits. Now the fight! Oh!
Power of Evil caught out.
He QSS too early.
Yeah, he did, and then just stood there.
Yeah.
But there was no one around. Chachi just using that Vengeful Maelstrom to get out to safety. 3, 1, and 2. Very beefy and tanky. Got Sunfire Cape, Spectre's Cowl. Yes.
Yeah?
I'm waiting for you.
Oh, I thought you were listening
got
to
excited.
item. So
I was going to, but then you got excited and I thought,
No. I was going to talk about Power Evil has 70-second cooldown on his ulti at this point in the game. That means Unicorns now have quite a big window where Ari is not that strong, and they're starting this fight. Alfari has TP though. Where's the ward he can go through? There's a ward right in front of him.
There is indeed. Curtain Call is pulled. Kakao is the target. He's locked down by the Nether Grasp. Ignor's going to get a knock-up onto Exile. Exile's being tagged by the Baron. And with the help of Baron, Alfari gets a kill. Unicorns peel away.
And where Misfits are really good at disengaging from Baron and taking the fight, Unicorn stayed on the Baron for too long. Alfari's ulti here was fantastic as well, hitting multiple members. And everything is slowed down, but again, Unicorns does have the scaling. They have the double Infernal Drake. They will maybe even get a second Mountain Drake. Like, you literally cannot ask for better dragons, because you need the Mountain Drakes to get the Baron and the turret. So they stay on it, they see Misfits, now you need to disengage, but they stay just slightly too long, and that actually allows Ignor to tag Exile near the Baron itself, and he's still tanking it. No flash on Orianna, no way out. You have to respect that. And that's why Exile goes down. Great ulti again, as I said, from Alfari. Dead even game. But Misfits, they're looking for some of these kills now. Double QSS. We're probably going to get one on Kakao as well, and then suddenly it's the Rumble that's your only target.
Dead even game in 23 minutes, but the scaling and the ceiling is higher for Unicorns.
Of course.
If you look at sort of champion for champion, most of them kind of in favor of UOL. The Dragons obviously in their favor. Inhibitor has respawned for Misfits, so that will alleviate some map pressure. But there's no teleport for Alfari, and the rest of Unicorns up in this top half of the map.
Yeah, and the play once again is around Baron. It's actually crazy to think we're only 23 minutes in. I feel like so much has happened that it's like a 40-minute game, but we're back towards this Baron setup. Chachi could sit bot lane right now.
It's a Unicorn special. Control ward in the river bush.
Always sit there. With Malzahar and Ashe on your ahead, it's definitely fine. But Chachi now could opt in to go bot lane and push with his TP advantage, but he wants to be here in case they create an instant pick, and he doesn't have to wait the 4.5 seconds to teleport. So that's why he's valuing that above actually being a split pushing threat, and they're just looking for this fight.
And Summers already used Edge of Night. It's not going to be available for the ensuing fight. Ignor throws down the ultimate. UOL, they're not done just yet. Chachi continues to advance forward, and his flash is available.
Hylissang has flash as well. He can just go straight in and pick a target, and they can burst down whoever it is. Again, respect the QSS. Something Hylissang didn't do last week against G2, but they're going in.
Ashara catches Alfari. Ignor gets a multi-man knockup. That's buying time. Power of Evil's flanking around the sides. QSS comes up. They've traded supports. The curtain is pulled backwards, and Samax is sent packing. Kakao forces a flash away from the Unicorns of Love, and Misfits obliterate UOL. Collateral damage from Xerxes gets clean up on the back end. It's a 2 for 3.
That was super important, though, because it might stop Misfits from actually getting anything else with Power Weevil dying. But when we get the replay of this fight, I want everyone to look at Hylissang. Just said before the fight started how he didn't adapt to QSS and things like Tam Kench against G2 in week 5. Same thing here. Alfari is the target. Go for him. Flash in, ult him with Malzahar, but he ends up walking around. It gives time for Alfari to get down his ulti, and then it's too late, and he goes for the target with QSS, the Ahri. That was a big mistake, not to just single out one guy, but Alfari was an easy target to flash ulti right there, burst down the Rumble, he doesn't get to ulti, and you win that fight. He did the most damage as well. That was an opening for Unicorns of Love, and they missed it. And they ended up ulting on the QSS Ahri.
Power of Evil got all his damage down, 1,500 to follow. And all of a sudden, the Unicorns of Love losing control of the game. Now, it's been even, right? It's been even, but the map was in favor of UOL thanks to that very, very early inhibitor.
Yeah, and it's still tough for Misfits because they're not far enough ahead to just like take a free Baron. Like again, we're still early on in the game. No one right now can safely just sit in front of this Baron and not take any damage. Kakao is your best bet with his Dead Man's Plate. But Unicorns will get in there and they will be able to take a fight around it. So it is actually very tricky for Misfits because they're on the clock. They might have to shift focus to Mountain Drake instead and just try and salvage the Drake situation. But again, it's you just invested all your vision on top side. You then got to shift it to bottom side. It might have to be fight your way out.
Well, for UOL, 20 seconds till the next Mountain Drake. They currently have like better positioning in the mid lane and could peel back. If they wanted to clear that Drake out, there would be one more Elemental before the Elder Drake spawns.
They have to fight for this one. If you're Misfits again, you won't get a better time. There's flash on the carries of Unicorns though, that is tricky. Hillesang is trying to flank him. Might find Power of Evil.
Yeah, Visit Chachi teleporting in from behind. Look at the minimap. Chachi's coming in from the Misfits jungle. He's going to get caught out. Another QSS target. Power Evil's able to escape. A lot of damage onto UOL. Redemption buys some HP, but that fourth shot is massive. Kakao boots Visit Chachi over the wall, and Misfits can't complete a kill.
Another fight here where Alfari's ulti is on point and does so much damage. Really showing the value in taking this pick that is harder to execute. But when you play correctly and you land the ultis, you have so much value in these team fights here. Like, it's an engage on the Power of Evil, correct choice in dashing away, so while Chachi locks him down, no one can follow up, and then Alfari just lays down the ulti and kind of stops Unicorns from actually fighting. No ulti though in this fight here from the Rumble, halfway through the cooldown. Same for Jhin, same for Alistar, same for Ahri. Like, Misfits need to wait. They do not want to fight the next 20, 30 seconds. They need these ultis back up because they're so important for the comp. Alistar ulti, Ahri ulti, Rumble ulti are like super important. They need them ready.
All right, the longer this engage takes, the more likely it is this will be the last Elemental Drake before Elder. That would actually play into UOL's favor if they can get a 36, 37-minute Elder Drake. Looking at ultimates, Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The ECA is going to come up soon. Power of Evil has no QSS. It is still on cooldown. Looking, everybody has their ultimates except for that curtain call. Baron has been started. This could be where it turns.
Oh, Unicorns will have to turn and fight here. Can actually burst it down, Unicorns.
Ash Arrow goes up, Baron's ticking it through. 700 picked up by the Unicorns of Love, but can they win the fight? Ignor's getting bursted down. Unbreakable Will not available to him. They've traded supports and mid laners. Power of Evil being chunked down. Kakao kicks Samux. That gives enough space for Power of Evil to run away. Visit Chachi has no damage to speak of and will slowly get burned down by the Flame Spitter. Not going to be enough for the redemption. 1 for 4. But UOL got Baron.
Yeah, Unicorns, they made the call. Just say, burst it and finish it. So many teams would have started Baron and then turned and taken the fight. But by them staying in the pit and actually killing Baron, they allowed Misfits to get close. Another Rumble ulti comes down. Engages from Power of Evil from the side, and then suddenly you're stuck as a group near this Baron, and you just can't get out, and you lose the fight. Top lane wave hadn't been taken care of, been slow pushing for Misfits for a long time, and that results in 2 towers as well. Now they just gotta make sure they don't get caught out.
Yeah, Crystal Arrow coming from base. I think Power of Evil can sidestep that so easily. And Misfits get their hands on their first dragon. Kakao and Ignor about to secure that. Next one is Elder 35. That's the only hope here for UOL.
And this is just a situation where I felt like Unicorns actually had the advantage. Again, the scaling, the Drakes, everything. And then they take a massive risk. This is a massive risk, even if they get the Baron, because you allow 5 members of Misfits to get close to 5 grouped up Unicorns players. And now they can't team fight because they don't know where people are coming from. It's flanks left and right. Rumble ulti comes down, forcing you to move backwards as well. And it's like you are in control. You have great scaling. You have everything you need to win the game. Risking it on this all-in Baron is not necessary. And this wave obviously been pushing from Misfits for such a long time. If you just slow down there...
Holy moly.
Yeah, this guy on Rumble, you know, it's not quite.
Actually, that might be more damage than the entire Unicorn squad. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Alfari dealt more damage in that fight than the entire Unicorns team.
Unicorns couldn't hit anyone. They were literally just saying, like, we got Baron, get out, or we're all dead.
Now, I did say a moment ago that that was the last hope for your
send in the face checker.
I think that's a little unfair. It is still only a 2,000 gold difference. Unicorns still have 2 additional dragons and a powerful teamfight comp if they can find the right team fights.
Which they should be able to still, despite Misfits getting a bit of an advantage, not a huge one, but a bit of an advantage in the last few minutes. Getting that mounted Drake as well and so on. Unicorns will still have a lot of openings in this game to get the correct team fight.
Samux, where is the support? I'm waiting to see who can deliver the shockwave. Deadly Flourish from Hans Summer finds no targets, and it's it's just a safe, slow play here from UOL.
Yeah, and remember again, with the QSSs, it gets hard for Samax to kind of hit the right arrow. Alistar as well with his ulti to counter it. There's very few members you can actually hit.
But you need to burn through the QSS and then follow it up,
Of
right?
course. If you can time it with Chachi TPing in, you land the arrow that forces a QSS and then your fight starts, that's perfect for Unicorns of Love. That's enough. But that requires Chachi to get TP flanks. And he's been running with the team a lot. He's not been controlling a side lane with this Maokai at all. Just keeping it even or slow pushing it. He's actually just kind of sitting as a 5-man unit, trying to then force fights that way.
All right, we go flash forward. That's
On the rumble.
Fari's
There we
down.
go.
Never gets to Hourglass. This is more of the Unicorns that we're expecting to see. Look at that. 3-man knockup. Samax and Hylissang are getting destroyed. Redemption buys a few extra seconds before Samax is killed. Now Ignar's tagged up. Malefic Visions is spreading and bouncing and bopping. Power of Evil gets shut down by the collateral damage. Unicorns fight to the death, and they kill Misfits along the way.
We had that fight earlier where Hylissang did not ulti Alfari. Well, he just made up for it right now. Great flash in onto the member without QSS, instantly to kill the Rumble. That's enough then to take mid inhib, bot inhib as well. And it's still looking fine if you are the Unicorns of Love.
And this is the kind of game that you actually expected once you saw the drafts. Slightly stronger early game for Misfits. A team fight in the mid game at 15, 16, 17 minutes. Opens an inhib for UOL. And look at this, using that Baron buff, ground and powered minions and just comboing their engage.
Yeah, it's just a flash in on the target that can't really do anything against it. Like, Hourglass doesn't work if you are CC'd the entire duration. This is a good setup from Ignar and Power of Evil, but they just do not get down Hylissang, and they haven't really touched Xerxes or Exile at this point. And that's why Unicorns can still turn it around. And this tank in the front line now is in a perfect position. Doesn't even care about the tower. Oh, Alfari, bruh, you were so
You know,
good.
I think they're doing this on purpose. I think our graphics guys are just like, yeah, Alfari's the best, 6,000. Alfari's the best at nothing, 0. Oh, but it's one-sided team fights. That's what it boils down to. Misfits had a turn winning fights, Unicorns had a turn winning fights, and now Unicorns have supers in 2 lanes.
Yep.
Baron in a minute 25, Elder 30 seconds after that.
I just love when it comes down to like that key target selection. Like, if Power of Evil gets on to like Exile in a fight, he can basically one-shot him, win the fight for his team. If Unicorns can target Alfari early with Ash Arrow, Malza ulti, whatever it is, and take him down fast, suddenly the fight is in their favor.
Surely Ash's value goes up. You assume Varus obviously #1, but you don't give Samax another Ash game if they close this out when you go to game 3.
Well, I think overall Misfits had the tools with their comps to win. Alfari definitely showed a good performance. So did Power of Evil. But they simply couldn't get the same snowball going as in the first game. Like, Unicorns reacted better this time around. We have to say that. And they've now been able to kind of match, especially a lot of the fights. I think if I want to question something, then maybe the Alistar. Being like, you could have had maybe a better bot lane setup to play around.
Let's take a look. Engage from the curtain call. Cacao landed the first Sonic Wave, but didn't follow it through. Second is sidestepped, and Alfari shooting out those Electro Harpoons over and over. Cacao's Lee Sin not finding the kickbacks. Super Minions doing work on Nexus turret #1. That's actually going to knock it over before anyone from Misfits can reply. There is a teleport for Alfari. Baron has spawned. 25 to Elder. Unicorns, the Rift is your platter. Pick what you want and take it.
Yeah, if you do start the Baron as Unicorns, then be ready to turn. It doesn't matter if you kill the Baron, but then die after. Take the fight instead.
Those are sentences I like to hear. Fight, fight, fight. Cacao is locked down by the Nether Grasp, but he's going to get shut down. Dashes away from the Spur Rush of Power of Evil. Cacao's the first of the fight. Baron helping out Misfits, making up for the fact Cacao's not there. Now Misfits being tagged. Shockwave pulls Ignar backwards, but Exile's
is still dealing
down.
damage.
Misfits with a triple kill, and Misfits all of a sudden win the fight.
Oh man, this game is crazy, honestly.
Baron hurts, people. Baron hurts.
We need to see again what happened there, because Cacao went down, and then suddenly Xerxes was fighting 1v2 to the side. Let's just wait for the replay before we say anything. Another Nexus turret dying.
Yeah, the Winians in favor of UOL. The last time Unicorns went to push an exposed Nexus. It didn't end well for them.
So they started the Baron. Chachi sitting and zoning here, so they go on to Kakao, and then look on the right side. Power Vivo and Afari coming in. That means they're actually fighting away from a tank, and Xerxes thought he could one-shot Power Vivo. Suddenly he drops low, and there is no one defending the flank on the side of Unicorns because Chachi was so busy in the choke point, and that allowed these different carries from Misfits to actually get enough damage onto multiple members.
I think Baron hit 4 or 5 auto attacks.
Baron was a busy
onto
in this game.
Xerxes. Oh. I don't know. That wasn't happiness. That wasn't happiness.
It was, I died, but my team did well, kind of thing. So I'm happy, but not like super
Hey,
happy.
we're playing that minigame where Alfari all of a sudden looks good again. Unicorns have left. They've decided to start Baron while the rest of Misfits have to clear out the base, and that's easily secured by Unicorns this time round.
Yeah, you can step out of your base to try and stop a Baron while you still have Nexus turrets, because you have a bit of time while they die. When you don't have the Nexus turrets and there are 2 lanes of super minions coming, then you gotta respect that. And Misfits had to just give up this Baron here. Elder Drake alive as well. Will they get both buffs with double Infernal? It's the dream for any carry right now. Baron, Elder, Infernals, everything you need. Let's see Exile before Infernal Drake is sitting on 537 AP. Elder Drake pops him up to 580 AP. So it's about 40.
Pretty good jump.
On top of it.
Pretty good jump. That is a beefy front line. Maokai, 3,500 HP, 200 armor, 144 magic resist before his ultimate damage reduction. And there's 2 exposed inhibitors for Unicorns to, in my opinion, waltz in and knock over. Charm is not going to find a target. Curtain Call.
Buys time.
Barely hurting Vizicachi.
Yeah, it's really hard now because Misfits need to use the base gates with Alistar and Ari to get them in a proper position. You can see Ignor down here to the right is trying to kind of get the flank going on Kakao.
Kakau's the target. His Banshee's Veil was popped. Does have a GA. That's an ultimate used at least. Power Vivo and Kakao gonna get the heal. Ignor finds a great knockup. Look at that equalizer. Redemption of Unicorn South. Hillisang and Samix running for their lives. Somehow Samix survives. Hilly loses his life. Trading it for Ignor's. 1-for-1. Vizicachi on the front foot. Rushing all the way forward. GA from Alfari is popped as Chachi locks down Hunt Summer. There's not a lot of damage left for Misfits. Unicorns have done it. They've killed Misfits. It's only Power Vivo remaining. And Unicorns are on the Nexus.
Baron buff, Elder Drake, too much for Misfits to deal with, and Unicorns of Love tie the series. And I'm play-by-play now.
Whoa, that was close. That was back and forth. At different points in the game, either team could have won.
Trev, it's been a very, very entertaining day if you're a League of Legends fan. From waking up at 9 in the morning to watch LCK, fantastic series first. This one, in my opinion, is extremely entertaining as well, and we see some good plays. Without obviously saying it is.
Look, you have to appreciate the quality of the games within the respective regions.
Yes, and this, I think, has been a very good series in Europe.
What I liked about this game too was how both team compositions clearly demonstrated their strengths and their weaknesses, and how, as the game went on, Unicorns found that team fighting prowess that we have praised them on more than maybe we should, but like, because we keep saying it over and over and over, but it keeps being true.
I mean, it's been the thing for Unicorns of Love, so of course we have to keep talking about it, but I really like how we talked about, you know, early on in the game, how they're drafting so much scaling. Can they now survive the early game? Clearly, Sheepy and the guys, they were like, yeah, you know what? We made some mistakes in the first game. We can fix those, and we can still draft for late game and actually get past that early game. And they did do that in this game here. They got to late game, they got all the Drakes, they got turrets. Yeah. They actually had everything going in favor of them, except for like that one Baron fight.
Especially when you consider that early game tower dive. That really put them behind. Yeah. Misfits played it well. Anyways, we're going to tie in the standoff between the Unicorns of Love and Misfits. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game number 2.
Thank you so much, and I'm very glad this is turning into all 3 games in the series. It's going all the way, because that second game was a joy to watch. However, again, for the Unicorns of Love, it didn't start off great, and we were afraid that they would fall into the same patterns because Misfits again burst onto the Rift of the Plan.
And they did very well playing around Xerxes for a second game in a row. A lot of the plays that Misfits were making was from spotting Xerxes. You see, he spotted on the top side. This starts the trade in bot lane that would draw the summoners away from the Unicorns, and this happened a second time on that dive. wave into the bot lane because the TP gets used topside. There's no ability to respond from Vizicachi. Rumble didn't use his TP before this play. And then the setup is fairly straightforward. As you see the roam down from mid lane that's about to come, Misfits are already setting up for the dive.
Yeah, so Misfits are obviously showing that they work really well as a unit across the map. They get teleport advantage, they leverage that bot. There's a small misplay here, but again, Summoner's already burned. And what I like the most is that Ignar will only go aggressive when he has knowledge of the enemy jungler. Because this matchup is very swingy. Alistar is supposedly losing pick into Malzahar because of push, but the way the kit works, because of the combo is being spaced out between Q and E right now, there's a lot of kind of outplay potential. If you go close to Malzahar, knock him and the Void links up so they can't reproduce either, you have actually a lot of good all-in with Jhin W. Now, you can never do that, obviously, if the jungler's waiting in the brush. So Ignar's patience really paid off in that initial combo, get the Summoner, as Stress pointed out, and then they returned to bot lane. So that was all really well played by Misfits, and it looked like another game that was going well for them.
It went well for them. The only difference was where there was a 4K gold lead at 10 minutes in game one. This time it was more even. It wasn't that extreme. So what did you see out of the Unicorns to kind of halt the snowball early?
Well, there were a couple of team fights early on before any Baron shenanigans. We had the bot lane one at 18 minutes where Unicorns took the inhib very fast, and that allowed them to have this good basis for team fighting where without a good flank from Power of Evil, Misfits were struggling to get the engage working.
So Unicorns, fantastic team fight there. They get the inhib, then they set up the Nashor. So there was only one play to make for Misfits, is kind of to break that and hold on as long as they can. They actually funneled so much farm in that bot lane from that inhib into Alphari, and this was a team fight the casters were kind of like fawning over. He was doing so much damage. Beautiful entry here with the plant as well from Power of Evil, and they punish the Unicorns for committing for this Nashor. At this point, it all looked great again for Misfits, but then gladly for us in this series, we saw some of the strengths of the Unicorns shine through later in the game with some decisive team fighting.
And this is the kind of situation later and later into the game. A lot of people were talking about Maokai and the nerfs that happen on this patch. Doesn't matter at this point later on. Yeah. He's so tanky, so beefy, that picks like Ahri, for the most part, picks like Rumble, really struggle to chunk through that, even with double magic pen items. So difficult to deal with, and that's what we ended up seeing again later, 32 minutes into the game. Unicorns, what do you know? It's another team fight that goes their way with this Maokai composition. Because on this one, they're stepping up to the turret, and you've got to look at where Power of Evil can actually enter this fight. The same with Ignar. They get Alphari early on, kill him without any opportunity to respond, and then Ignar comes in. Yeah, he gets a nice knockup. There is damage coming through, but already Unicorns are reacting.
It's a slight overreach, and this is actually really hard to play, because Misfits was playing these fights incredibly well the entire game. This was the first time they kind of messed up, because they were going for a 3-point flank, where you have Power Evil from the left side, Ignar from the top side, and then Alphari from the bottom side. If they can all commit at the same frame, Rumble ulti goes down into Zhonya's, like you just have a barbecue. Unicorns, like they're screwed at that point. The problem is the counter to any flank is hard engage, and this time Hillsang found it.
He did find it, and this is what we always say, he keeps doing it, and this time it was appropriate.
Yeah, and this time the guy didn't have a QSS, and he had a Zhonya's that he couldn't use, and this time it was good. So this is what we need to see more from the Unicorns, and hopefully this can be a morale boost so they can bounce back.
So TLDR, stop the bleeding early or make them bleed instead, because we see for Misfits, if they got a huge lead like in game one, they already draw it out before they can end. But if they're equal, it's of course much harder still.
Yeah, a lot harder. And you know, the man on your screen, Xerxes, we just saw he didn't die in that game. I mean, I had some criticism about picking a farming jungler, and we were talking about the early game. I mean, in this game, it certainly showed why it can still work for the Unicorns. They maintained a fairly even game for a long time here. So the fact that Xerxes could then output damage in team fights, have a front line in front of them, made for actually a good basis for the Unicorns.
All right, well, we will see what happens in game 3. We'll disappear for 3.5 minutes. But when we come back, the decider between Misfits and the Unicorns of Love. Stick around.
Visions is spreading and bouncing and popping. Power of Evil gets shut down by the collateral damage. Unicorns fight to the death. Now Misfits being tagged. Shockwave pulling now backwards. But Exile is down. Misfits with a triple kill. And Unicorns are on the Nexus.
Baron buff, Elder the Drake, too much for Misfits to deal with, and Unicorns of Love tie the series.
Back to our studios here in Berlin as our coverage of the European LCS 2017 Spring Split Week 6 Day 1 Game 3 continues.
Low numbers.
I tried to make it count.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Tell
it is
me,
good.
which side did Unicorns pick?
You know, Deficio, since you asked,
Yeah.
I can tell you that as Unicorns of Love have side selection in Game 3, they elected to pick red side.
Oh, shocking
So
sound.
previous games, obviously blue side, UOL, Misfits.
Yeah.
Why are UOL going red in your mind?
Well, if you look at the last game, I think they were super happy with the first 3 picks they got on red side. Obviously, they traded Jin for Ashe, which I think right now is a very even trade.
Right.
And then they got Graves, which is the preferred jungler with Rengar banned. Now Xerxes showed up on it as well here in the second game.
Yeah, it helps when your lanes aren't losing around you.
Yeah, that definitely
you get the
helps.
opportunity
Definitely
to
helps.
play League of Legends.
And we even had the last pick Malzahar coming in into like banning a few supports. So I think overall it was a very successful first pick phase on red side.
All right, so reminder to everybody who may just be joining us, it is patch 7.4 here in the European LCS. We are playing with the Edge of Night hotfixed. And we're about to jump into picks and bans. So looking at Misfits when they were blue side last time, Shen Ivern, and LeBlanc were their bans. You expect anything different?
I know, I think the first two bans will probably be the same. I do wonder if they actually want to get rid of Graves specifically. Could also first pick it. Like, that's one of the things Misfits in the last game opted into picking that Jhin first when it was actually fairly even 80 carry trade. So the Jhin first pick didn't have that much value. And Music is catching up now.
You'd make an awesome DJ. DJ Deficio.
DJ Deficio?
DJ Deficio.
I play the most boring songs ever.
No, I don't think so. I think you get some good stuff in there.
I don't even play Lord of the Rings music.
Hans Summer's Jhin was pretty good. He ended the game with pretty high KDA, pretty good positioning, but the problem is...
You traded for 2 picks.
Yes.
So, I think you first pick Graves here for Kakao. Instead, take it away from Xerxes. If Unicorns then go for Jhin, you take the Ashe or the Sivir or the Draven. Hans Sama has played Draven specifically against Jhin. So I don't think you need to be concerned about giving Jhin over to Unicorns. Clearly, they still value it way above like Ashe and the other 80 carries, and they value it so much they first pick it.
And of course, we don't really know what's been happening in terms of the week and a bit off of scrims and training, where Misfits obviously did not go to IEM.
Take the
Unicorns
Graves again.
did. So Ashe, Graves, Malzahar was phase 1 picks for Unicorns of Love.
And we had Lee Sin as a response from Kakao to the Graves. And then they obviously went with Shen. So not Shen, Rumble.
Rumble.
In the last one. They don't have to pick the Rumble very early. They can save top lane for later. I think also stealing away Malz then is pretty smart. Because even if Tahm Kench is the answer from Unicorns of Love, you can definitely play around that very, very effectively as well. Zyra was the pick last time though from Hylissang. And it wasn't very effective. Hylissang spent most of the game dead, actually, just getting caught out.
Yeah, did not... didn't work out. Hylissang, of course, was playing the Malzahar. It was Ignore on the Zyra game 1. Sorry, you said it right first
time. So the fact that we get Ignore on Malzahar again is key, because he was so good in the first game.
Comfort pick. He was flanking. He was abusing the lack of vision for Unicorns of Love.
Same again.
Same again matchup. Okay, so top lane is this time around, and mid lane is going to be available in the next round. We've seen Syndra banned out multiple times, as is the Katarina. Zillion as well. So a lot of these very, very targeted picks get removed from the pool, and Alphari's Rumble is taken out.
Yeah, you obviously don't need to ban Zillion or Tahm Kench now, because supports have already been locked in, so it can be full mid lane focus or top lane focus with your bans. I don't think necessarily Maokai has to be banned away here with his nerfs to the laning phase. While he's still fantastic in the late game, you can definitely punish him pretty hard early, because now Misfits have more pick potential compared to last game, which means if Misfits gets the same early advantage, they're going to start using this Malzahar to just catch Unicorns left and right, like we saw in game 1, and use that to kind of further snowball their lead. So I don't necessarily think you need to get rid of Maokai just because he is such a slow scaler.
Don't think Orianna's ban worthy, but is she first pick worthy on the side of Unicorns in phase 2?
I think, yes, she is. Because then your last pick can still be a tank who works really well with Orianna. And Orianna's just so safe in the mid lane. I don't think Power Viva's going to pull out anything crazy to try and like counter it. Obviously, Ahri worked fine for him, but like it's a very even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the Ahri worked well, but it wasn't enough to win for Misfits in the previous game.
That's fair.
Exile had some great shockwaves. Syndra's off the table. Katarina's off the table. Misfits have banned Gnar, they've banned Ivern. Both of them are gone. Gnar's not really likely here with the Rumble gone as well.
And before this week, Exile would just take Ryze in this pick phase here, first pick phase, especially on red side when he had first pick. He would just go Ryze every time, and it would have been such a key pick for him, but we haven't seen that today. It's been Orianna now. Again, it worked in the last game, especially once we got to late game fights. It still allows you to play Maokai last if Power Vivo plays Ahri again, because you have this point-and-click CC against a champion that relies on dashing around. So it's actually good for Unicorns to save the last pick for Chachi.
And of course, despite Power of Evil's like impressive Ahri performance, they lost the game. I want to know what Alphari plays. Does Alphari anticipate a tank, therefore play the Renekton? It is now confirmed and locked in. That's going to give him some early... I mean, look, Misfits, this screams like early to mid-game.
This screams very much game 1 to me. Get early advantage and have multiple champions that can really get yourself in a great position to then take like an early Baron and try and use it to close out the game, or at least get a big enough advantage that you're going to win. Like, this is... The mind games here is funny, because it's like, Unicorns are like, yeah, we're going to save last pick so we can go Maokai against your Ahri again if we need to. And we have the Orianna with the Shockwave on the Maokai. But then Renekton here, who will take over that lane and go for that first tower 100%, especially with Lee Sin to back him up, makes it really tricky then to pick the Maokai. Like, very risky, because you will fall behind early on the top side. This is very old school. We get some Olaf top lane against Renekton. Switching it up.
We got excited too soon. Excited too soon. Trundle instead. A little bit more traditional. A little bit more split pushing power, but
yeah,
tough early, isn't it?
It's still tough early. Definitely still tough early. Renekton will not stack a ton of armor and MR on his first 2 items. It's like Tiamat, Black Cleaver we're looking at, and then Hydra obviously coming in. So it's not like the Trundle ulti is extremely effective against Misfits comp. And Trundle can struggle in a lane like this, especially because Lee Sin can set up some pretty effective ganks against a no-dash top laner.
Well, last time we saw that here in EU was Flaxish playing that Trundle a little while ago. Let's say it didn't work out too well for him there. But Vizicachi in this matchup will have more tools available to him, especially with Xerxes on this Graves.
Yeah, but again, like Graves, obviously, is like the perfect way for you to play Graves is be super strong in the jungle, like farm as much as possible, hit level 6 and be insane in skirmishes. It's not necessarily having to like babysit a lane with ganks. You can definitely gank early with Graves, you have your dash in, a lot of burst damage, but it's not as effective as certain other junglers, and you really want to focus on farming.
All right, focus on farming. In the previous game, there was the mission get Xerxes ahead by using the Raptor Camp from the IAM meta that we learned while pressuring the enemy Raptor Camp.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see that again?
He can definitely still start Raptor Camp. He doesn't get the same kind of leash because there's no saplings for Maokai. You can use Orianna, fall over the wall to give him a little bit of a leash as well. So definitely still an option for him. It didn't work last time because he got caught out and had to flash away.
It's a deciding game, ladies and gentlemen, between the Unicorns of Love and Misfits.
They're all asleep.
It is the 3rd week of cross-group play in Europe. And hopefully some excitement on the Rift. We'll get those golf claps. We'll get those golf claps. Give us a little bit more energy.
All right, so Misfits again. Very, very strong early to mid-game. Ton of pick potential. And we get the same thing with this Renekton. I really like Renekton right now. I think he's really fun to watch, and I like seeing teams play around topside.
It's so fun to watch. Oh, baited and outsmarted. We can't watch him yet. I'm not too disappointed by this because I want to pose an idea to you, Deficio. At the beginning of the series, I said this was sort of the official battle for second place, right? Based on series wins, losses. If we only had one group in Europe, Misfits would be ahead of UOL because their game difference is better. They have won 8 games more than they've lost, right? And Unicorns have won 7. This series, do you think it cements Misfits as a second-place team? Do you think they're still even with UOL?
Well, the thing is, I want to watch H2K after IEM as well before I want to lock down who is the second-best team in Europe. But I think if Misfits take... I mean, that's the thing about BU3, right? We get a winner. So technically, we can then say, yeah, Misfits right now are stronger than Unicorns if they beat them. And the other way around, if Unicorns win this series, I think just... Even if one team is slightly better than the other one, like, technically
it's
right now...
It's very close.
Yeah, it's very close, so it's not enough for it to matter.
Yeah.
What really matters is the fact that, especially with Misfits, we see this progression all the time. We want to keep seeing it, because they still have a few weeks before playoffs. And if they can keep working on whatever issues they have, and just keep improving as a team, then coming into playoffs, they might look like the clear second-best team in Europe. I'm not going to put them above G2 yet, but that's the thing, like, if you just take like the last few weeks and how teams have been improving, then Misfits is above Unicorns and H2K. But we got to look at the full season, and that's where it's even.
And how they actually perform in that series, right? Because Unicorns of Love came up against G2. Number 2 versus number 1. Or rather, it was actually respective
1-1,
1 and 1. That was to determine who was the best in Europe. And Unicorns, they botched it, you know, right at the Nexus in Game 2. They denied us that Game 3 special. Just to give you an update, there are some keyboard-related matters that Hans Sama and the tech guys are looking into right now. So once they get that resolved. So this game 3, obviously incredibly exciting to determine the technical number 2. But H2K are a team who have also shown progression. Like Nuclear and Che is the guys I'll look at specifically, who week to week to week just look to be developing more synergy, seem to be interacting with the team more.
I mean, that was kind of our story coming into this specific series, how we felt like out of the 4 top teams, the only one who hadn't really shown a lot of progression just now, like in the last 2 weeks, were the Unicorns of Love. Because they've been playing against a lot of tough teams and they've been losing them, and obviously that always exposes some weaknesses. And then we now have to give them time to obviously show that they can work on these problems and then fix them. So we can't just call them out or anything.
Yes,
it's more
exactly.
The other 3 teams have been showing a bit more, like H2K made the semi-final, super close series against Flash Rolls where
they should have won.
That second game, I think you and me,
fight.
we both cried at that last team fight and because that was a 2-0.
The thing with H2K, right, when you look at their performance throughout many of the weeks, you can point to single errors, right? You can point to monumental mistakes, Baron throws, or team fight misplays.
They make it very easy to see, yes.
Yes, and the rest of the game looks very, very good, very clean. And it's just very interesting. Whereas Unicorns of Love, on the other hand, they have so many different types of mistakes, but they do so many different things so well.
Yep.
It's hard to say where Unicorns should be improving, but those are the things you got to look at when you have these 4 teams vying for the top of the table. And we're 4 and a bit weeks away now from playoffs. You're starting to run out of time to fix those problems. If you want to make a deep run, if you want to represent Europe at MSI, go to Brazil and try to do better than G2 historically have done.
Won't be too tough, I guess. They need 3 wins instead of 2 wins.
They set the bar pretty low.
Hey,
so.
That's a good thing, you know. We can go in and get a 3rd win and we're going to cheer so much. But I think just generally with the playoffs coming up, because we have these 4 top teams that have been just a level above everyone else, it almost looks like it's just kind of locked in stone who's going to play semifinals.
Yes.
But once you get to BO5s, and that 1 to 2 weeks prep coming into playoffs, so many things can always change. And then suddenly a Splice or Fnatic surprise us, and one of these 4 top teams, even though they've been sitting there for 10 weeks, suddenly don't make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's where things become really spicy and interesting. BO3 becomes BO5. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back onto the Rift. Keyboard is hopefully functioning as expected, and taking a quick look.
Deleted some software, and now they're ready.
Taking a look down some of the spells and team compositions, just as a reminder, again, Misfits looking to get a spicy advantage in the early game.
What is a spicy advantage, Trevor? Is that a goal lead? Is it a flashy plays?
Why not both?
Sure, give me both.
Why not both? Kakao on Lee Sin, he can do flashy plays. Power of Evil on Ari, he can do flashy plays.
Definitely true. We saw some of them last game. So, leash for Kakao on bottom side. And then we get actually Chachi helping out Xerxes here. So he does get a bit of a leash. Not the saplings we saw before. And it's the same thing again. Start on the Raptors. Get them instantly down so they can respawn quickly and then maybe contest enemy ones. But this is Kakao adapting from game 2 to 3. So by him starting bot side with the leash from Malzahar with Voidlings, he can then instantly get to his Raptors as well. And therefore Xerxes won't get a chance to come in and actually contest it. Because as we saw in the mid lane, Orianna can push Ari early. So Exile's going to push in Power of Evil. Then Xerxes is going to invade the Raptors, and then they're going to dance and have a party.
We're going to see something in whether or not Xerxes is forced to flash. I am seeing a small pause here, technical delay, as the keyboard may still be the matter. I don't have confirmation of that just yet. I will update you guys.
So you're lying to people
as soon as I hear more.
Fake news?
When the pause came in, I could actually see Hans Sommer fiddling with the hardware, so I'm making an assumption.
Boom, we're ready though. We're getting back in game, Trevor. This keyboard is fine.
It's just a tease. It's just a tease. Building tension, building excitement. All right, adaptation from Kakao. So Raptor and then the potential contest.
Yeah, but now
Raptor.
the contest is gone, you know,
no
because
more.
Kakao adapted, started on bottom side instead. He can gank early on top side. If Chachi is in the middle of the lane or slightly overextended, then it's a fairly easy setup with Renekton stun onto Chachi and then connect the Sonic Wave with the Lee Sin, and boom, that's a kill. You already see some of the early trading, which is in favor of Alfari. Trundle always needs time. He's never that strong in the early game, the start of the laning phase, where Renekton is fantastic. So it's a tricky matchup. I feel like Chachi's picking here, but clearly he feels confident he can get to that late game stage where he will just dumpster Renekton.
Well, the weather report says thunder's on the horizon. Misfits Gonna try to do what they can to take advantage. Big trades on this bottom lane as Xerxes. Is he actually coming into gank? It doesn't look like it. Samak sidesteps the flourish. And Hans Sama running out of ammo, but Xerxes very nearby if a fight were to break out.
Yeah, and also Xerxes didn't see that the crooks have been taken by Lee Sin, so obviously Kakao is on top side of the map and he can call that to his team. So we see Kakao sitting in the brush up there, while Xerxes sitting down bot lane. There's a ward to TP potentially from Chachi, but that would be a crazy early TP.
Oh, so much pressure. Xerxes gets
Diving this
spotted
early,
out.
it's so
Look
hard.
at the top tower. Look at the top tower. Kakao and Alfari, they're going in. Ruthless Predator for the stun. That locks up Chachi. He flashes away. Alfari takes 2 tower shots and the dive has been thwarted. They get
They're
the summoner
zoning them.
spell. Now down in the bottom lane. Hillisang, Xerxes, and Samax are fighting forward. There's no damage on Samax, so he's not rooted by a flourish. Denying the CS, getting some damage. Flash forward, traded for Ignor. We go to the top lane. First blood picked up on Achachi. It's not over yet. Down in the bottom lane. Hillisang is being burned down. End of the line. Dash forward, exhaust, root sidestep, flash by everybody. Throw the kitchen sink at them. Hans Summers now trying to turn it back around.
We need to see if Unicorn still have minions. Okay, they got 2 minions now. They can walk out. Otherwise, they will be very tough. Oh,
Oh, Hans Summer shuts down Samax.
So Misfits, in the end, win the trade because they get that kill top lane we mentioned.
Deficio, this is
Ganking for Kakao.
EU
red
meta.
fire.
The EU
I like it.
meta.
I love the dirty farming, man. They were sitting between 2 towers at 4 minutes mid lane.
Look at that flashy play. Charm onto Exile. He's going to get run down. It's Kakao that kills Exile.
Yeah, love their little mind games there. Kakao doesn't even use his Q because he knows Exile will try and flash it. Exile knows he can't flash before Kakao uses the Q because otherwise he will just get hit after. And that's why he ends up dying without using anything. This was a second gank, or second dive. So they still have a few minions. They go all in for Ignore, no flash. A little bit late on the exhaust, if we have to call that out. And then Hansama charging up, getting the crit. One more hit, boom, crit is ready. Waits for cooldown on Q. And poor Samax being left behind. Nice flash though.
Even flash the root.
I love it.
So good.
Really huge for Misfits, honestly, because now every single lane has gotten a kill. And we mentioned how the early game is really, really strong with this comp and how they have so many lanes that can actually snowball out of control. Like Malzahar lanes are fantastic at doing that with his ulti. Ari, of course, as an assassin in the mid lane. Renekton top lane. Like, we're going to see Renekton get first turret very, very often now that he's back in the meta. And Kakao and Alfari together have shown great synergy so far in this series. Whenever they've gone top lane to do something, they've killed a guy.
Yes.
And it tends to be Chachi who's the guy. But
Well, there's not many other people that will be there at this
well, maybe
stage.
Xerxes was kind of out there saying hello, and he would die too.
Well, everybody on Misfits, and their flash blown with the exception of Kakao for a second. Just came off cooldown. Early Tiamat picked up.
Wait, where's Power Weaver going? He's level 6. This Trundle is
Oh, Chachi.
being put in the dumpster so far. And now Power Weaver and Kakao.
Gonna deny the vision. Chachi respecting the potential.
Revenge dirty farming. Now they're between the terrorists being like, nah. If our bot lane didn't get anything, then you're not getting anything. It's like back with Pokemon cards when you would trade and cheat with someone. And like you cheat him and like get a really good trade. Then he would always call his big brother who would come and tell you, no, that trade is not happening. And you wouldn't get the Charizard.
No, you never did.
You never did because the big brother would always show up. And Alfari is the big brother right now.
Our 21st birthday of Pokemon was earlier this week. Did you feel old when you think about that? Tower first blood picked up by the Renekton lane. As expected, Hans Sama and Ignor respecting the big brother Xerxes from Unicorns of Love, backing away from that bottom turret, and they're going to trade 1-for-1. But look at the mini-map, guys. It actually looks like Alfari and Kakao getting some damage onto this inner turret top, but they've got no minions to work with. So, unfortunately, it'll just be a few autos before they're forced to back away.
Yeah, and I wanted to say when Trundle was logged in and being like, you know what, I trust Chachi here and his knowledge of this matchup, but luckily I didn't actually say that just there because it was more like, this seems really risky against like a jungler who can gank you, a champion that can set up ganks so easily as Renekton can, like double dash into a stun against no dashes on a Trundle, like you're pretty doomed. And so far, it's been heavily in favor of Misfits, obviously with them camping topside. Still want to see what it is Chachi can do later with this Trundle, but it's going to take a lot of time when he's being put this far behind.
If he gets the time. Misfits do not want to give him the chance. The earliest tower first blood of the split was this game in the top lane. Thank you, Stats team, for letting me know that. And Alfari now starting to apply this pressure elsewhere. He's got no tower to push. And the wave is going to be able to come to him and maybe even teleport back up there.
I mean, this is always one of the good things when you get early top tower is you can push it out as a top laner, and then by the time the other guy is pushing it back, you could have left and gone to like another lane, dragon, bot lane, whatever, and you just suddenly apply pressure elsewhere. And that's one of the key things. Like, when you enable a top laner by taking his tower, the way for him to, kind of snowball the game is by going to other lanes then after pushing out his lane. He doesn't add vision or anything, he just adds pressure. And that's what Alfari is doing. Too many top laners, they stay top lane then. They're like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep pushing out top and then back and push it again, back again. Then you don't use the advantage. Alfari just did it perfectly here, getting bot tower. Can TP back and catch this entire wave once he recalled.
All right, he's gonna back off, finishes the recall a moment ago, starts channeling the TP, so Chachi will get about 50% of that HP down. Ninja Tabby to back up the Phage and Longsword here for Alfari. He's even gonna extend that CS advantage that he built up early on, and 2 towers to 1. Misfits, they used that early game chaos to their advantage. They've also got some map control. Looking at vision though, as I change topic abruptly,
okay.
Unicorns have got themselves some wards in the map in the early game.
But what about the weather, Trevor? What about the weather today? It was raining a lot.
No, it's thunderstorms.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
true, yeah.
Yes, so we're gonna see the thunderstorms dashed away from, but that's just trading ultimate for ultimates.
All right, I like it still. Power of Evil doesn't need to kill anyone right now, can use it defensively, because you're winning both side lanes, mainly through Renekton. So once again, you see Alfari here, push out top lane. His goal is not to kill the top tier 2 tower right now. It would take him a long time. But he can dive to Trundle again if he gets help. That's why if you look at your minimap, Kakao is on the way. And if they kill Chachi, suddenly that tower is available. Or you start roaming from top down to mid lane. Oh, Chachi, my friend.
No, there is a flash available. He throws down the Subjugate already. Ruthless Predator and Dominus. Flash away from Chachi, flash forward, and the dash from Alfari. And they make that look relatively simple. With the help of Kakao, this tower's going to drop low. There's another minion lane coming in.
Yeah, and it's always cross-mapping now if you're the Unicorns of Love. Bot lane tower is their objective, but they might only get the turrets. They're not getting the kills that the Misfits are picking up right now, so they will always slightly lose out on these trades. Mid lane as well is now open because the top lane can roam down. Exile cannot really defend this safely. You can see him on your minimap hovering to the bottom side. He's just stepping out of the picture here because he knows he can otherwise get killed from behind.
Yeah, so it's not only a tower trade, but Misfits get themselves a kill and another. The Ash Arrow absorbed by Malzahar's passive. Ignar just tanking that one up for his team. All right, Unicorns, they haven't given up though. 10 minutes, look like they're going to take this inhibitor tower down. Minions coming in.
But can they avoid a fight? Because they will get the tower. So again, teams are trading right now. 3 guys have to now run away, but they're getting flanked.
No Ash Arrow available, no Stranglethorns available. Teleport coming down for Visit Chachi. This is going to become a little scary. Xerxes on the side lane. Charm, I think, connected there onto Exile. And with the use of a teleport, they get out clean. The base is open. It's not a huge deal right now, but it is additional. A little bit of gold, a little bit of pressure, and opportunities later.
Yeah, definitely not in their favor getting an inhib turret for a mid tower at 11 minutes.
Oh, look at the Charm. Exile caught out. Orbit Deception. Rushing forward. Shockwave catches only Kakao. And, wow, Power of Evil with only a lost chapter dealt all that much damage.
It's a bit like in game 1 and start of game 2 where Power of Evil are getting the early advantage over Exile. With this Ahri here, he's able to catch him a few times and get quite a few kills over to Misfits, but as we see the replay, beautiful play honestly, like no panic or anything, just instant lands the Charm. Exile ends up not flashing that one, and generally you shouldn't get hit by that like full range skill shot. Because that's the only way Power of Evil can actually kill you, so you should expect it to happen.
Power of Evil went back to base with 3,000 gold.
Protobelt, baby.
Picks himself up a belt.
Sadly, this build was so cool before Protobelt got nerfed. But now, like, it's Snowball. It's a Snowball build, like extra mobility, extra burst when you do go in. But it's not as effective as it's been in the past. It's definitely still good enough to kill squishy members. And there's a lot of them. There's 4 of them on the side of Unicorns. But as I was saying before with this bot lane inhib, like, it looks fancy. Oh, look at that. We got the inhib turret, super early, a lot of pressure. Like, no, actually now it's a dead lane for you. Because there's now no turret that's actually going to push this one back fast enough. So the waves are going to be super, super, like, massively build up near that inhib. If Unicorns have a slow push going, that some of our Misfits can just walk down and pick up. And trading that for a mid tower is just not worth it this early in the game, because you're never going to get that inhib for another 15-20 minutes. And this mid tower is exactly what Misfits wants, because it opens up the entire map. And it gives them obviously a lot of gold. And now suddenly they have all outer turrets down in a composition where you're winning multiple lanes. It's all in favor of Misfits.
I really like the discussion around, was killing that tower, like how bad was it? Well, try catch those lanes as they slowly push down to the in here, because that's the next level of communication and understanding of strategy, right? Isn't it?
But again, yeah.
Realizing the problems you can cause yourself, thinking, oh, but it's just a tower. No, it's not just a tower at 10 minutes.
And it all actually comes down to Unicorns just being slightly behind when it came to getting these turrets. So they realized we can't actually stop the mid lane from dying. So we just have to get something. Let's get this thing in front of us, which is the turret, and that's fine if you consider they want to just try and trade. But being in that situation in the first place, all starts in the top lane with Alfari having that pressure, killing Chachi, taking turret, and suddenly roaming down to mid, and that just put Unicorns really far behind in the play.
Yeah, UOL were behind the play earlier in the game. That cost them towers. Now they're behind the play in mid lane. Misfits get some damage onto that inner turret. For those of you who've just joined us, Power of Evil and Kakao have been dunking on UOL this game, just like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And in game one, it was early game plays like this that allowed Misfits to really run away with the first victory in the series. Unicorns need to desperately defend. Down 4,000 gold.
But this is game one all over again, where the pick potential is so much in favor of Misfits, with Malzahar as well. And Unicorns, they cannot get defensive vision up. It just gets cleared up by Misfits instantly, and it's such an important aspect of the game, the vision control. What really separates the best teams from some of the worst teams is understanding where to ward, how to clear wards, and everything. And it's going to be so heavily in favor of Misfits again, so Unicorns are going to play blind.
And that's what our Unicorns are doing. They have some defensive vision in the top quadrant of their jungle. There's a control ward that I think Kakao should walk over shortly.
Joke, never check the brush.
Just missed it. But either way, there is some vision for UOL, but it's simply not enough just yet. 4 towers to 3, 4,000 gold lead for Misfits. Unsummer, the lone defender in the mid lane until Kakao and Ignor make their way around from the side. And just like game one, Deficio, vision and lack of vision for UOL allowed Ignor to roam and get flanks. Let's see if we can do it again.
Exactly, and obviously it's not just blaming Unicorns here, because it is very difficult once you're behind. It's also full credit to Misfits in terms of how they are actually denying the vision from Unicorns of Love. So it goes both ways. A team can not ward properly, but another team can also be really good at getting rid of those wards.
And also, step back for a second, right? Like, Unicorns of Love's players have had 2 post-game discussions with their support staff. And I love to try and track how much a team can change within a series, how much they can learn. Watching Kakao adapt to that Raptor start that Xerxes did in game 2 is an example of adapting between games. Now we look at the same scenario. Malzahar, blind, vision. And UOL, how do they do it? Because, as you said, Deficio, it is game 1 all over again, which Misfits won a little slower than maybe we would have liked, but that's being super nitpicky.
Yeah, they were in control the entire game, like they've been in this game here as well. It was a bigger goal lead in game 1, though. We had 10K at 20 minutes. We can still get there, but doesn't look to be exactly the same right now. But heavily in favor of Misfits. They have Renekton once again taking control of one lane, Power Vivo and Ari taking control of the other lane, and then you're kind of just playing now, waiting for neutral objectives to spawn. Like, you want the Drakes to come up, so you can now get your Infernal. This time, Karma, you know, in favor of Misfits. They get an Infernal. And then you wait for Baron to spawn, and we get to 25 minutes, and you start playing around the Baron and use that as your way to kind of win the game. So that's kind of the thing for Misfits. It is difficult to kind of further snowball it at this point without risking, you know, plays. Because having 3 lanes pushed in at 17 minutes and diving turrets, it's hard to do. It's hard to do.
It's hard to do, but if there were a team that may consider it, I think Misfits would be one of them.
You can definitely, if you get a one-on-one situation, or like Kakao joins the one-on-one to kind of make it a 2v1 in favor of Misfits, then you can definitely do it, which is what they're doing now. Like, you can see, Ignor was hiding in a brush between the 2 lanes, mid and bot lane, to kind of spot members and potentially catch one.
Look at the zoning potential.
Here we have him. So this simply means, like, this is just great 1v1.
Yeah.
Like, the support and jungler are taking over the enemy jungle near the lane you're putting pressure, which is the bottom lane.
Gold! control between the uprights.
I agree.
And the tower's going to fall as well.
I mean, again, that's just
It's just-
beautiful. 1-3-1.
Great strategy, great macro play here from Misfits. Really understanding the pressure points, those control wards playing into their favor. Talking about control wards, that single ward for UOL behind the red buff is still there. It's not meaningful at all,
Right?
but I like tracking it.
Of course.
And it's a teleport opportunity for Chachi if he had it, which he does not because he TP'd somewhere. I didn't quite see where, unfortunately. Now Hillisang, that was brave.
But notice again how Misfits are just getting everything. It all starts with having push in the lanes, and especially mid lane, so Unicorns can't push out and like threaten a tower or threaten to roam to a lane. And then you have jungle support just hovering in between, just saying like, you're not gonna get in here. If you get in here in this jungle, Malzahar will ult you and Kakao will kill you. So Exile literally had to sit back and be like, I can't defend my tower. Like, I literally cannot defend my tower right now.
Well, Unicorns have not been able to defend any of their towers. Kakao, with a lot of support from Alfari and PoE, dove Chachi so many times. I mean, look at Kakao, 3-0-3. He's kind of led the charge on where pressure's fallen over. They transferred pressure top to bottom, and now they're putting all that pressure middle.
Yeah, and then after middle, you put it top if you want to. If you want to get another kill on Chachi, if you want to get Baron Vision very soon. Hillisang trying to create a pick here. Simply just too late, and now there's the top lane pressure with the Rift Herald. Just great, like, bot lane, we get everything we want on the bottom side. Infernal Drake, tower, go mid, go top, and then Baron becomes the next. Exile might get caught. Slowly.
So much damage on Exile. Power of Evil's chasing forward, and Exile flashes and gets a heal and exhausts, and Curtain Call now tagging onto Xerxes, looking at Kakao on the sideline. Coming in, Visit Chachi now gets locked down in place. Nethergrasp actually booted out of it.
Yeah, Kakao making sure Ansama can't steal that kill.
Negating some of that damage. Misfits, 8 kills to 1 at 20 minutes. It's 6,500 gold. Unicorns are running out of structures to fall back to.
Yeah. That means Misfits are running out of structures to kill right now and just have to kind of wait for Baron. Good exhaust from Exile, but nice setup from Power People. And at this point here, no one from Unicorns can actually fight because Exile is low. Everyone from Misfits is on their way. Good flash, and then we see actually Chachi trying to join, but this Trundle is so useless. Like, he's been dove 5 times. He needs, like, still not 20 minutes before he's doing anything.
If we were to ask a pro player, would you say the Trundle is trolling?
Yeah.
Is that what we go?
I think Trundle has just been useless.
So Fisher, I have a question for you, and I'll be impressed if you know the answer. During weeks 1 through 5 of the European LCS, how many kills did Alfari secure?
I'm gonna say the lowest amount of any top laner in Europe.
No, I want a number. I'll tell you, I'll give you that number. It was 18 kills.
Was it the lowest?
I don't know. We'll have to check with stats team.
Oh, okay.
You're kind of derailing my story here.
Oh, sorry.
The follow-up to that, if Alfari finds 3 more kills, he will equal his previous 5-week kills. He's on 15 right now. 3 more equals all of the kills he got between weeks 1 and 5. And if a team were to give them to you, it's gonna be Unicorns. Team fight.
I like that Alfari is like, okay, great. Maokai is nerfed. I don't have to play that garbage anymore. So he's gone Renekton, Rumble, Renekton. They've been playing around his lane. They've been setting him up to actually get these kills and be a carry. And he's taking it. He's been able to do well in all 3 games. Like, he's Rumble ulti were fantastic in the last one.
Here comes Alfari. We're looking for 3 kills.
Nope.
He's going to get turned into a pair of shoes, potentially. Decides to run away. Damn it, Alfari, that doesn't meet my story.
Well, go on away. He has time. He has time. Knowing Misfits will be here for another, like, about 15, 16 minutes. They need 2 Barons as well. That is a lot of time for Alfari to get kills.
And watching Alfari this split, he was the, the most hyped top laner coming from Challenger that we've seen in a while. Hillisang gonna throw down the Stranglethorns. It doesn't work out. Alfari's jumped onto him. Slices and dices backwards, using that Kolamik to try find sustain. Kakao's got a kick available. He boots Xerxes. Didn't do a whole lot. Charm goes wide thanks to a flash. So managing to dodge the skill shots, and this fight has turned a little bit messy. Where's the shockwave from Exile? Still available. Good charm onto Chachi. He's now going to flash defensively.
Misfits is also not giving Exile any chances to actually shockwave multiple members. They're completely spread out. Notice how far he dove in, sees in one target, and dove back out with Slice and Dice. Didn't want to risk going down and didn't want to fully commit to the fight. They're just playing like these, like, really scattered fights where an Orianna who wants people just grouping, like we saw Faker earlier, just get like that sick shockwave. That's not happening if you're playing like completely spread out like Misfits are. We talked about waiting for the Baron. It's now alive. They're not hitting this ward because it's disabled right now. They don't want to give away they're actually on the Baron. That's why they're not killing it. So this is the correct call. And it is very cleanly finished. Can they kick out Xerxes?
Xerxes coming in. Asher
No!
goes down. Unicorns
What?
of Love. They steal Baron from the best Baron team in Europe.
All right, the entire Misfits Baron. No one steals this story. Unicorns just killed it. That was the Colorcast's dream story in Europe, where we get so many 50-50 Barons.
Power of Evil. I don't know if he's in trouble yet. Got Spur Rush available if he needs to use that to escape.
Oh, this is so huge for
Taking
Unicorns.
some tower. Unicorns, they turn it around. All of the early game plays, all of the advantage thrown away. Exile is going to use the exhaust. Nethergrass comes out. Cacao kills Exile. But Unicorns bite off a little more than they can chew.
We were a second away from Misfits finishing the Baron. There was a control ward from Unicorns behind it, so they didn't know Xerxes was coming and when he would appear near the Baron. And that's why he went in and he managed to steal it. So great play from him. Super important for the Unicorns of Love, because the game would basically have been over. See, there's no vision behind Baron, so they don't know where Xerxes coming in from, like when he's coming or anything. Jumps in, boom, steals it, nice burst. Plus the smite. For now, the story is dead. We might resurrect it soon. We might resurrect it like next Baron or next game.
We have to see. I mean, Misfits still, the setup was good. The play was good. They just lacked one ward.
Ah, yeah,
One
it was
little
so close.
One little
Again,
ward.
good steal from Xerxes being the hero. It doesn't really change the flow of the game because Misfits still have all the same advantages in terms of pick potential. And they're using it.
All right, Hillesang's going to be the target. Alfari needs to find this kill secure. 5 is the magic number, but it's Hans Summer that secures it.
He needs 3 more.
He needs 3 more. So when Alfari gets to 5 kills, he will equal his previous record. And Deficio, you said it was the lowest number of kills for all top laners. I'm so happy to tell you you're wrong. He was the second lowest.
Second lowest. All right, fine.
You're pretty good though. Well played. As Misfits do not care about Unicorn's Baron buff. They're still 5,000 gold up. They're still 5k gold up. But with Unicorns, maybe buying some time.
And again, Misfits are getting Infernals this time around when they're the team getting the early Drakes. The last game was Unicorns with double Infernal and Mountain. Fantastic setup. Double Infernal now for Misfits as well in this game. Definitely can't complain. And Samox on this Ashe, I don't think he has QSS just yet. And yeah, face check Ari means you would die in Season 2, Season 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7.
I mean, you can just say you die.
You
face
just
check
die,
Ari
you
as
die.
ADC.
Yeah. You
Especially in 2017, you die.
Yeah. You just die. That's
And of course, Hillesang gets caught out as well. Now, Unicorns can't afford those mistakes. Exile died when they tried to push the mid tower. Watching Samox and Hillesang die while they dance around a dragon that really wasn't going to happen.
Right.
You can't afford to lose those Baron buffs and give up even more control to Misfits.
No, that's true. And I wish we could sit here and say, hey, don't worry. They have this like sick team fight and comp late game with the Maokai who delivered a shockwave. It's going to be great. They can win late game fights. We sadly can't say that because Trundle just doesn't offer the same that Maokai offers. Like, Trundle delivering the ball is kind of like you see him run at you. It's much easier to react. He doesn't have the same sort of tanky capabilities as CC, and that makes it harder for Unicorns to win fights late game here. And obviously them being behind also makes it really difficult.
It does indeed. Hillesang didn't even get a chance to face check. He was killed before it. That's 1 down for Misfits, increasing their tally to 12. Double kill for Power of Evil. Cacao shut down in the back end as Vizicachi gets 1 for himself. Alfari's looking to engage. So far it's a 1 for 2. Unicorns are running away. Still 5,000 gold down, and the pick power is so high.
Yeah, might be enough for Misfits to get some damage on the mid turret here, but there is still wave clear from Xerxes on the way back. Cacao is fairly low. Had to obviously sees GA being popped, and there's the Graves wave clear we mentioned, and then suddenly this tower is staying alive.
It is indeed. Exhaust goes down into Xerxes. Ignat forced to flash away from the tower. Unicorns of Love fancy their chances. Vizicachi's getting burned down low. He's rooted in place. Flash forward. Hans Summer gets the kill credit. Alfari locks down Xerxes with a Ruthless Predator. He slices once. I think he has dice available. Wasn't quite tracking it. He's going to get slowed. Dominus runs out. Ashe continues to chase. There's a lot of damage. Hillesang needs to find some CC. Edge of Night's gonna block at least the Stranglethorns. Kakao gets away, and it looks like so does Alfari.
So in the end, Unicorns of Love do not manage to pick up another kill, and it's just Vizichachi going down. Let's see the fight again. This is the vision control we mentioned from game 1, where Ignore is hiding with the control ward. They catch out Hylissang. That's an early kill in favor of Misfits, and while Exile does get a very good shockwave on Power of Evil, he does go down, and Unicorns simply cannot fight when they're this far behind against Misfits. And that's just, again, that makes it so difficult, because you're already down in gold, you're down in Drakes, you're down basically everything.
Yeah.
And your team comp is actually not that much stronger when it comes to late game team fighting. It is very, very tricky.
It is indeed. It's almost 30 minutes to Fisher, and now you've mentioned that it's not the greatest of team fight comps.
I mean, Unicorns is still, it's a strong late game comp,
Yes.
but it's not as easy to execute as the one we saw with the Maokai, and that's why I
It's
can't...
more easily read. It's more easily
yeah,
read.
yeah.
Like, you can anticipate when that shockwave is coming in.
It's also hard, man, playing shockwaves again. If you think about it, 3 dashes on Ahri, crazy mobility always from Lee Sin, double dash from a Renekton. Like, it is so rare Misfits ever have a reason to be like grouped up that a shockwave can actually hit multiple members. It might still happen, but it's not gonna happen up.
Maybe another Baron mistake. Maybe Misfits make another Baron mistake and destroy everything we built coming into this series about how good they were on Baron. That was our main narrative for the team.
Well, luckily they were still good before with Baron, so like the story was true.
Baron stolen to Fisher.
That's the problem, you know. We like to just have one story we can reuse for every team. And then we hope it's new viewers every week so they don't realize we're just repeating the same story.
Stop telling our secrets, damn
I know,
it.
I just revealed it.
Tricks of the trade.
Ah, Alfari!
Alfari's caught out. Shockwave pulls him backwards. Every single ultimate. Unicorns of Love get one. Sheepy's clapping.
Yeah, did you
Off
guys know?
screen.
Second lowest kills for top laners is Alfari before this series. Not anymore.
Doing very well for himself. Kakao's trying to pull away. This is very clever. It denies UOL the opportunity to push onto that inner turret as a 5-man squad. Teleport not available for Alfari on his 25-second death timer.
Big Purple Worm is alive. Kakao is behind enemy lines, and Unicorns are actually healthy enough to start it. They're doing the same thing again, where Chachi with Teleport is not sitting in a side lane. He's spending a ton of time with the team in the mid lane, and they're trying to run this 5-man unit and like force a fight. But on Trundle, he needs to sit in the side lane. That is how he creates pressure. That's how he adds value in the late game, by being a split-pushing monster. We want to see him stick to it right now. See if he can take some duels against Alfari and get some pressure for Unicorns.
That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, it would.
Not a huge amount of armor on the side of Chachi yet. Got himself that Sheen, Titanic Hydra, and Spirit Visage on the other side. Black Cleaver,
Right.
Randuin's, Tiamat, and a chain base for Alfari.
And that's kind of another thing now for Chachi, because he's spending so much time with the team. That's why he's itemized for MR fairly early, because it's against Power of Evil and Ignore. If he was actually just focusing on what Trundle normally would, which is like split pushing, armor would be his go-to choice against Lee Sin and Renekton. Just get as much armor early as possible.
Well, another potential face check here on the side of UOL. Sonic Wave goes wide, visit Chachi. There's no QSS available. Subjugate will buy some time if it's needed. Isn't going to find a target, unfortunately. And UOL, I think if we can look at their vision, you know, not working with the deepest river wards. I'm looking in that top quadrant, those 2 controls.
But they do have the Rift Scuttler. It just ran out now, so they knew Misfits couldn't be on Baron from before. And that's why they know, okay, we just have to stay around the mid lane. They're hiding in there. Oh, to get Power Evil!
He does indeed. Wow, he's gone already. Exile still has Shockwave available. 5 versus 4.
Last game, it was a few seconds on Exile's flash, and he died. This time it was Power of Evils. They're going for more.
Unsummons the target. Collateral
Nice
damage
flank.
already burned through. Stranglethorns buy some time. Hylissang's continuing to push them away. Alfari's already dropped low. Unsummer gets a kill on Hilly, though, but they've zoned him enough for Alfari to go down. The tower is the focus.
They're gonna get it as well, Trevor. Ignites behind them. No ulti for about 10-15 seconds.
Is this an inhibitor? 20
Not enough
seconds
time.
and then
Oh.
35. Here comes Ignore from behind. Hans Summers coming from the base. It's a 3-on-4. Shockwave still up for Exile.
Yeah, Misfits might lose the inhibs, but they're gonna look for kills to then take a Baron after. They're waiting for that Malza ulti. It's up in just a few seconds.
Unicorns of Love at 32 minutes have taken down 2 inhibitors. 15 seconds before Alfari is respawned. Power of Evil looking to put some pressure down as well. And all of a sudden, this game has gone bonkers.
Oh, what a turnaround. It really just started with Samax hitting the arrow on Power of Evil with 2 seconds left on his flash. And he dies. Here's a TP from Alfari.
Alfari, this is the fight we wanted.
Well, they want to rush Baron.
But we won't see.
Oh, he smacked into the wall.
Failed it. We saw that. Asharo sidestep by everyone at Misfits. All right, Misfits has started off. Remember when we said how Misfits need to group up, or could group up? Mizachachi's going to go down, just locked down through that nether grasp. 5 members of Misfits now. Curtain Call being fired off by Hansama. He's run out of targets to shoot. 4,500 HP on Baron. This is getting messy. Power of Evil's going to run down Hillisang. That's not a fair fight. Doesn't matter.
Xerxes
Misfits are
trying to
happy
steal
with it.
again.
Xerxes, collateral damage and smite is available. 3v5. Baron is not going to be the focus. Alfari peels away. He gets killed by Exile. Kick back. Exile finds himself charmed and killed by Misfits. Samix does as well. And just as you start to believe, Unicorns throw it away.
Well, it looked pretty difficult here for Misfits, starting between Baron and disengaging, but Kakao with the sick moves secures them another kill, and they're going back for it. Xerxes full HP, hiding in the brush, not spotted. No wards behind Baron from Misfits.
Surely
they cannot see
he
him.
can't do it
Ooh,
again.
Control
There's a
ward on
in
the
the
side.
pit. There's a ward in the pit.
But
it's
it's
just been
disabled.
blocked off.
It's disabled.
Xerxes, smite is available. Collateral's available. Is he gonna get
They
it?
see him with the sweeper.
He's gonna go in. No! Secured by Misfits.
Ooh, close one. They saw him with the sweeper. They knew he was there over the wall. I think the control ward on the side and the Tribals might have spotted him once or twice. Next turret did just go down, but they can defend the next one. It will get its HP back. So turn on Chachi is good here. Still tricky for Misfits because it's 4 members left for Unicorns. And I believe Power Evil dives after Hillisang while the rest is gonna aim for Baron. So it's super split up right now. It's like small individual fights everywhere.
And the strength of Unicorns is team fighting.
Yeah,
this is not team fighting.
No, but because Chachi ended up dying so early, they can't really go in for a fight. Like, Exile's trying to find the opening, but look at how Misfits moving around the shockwave. And this move here from Kakao is huge to get Exile down. Beautiful kick with the flash.
And another perfect charm again from Power of Evil. Kakao at the end of this fight, 7-0-7 on that Lee Sin. 35 minutes into the game, and Baron on Misfits, despite losing a Nexus turret and maybe even a second, UOL, maybe their only way to pick up a win here is to find a sneaky backdoor.
Ooh, I mean, it's hard to say because when we get this late in the game with champions like Orianna, it's like that one shockwave can just win you the entire game because the base is so open. You don't even need a full ace. If Exile gets 2 guys with this shockwave, it might be enough for Unicorns to walk in with super minions and win the entire game. So I don't think it has to be a sneaky play. It can still be an open team fight despite being down 7k gold.
It'll be so tough. 2 Guardian Angels on the side of Misfits. Edge of Night and all their mobility from a Proto Belt Ari. Luckily for UOL, those super minions are going to delay the impact of this Baron power play, and Misfits still need to defend against these super minions.
Yeah, and I just want to give so much credit to both teams because they've made this series so insanely fun to watch. Like, so many back and forths. One game heavily in favor of Misfits, then Unicorns bounce back in the second one with the late game scaling. And this game here, despite Misfits pulling off so many good early game plays, Unicorns have found openings like that Samox arrow onto Power of Evil was so important. It gave them 2 inhibitors. 1 arrow gave them 2 inhibitors in the late game and kept this game alive despite Misfits being so far ahead. And of course, we also have to highlight Xerxes stealing that Baron.
Yes.
The first time Misfits have lost a Baron in such a long time to a smite steal.
And of course, that Ashe was a first rotation pick for UOL. He was a first pick Jhin for Misfits. It's something we've discussed heavily this series. We've also discussed how we enjoy watching Misfit and UOL games because they have something for everybody. Some color, macro discussions, as well as some
kills.
exciting play-by-plays. Look at that goal difference over time. As the base is now the target for Misfits.
And this is for the cycling fans who love Tour de France. It looks like one of those stages as well. We have something for everyone.
Does indeed. Who's going to wear the yellow jacket after this final push? 37 minutes into the game. Misfits are now on the inhibitor turrets. 20 minutes ago, it looked like Misfits were going to be pushing those turrets already. And Unicorns have found some fantastic team fights and some fantastic punishes. The crystal arrow is used by Samox that is not available. Charm onto Chachi, Root as well. Sonic Wave not gonna get followed through on, and Misfits continue the siege.
Yeah, this Trundle is still gonna be a liability in fights for them. I'm just looking at Exile. with his ulti, and then Xerxes on the Graves, because Graves late game have enough AoE damage to also turn around the fight. So there are definitely tools you need to respect on the side of Unicorns of Love if you are Misfits. But we see that pick potential again, like Ignar with his ulti. Like, if we count QSSs, I see 1 on the side of Unicorns of Love. When Hillesang played Malzahar in the last game, we had 3 on the side of Misfits. Well, 2 and then the Alistar ulti. So Ignar right now have so many targets. Like, he can literally flash on Exile and just ult him. And Misfits should be able to follow up and kill that Orianna, because Exile is not building QSS. So it's really, really tricky in these fights. If Exile is far enough back that he doesn't get hit and he can actually position the ball, he can be the MVP. If Ignar can flash and get him, he might be the MVP.
All right, this is Group A, number 2 Misfits taking on Group B, number 1 Unicorns of Love. We're down to 40 minutes into the game. Potentially one big team fight determines the winner. There's nearly no base left for Misfits. 1 Nexus tower and exposed inhibitors. Despite being in the lead, despite technically being in control, they cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. And that's why the tempo of this game is now slowed down. Looking for vision with less wards, looking to control, waiting for Baron, waiting for Elder.
Exactly.
And then playing around that objective.
We're waiting for the neutral objective, because like 1-3-1ing 40 minutes into the game is almost impossible to do, because you're pushing on inhib turrets. Like, you're so far down that it's very easy for the team defending to move between the lanes, because the distance between an inhib to another inhib is so short, and also from the fountain out again to join a potential fight in case you drop low. So you can't really split push your way to a victory. If you're Misfits right now, you're looking for Elder Drake or Baron. You set up full control around it. We need those wards behind Baron this time. And then you look for the pick. With this Malzahar, as we just highlighted, there's only 1 QSS on Unicorns of Love. So Ignar, in a position where he is sitting in a river with control wards, and he knows that he's not spotted, he can find that target. And they can kill whoever it is, and then get a really, really good setup for Baron or potential fight. So I'm really looking at Ignar on the side of Misfits, and I'm looking at Exile on the side of Unicorns of Love with the Shockwave.
No room for error. Where are those Ash arrows as well? Samax, he's found 1 magic arrow this game already. Another one could open it up. The target seems to be Vizicachi. Teleported flash is available to him. Power of Evil looking to cut off the retreats.
This is really good timing, because there's no neutral objective that Unicorns can go for, so Chachi might get caught.
All right, Chachi's going to get jumped on here. Takes so much damage. Charm as well. Subjugates, buying some time. The rest of Unicorns of Love coming through the river. Vizicachi, his GA's not going to get popped just yet. Continues to run away. It's Alfari that flashes. Ash Arrow finds Power of Evil, but there's no further follow-up. Curtain Call is going to lock down Samax. He's got the QSS. He's still in the firing range. Not going to get taken down. Unicorns of Love able to escape. A lot of ultimates and summoners used.
Due to no Baron alive, everyone ran to the bottom lane to join the fight. Alfari flashed out very early. I'm not sure if he was expecting an Ash Arrow. Ended up just flashing out the volley. Stayed alive though, every single member. GA saved by Vizicachi. That is key, because that's how he can add value, by sitting and buying time in the front line. Use that GA to buy even more time. Misfits now hiding in a brush, not spotted. Flash is not available from Ignar. That is important.
No Nether Grass by. The Power of Evil needs a few more seconds before he can use the Square Rush. Shockwave found nobody. Cacao looks for Samax. He goes legendary. It's 21 kills. 4 Misfits are looking for more. Xerxes, collateral damage to safety. Cacao Sonic Wave. The Lee Syndrome is strong today. Exile's rooted in place. Shut down by Power of Evil. Cacao's not done yet. He's looking for Xerxes. GA gets popped. Ignar throws down a ward for Vision. Where's the rest of Unicorns? They're running for their lives. Ignar and Cacao will run down Xerxes. Oh, the Void and
pick a door.
Them. Pick a door, any door. Cacao, no Ignar gets the kill. It's up to Alfari. He needs 5 kills to equal his previous 5 weeks. And who's going to get the credit?
Well,
who's going to get the credit? Ding, ding, ding,
it won't be Alfari, man. Ah! No,
Misfits
Cacao, of
with
course.
the ace.
So,
HyLSang is running away.
They have minions now. They have 9 seconds on Samax, 20 seconds on Exile. Those 2 carries are dead. And then Chachi dead for 50 seconds. Should be enough for Misfits now to push into the base.
Oh, this is so much damage.
They still have minions now.
HyLSang and Samax the only one up. Crystal Arrow is still available. It's a 5-on-2, and GA on Alfari.
You have some Voidlings as well to help you here when it comes to the turret. This is zoning ulti from Ansama. Just go for the turret if you want.
All right, cancels the curtain.
Oh, okay, go for him.
Exar's already down. He just respawned. Not gonna be enough. Crystal arrow onto Kakao. Power of Evil is exhausted. Misfits don't care. They turn their attention to the Nexus, gaining the kills, getting the base, and Misfits defeat the Unicorns.
Game 3. Misfits got the early advantage. They got the Malzahar again for Ignar. Such a key pick in game 1. And while Unicorns fell super far behind and we thought it was going to be another game 1, we got that Baron steal from Xerxes. And we got the arrow from Samax that gave them... So not only did they get Baron, they got 2 inhibs as well. And it was like, damn. Like, Misfits are winning, but they're not, like, really winning because they just lost so many things. Fights, though, whenever it was pure 5-on-5s.
Yeah.
I think the value of the Malzahar against no QSSs and Kakao's performance on Lee Sin just put it in favor of Misfits.
9-0-11 for Kakao at the end of that game.
Holy moly.
Time and time again finding targets. We also just caught a glimpse of Power of Evil just hugging the Unicorns of Love as he went down the line. Some great sportsmanship. One of his old teams, of course.
His first professional team.
And Misfits will be playing Origin later in the weekend. Power of Evil will actually be playing both
all the
of his
old ones.
old teams. It was an entertaining, exciting series.
Yeah, I loved it.
But the problems that we're seeing for Unicorns of Love, their weaker early game, it is really becoming a bigger problem.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Against the top teams, it is becoming a big problem. I think the top lane matchup here, which is never going to go in favor of Chachi against both Renekton and Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And Misfits have shown in game 1 how they can snowball around Alfari very effectively. Like, that's one of the cool things about him as a rookie, is that on tanks he was doing just fine. But he doesn't even like tanks. He is a split-pushing top lane. He's a carry top laner. So now that the meta is shifting away from things like Maokai, it should make Alfari even better. And we saw Misfits utilize
terrifying.
it. That is scary.
Even better for a top laner who was already performing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Showing up, delivering every game. Alfari is one of the guys that Misfits rely on.
Yes.
You very rarely see decisions or outplays where you go, what were you thinking? What was that? And Alfari is... he showed it this series.
I think also just like with Misfits, you know, there's been so many discussions around like imports and so on. Like Kakao and Ignar has been 2 of the most successful Koreans we have seen come to Europe.
Yep.
And it's play in the LCS. Obviously, Ignar was already here in Challenger with Misfits, and Kakao joined now for the LCS split. But both these guys are able to adapt to the team. Like there were even this movie from Misfits, you know, they follow Kakao around. Like it's great to see Kakao. Like it's great to see him like adapt as well. And in game, like, it just seems like there is very little miscommunication between them and the rest of the guys.
This is a team that looks like a team. They're growing, they're communicating, they're not different parts working together as 5.
No, I agree.
Anyways, for a closer look on that 2-1 victory, Pyro's on stage with the man in the top lane, Alfari.
Thank you very much, and wow, hell of a series. Big time carry all 3 games. Alfari, I want to ask you, what were you guys doing on your IM week? Because that was honestly a big up from last time we saw you.
Well, during our IEM week, we didn't have as much practice as we would like because a lot of teams were taking weeks off or days off to, you know, go home and see their families. But we had a lot more time to adjust to the patch than Unicorns because they played last patch in IEM like a couple of days ago. So I think we had more time to adjust to the patch, and I think that really helped us.
Well, it certainly did, but at the same time, you guys had a really solid snowball in game 1, but then the Unicorns kind of bite back game 2 and even into game 3. Were you expecting them to fight that hard?
Coming in, we thought Unicorns would be like really good early game and not so good mid-late game, but it kind of reversed. And so I caught us a little bit off guard, but I think mid-game, like we made a lot of mistakes, but we still managed to win, so it did surprise us, yeah.
Well, overall, your performance definitely seems to be improving, and in light of that, as you guys go forward, how far do you think this team can go in your rookie split?
I think we can go first. Like, we have a lot to improve on, like particularly our mid and the late game as well. Well, judging from this series at least, but I mean, we're doing good. I think all the players are really good, so I think we can definitely go for first.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing if it all happens. Now, thank you very much. Congratulations again on your victory.
Thank you.
And we're going to go ahead and send it right over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Alfari believes they can get first. I believe they can get first. Are you guys Misfits believers?
I'm a pretty big believer after that series. I don't know about first place. I think there's a lot of competition here, but that was such an enjoyable series.
Were you?
Not yet, but the trajectory, if it keeps going in the same direction at the same level of growth, of course it's possible. Like, this was a shift, like, as Stress was saying, really enjoyable series, but the shift of focus and play style is just, it's so apparent. They played for super late game around these Barons, and they followed the same steps every game. It's like their coach was standing next to them. First you do this, then you get the vision, then you get the Nashor. If they come, you peel off. This game, it's like, you pick a pushing top, a mid laner, you make a winning top matchup, you make Alfari dive Vizicachi over and over, and Ignar and Hansama play safe, play defensive, and then leverage that disadvantage into an advantage. It happened game 1 and 3 so beautifully, and even in game 2 it was present.
And I think the most interesting thing is you can look at different sections of the game and look at good things that both teams did. And we wanted to take one look at the early game that actually was both teams doing well. It was that weird moment where all 4 kills happened in about 30 seconds. So this was the dive coming from Kakao and Alfari.
But this is after, I think, the first W gets used a lot earlier, and then it kind of jumps all around. But like the patience on that top dive, it was much better, and it's much more set up for success here. Whereas like Misfits, they're wasting so much time 2v3, whereas in the top lane, they fail dive first, they don't die. So many teams would die, they're grading, they go for the proxy, and then the redive, once Alfari's W is up again, they spaced out 3 Renekton Ws to guarantee that kill. And meanwhile, minor misplay maybe from Ignar here, but Hansama will pick up a kill on the back. Even in their disadvantage, they're winning out.
And it's all from patience again. This Hansama play is patience. He's holding with this 4th shot. He's not only got to flash the route, but he has to time the Q. It's got to land, he makes it count, and again, just all the way around. From this, they then go mid for Misfits. Misfits go for the mid lane, get a kill onto Exile as well, and just very clean in several areas and you know, fairly straightforward.
Yeah, and you can just tell that this is practice. This isn't like randomly happening that they end up top for the dive. Like, because in the drafts as well, they banned out a Nautilus to then hopefully bait out a Maokai. It turns out it was the Orianna early. They just picked the Renekton knowing that like they have to go for like a passive matchup here, not the Maokai, the Trundle then, but like Renekton plus strong jungler will always dive. Now in game 2, they had a little bit of issues with the Lee Sin versus Graves matchup. They adapted their jungle path. Ignar took the bullet for the bot lane by leashing. Hansama started alone. So like these guys are adapting on the fly within a series with a clear goal in the game, and they're executing it so well.
Yeah, they are player of the series in this one. Kakao, you mentioned him there already, because although it was rough, once mid-game came around, then late game came around, he found every opening.
It's just so fun to watch.
Yeah.
Not only like mid-game, late game.
I'm excited.
You put his champion pool up there against any European jungler, and you're like, okay, this guy plays Lee Sin, he plays Graves, he can play the Elise, like he will.
But how he plays.
Yeah, it's what he does. So like you have the mechanical up plays where sometimes he'll go in for a flash kick into Q. Like that's how he took out Samex in the last fight. Earlier in this game, when they were down Alfari, Kakao was the guy actually moving behind the Unicorns, then peeling off, going top lane, adding pressure to the map. Deficio pointed that out in the game. Like this guy is versatile. He understands what pressure means in a game for the opponents. And he also has just insane mechanics. He had a couple kick flashes that turned around fights, that kicked in Exile, for example. He had such a large presence in his series.
Yeah, and this is a kind of a revival in his career, and I think that works for a lot of the members on the team individually. They're strong, but they didn't necessarily thrive as hard, but they're hungry. They have a great coaching staff. Everything around them works, and they're on an upward trajectory. UOL down, H2K and G2 to come, but I do also want to touch on the Unicorns of Love. After game 1, you'd say, oh, this is not going very well, but I do think they were able to get a grip at least against on the series and have something to build on.
Yeah, definitely so. Like,
I mean, I agree. It's difficult with this one because Unicorns did a lot well with their team fighting later on. Still, you got to look at the early game and say, okay, these players going early. Some improvements have been made. Some we saw at IEM and some in this series, but it's still not quite there. I want to see a little bit more tightening up of the early game plays.
Yeah, that's 8 losses in just 2 weeks now.
Yeah, but if you look at where they were before the split, if you would have offered the Unicorns this standing with this progression on their jungler 6 weeks into the split, I think they would be happy with it. This guy played a pretty clean series in Xerxes. He had a Baron steal. He was fundamental to their growth earlier on. They're going through a rough patch right now. Let's see what happens next for the Unicorns.
For sure. They built up some credit, and as you said, they can afford to lose this series because of what they build up, but we'll see what happens next. But next up here, we'll be getting into game 1 of our final matchup of the evening between fan favorites Fnatic and H2K. Don't touch that browser.
Haha, 60 ult again. Big fuck.
We've got 2 minutes now. They can walk out. Otherwise, they will be very tough. Oh! Clean finish. Can they kick out Xerxes?
Xerxes coming in. No! Unicorns! They steal Baron from the best Baron team in Europe.
Nice. Take it. It's not fine. Nice. Back.
Oh, Shockwave found nobody. Kakao looks for Samax. Here goes Legendary. Other people is exhausted. Misfits don't care. They turn their attention to the Nexus, getting the kills, getting the base, and Misfits defeat the Unicorn.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European LCS, where our second matchup of the evening is about to get underway between H2K and Fnatic. Now, we spent the week watching Katowice. H2K spent the week playing at Katowice. Fnatic, though, they decided to take a break and, visiting their family, going to a spa here and there instead of practicing. What do you guys think of that?
I think, so Fnatic did it, and apparently Authority said some other teams in
Hey,
Europe
but is it the chicken or the egg? Did they go on practice?
And then everyone else did it as well?
Or was there no practice?
I think the point is, like, for every team who kind of went home and just kind of took a break, I think week 5, it's kind of weird because you haven't spent enough time, obviously, playing that you need a break specifically. And it would be a good week to kind of catch up on certain things for a lot of the teams who is below the top 4 guys. And obviously, 3 of the top 4s were at IEM playing.
Also, yeah, couldn't you just play the teams that were at IEM to scrim?
You could do.
Oh.
And the problem for me is Fnatic, they're still building. They're still in this situation where a new jungler comes in, trying to find your footing. Nico even tweeted that they're not taking a break. And then it's not like you woke up this morning and you're like, oh, we've got to play H2K. They've been playing on a different patch. Misfits clearly had that in their play structure over the last week. Let's learn the new patch. Our opponents won't have time to practice. Why aren't Fnatic making the same kind of decision here?
Well, I mean, we have to honestly ask them why the break was... maybe it was necessary.
Maybe they felt burned out. Maybe it was absolutely necessary and they had their own approach to practice. We won't judge just a little, but we do want to look at the other side of the coin. At H2K, they practically went to war at IEM and came back. They played 10 games, 3 best-of-3s. It was tough for them. It was emotional, especially for Jankos on that stage. And they made those late-game mistakes over and over.
They did. Sadly, we saw it again. But I think, like, overall, when you watch H2K, like, I actually think they're pretty happy with the performance. From talking to the guys on the team as well, they're like, you know what, we actually learned a ton. And I know some people are tired of hearing that, like, all the Western teams are always learning, and then when does it finally, you know, work and they win something huge? But never mind that, like, now it's about winning in Europe. So if they went to Katowice, if they learn from the Korean teams, if they learn from Flash Force certain things they can use now, then they're in a much better situation than Fnatic, because you said they played 10 games plus scrims during these weeks. That's heavily in favor of them.
And one aspect that looked much better for H2K at IEM and over the last few weeks, Nuclear and Che. I mean, as a lane, they look very formidable. They were picking up kills left, right, and center.
Is this the fight? Is this where I started crying?
And that's why we cut it. We don't want to see anymore.
No, but then the men on your screen, of course, had the most emotional time over in Katowice in front of the Polish crowd. And as I said, they learn a lot, and it's in that. They played 10 games, that is almost 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks of LCS worth, so we'll have to see what happens here. In the end, how do you think this one is going to play out, Fnatic practice or not, on terms of how you saw them? They did book a victory also right before the break, so...
I'd be surprised if it wasn't 2-0 H2K on this one. H2K have looked very strong. I don't think the patch is that significant that they can't win here in a 2-0 fashion.
For me, it's not about watching or seeing if Fnatic can win. It's about, like, seeing the progression from Fnatic, because some of the other teams, like Misfits, we see this, like, steady growth, and we, like, really like what we're seeing every week. Where Fnatic, it's been very slow and steady. Losing to Splice lately as well was a bit of a hiccup for them. So I just want to see progression. I don't think they're good enough to beat H2K in a series, but I want to see them play some good League of Legends, because we're getting close to playoffs, and they have to start performing.
All right, we'll see what happens and if they make Daddy DeFiscio proud between H2K and Fnatic as we head over to our casters for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Pyra. This is Crap, but we're here to bring you H2K Fnatic.
Man, I wish I could make Daddy DeFiscio proud. That is one of my goals.
I think he just doesn't say it, but I think he is.
I really hope he is. We're in a bit of a similar boat, Pyra. You went to IEM, I took a vacation, so you'll represent H2K. I'll be Fnatic this series. We need to see what happens. So, like, there's different points of view, like maybe the recharge is good for Fnatic. I want to see how much progression they've made in the last 2 weeks. Right. They have came out and confidently said Broxa is staying. That's our jungler. They need to work on a lot of issues. They have so much information on H2K. H2K kind of...
They let it all on the line.
They let it all out because they were trying to win that tournament, right? So a lot of good things were shown at IEM, but also a couple issues. So so much to see.
Well, let's go ahead and start with what we got to see. Let's take a look at our roster, starting with H2K. It will, of course, be Otawamne up in the top lane, Jankos prowling the jungle, Febivin in the mid lane, Nuclear and Che make up that bot, and their coach, surprise, surprise, it's still Prolly.
Yeah, still Prolly, and obviously facing H2K this evening on the red side, it will be Fnatic, and Fnatic are looking for a lot of improvement, and on the helm of that improvement is still Soaz in the top lane, Broxa in the jungle, Caps in the mid lane, Reckless and Jess is the best bot lane in Europe. Self-proclaimed.
I mean, you know, that title is like kind of up in the air these days, but, you know, we'll get back to that a little bit later. Nico the Pico, of course, their coach, and he's the one who said they weren't taking a break.
Yeah, they weren't taking a break. They were just recharging, but they need to draft better. And that's actually a debate that's been had so often. Soaz actually came to Reddit, one of the Reddit posts, and he defended Nico, and he said, don't you understand that drafting is obviously a discussion between coaches and players? where the coach takes the input of the players to varying degrees in varying teams. Now, the one caveat I have there, or the one thing I want to add is I think it's always the responsibility and ownership of this entire concept is with the coach. It doesn't matter if his players decide 99% of the info on a draft. If you let that through as a coach and it's still a bad draft, that is your fault. So we want to see better drafts from Nico.
Well, we'll get a chance to see what he's got this time. He's had some time to prepare some new strategies. Rise, Camille banned on H2K blue side, and of course LeBlanc on the other. Not too much news there.
Yeah, we need to see if Fnatic continue this trend with picks for Broxa, like tunneling on the Lee Sin and allowing it to happen, because stylistically, in the early game, it matches with the man that was leaning to the side, drinking his water bottle right there. It was Jankos.
Well, the Renekton ban comes in as well. That one's at Odoamne, but we saw last series how deadly that alligator can in fact be. Started to crop up more at the IEM World Championships. H2K balls back in their court for the final ban.
Yeah, and I like that we're moving into a metagame where the purple side bans just aren't as stale anymore. It started a little bit with Varus. And you see if that's going to be Fnatic's lost ban, because letting Varus through is a risk in itself.
Instant pickup in two, and Nuclear has honestly been no slouch as the weeks have gone by. Him and Che have definitely improved their performance overall. Would hate to see that fall into his hands if you're Fnatic, but we'll see.
Yeah, their progression as a bot lane has been very fun to track. In the first 2 weeks, it was kind of fitting into the team, having more team communication, and they were honestly left to dry. And then in the next kind of 2 or 3 weeks, we saw Nuclear and Che make, you know, better plays individually, and then even later on, now they're slotting in much better with the team. So I'm watching Che play and naturally have synergy with Jankos, with Febiven on roams. Then I watch Nuclear and Che in lane, and they're really playing well. So the progression from this bot lane has been super enjoyable to watch.
For Fnatic's side, Reckless and Jez will have to pull something out interesting if they want to match the pressure that the Varus is going to be able to put out. No AD carry bans, but instead they can of course opt for the Jace. That's something that has seen a lot of bans pretty much all throughout the start of this spring split here in Europe, but it's instantly picked up by Fnatic.
Yeah, first series today didn't see much Jace priority, but obviously it shifts between teams. Has just seen a lot of strong play in mid. Like, you could technically mimic top lane what you do with a Renekton if you go for a strong dive jungler. It doesn't really work that well with Kha'Zix because there's no CC. So expecting to see this Jace in the mid lane. Then this Kha'Zix jungle, it seems like a week 2 or so draft right now.
Bit of a throwback, yeah. But funny enough, Caps has not got his hands on the Jace so far, so we've seen a lot of mid laners step up big on it. We'll see if it happens for him as well. Of course, it could still be Soaz pick.
Oh yeah,
but,
obviously it's still a flex. We'll need to see. That's the power of that pick. So we will not expect a mid or top lane pick in this first rotation for Fnatic. Potentially want to hide that. I wonder if Reckless is going to pick up an AD carry, because otherwise H2K will have a powerful squeeze in that AD carry role to really get an advantage here.
Yeah, for H2K they lock in the Cinder, something that's been a favorite of Febiven. And looking at a couple other things, 10 seconds, I think the top lane, the jungle, could be a potential choice for them coming up next.
Definitely support or jungle is where you want to go.
Or you could just try to play some mind games. We've seen a little bit of support Nautilus.
I mean, Nautilus works in both ways. I think Che actually, he played it. Seen him play it. He had strong engages with it. I like it in the top lane too. I like what Huni did with it. It was really fun to watch him play that champion as well. It's a little bit more versatile. With Maokai kind of going lower, Nautilus naturally creeps up again.
Yeah. Oh, that just watching Huni play in that whole series in general was a lot of fun this morning, but we'll hope in this one delivers as well. There's the Jhin lock, and what else could it be? Fnatic don't want to get squeezed in the AD carry role, and we move into second phase of bans.
Ooh, what happens now if Fnatic get their tanks eliminated? What if H2K can really eliminate some of these tanky engaged champions? Then Fnatic have to play a really kind of complex draft right now, because if you look, they have this long range kind of poke comp. You have the damage, the Punisher in Kha'Zix, but you don't really have any semblance of hard CC yet, and it's very hard to play compositions without crowd control effects.
Well, let's see if it comes true. H2K, you know, Prolly is a coach that I think a lot of people give a lot of credit to for his innovative drafts, but sometimes he sticks a little bit too much to his guns.
Yeah.
We'll see if he changes things up. I mean, the top lane, there is a lot still to ban out.
And on the side of H2K, you need to realize these guys just came back from IEM. It was quite the emotional defeat. Drafting them a composition with a strong pick for Nuclear early and then a lot of CC makes it easier to play. And it's a lot easier to kind of call targets, be decisive, and remove some of that hesitation, especially in the late game that H2K had with the draft setup the way it is right now.
Very true. Well, Fnatic balls back in their court for the bans after the Thresh comes out from H2K. Fnatic, what will they be looking to get rid of? It's 2 junglers, the Lee Sin as they'd already gotten off the Ivern.
So Broxa doesn't want to play against Ivern and Lee Sin, leaving just the Graves open. That would just slot in here pretty well. I'm just having a double check that he's not banned out. He's definitely not. So a Graves pickup could be great here. I think Jankos put him on that champion. One of the weaknesses is traditionally that Graves doesn't have much CC to bring himself to lane, so he can't gank that well. But if he can match him in a Varus Nautilus lane or Nautilus top lane or Syndra lane, guess what? They bring the CC for you.
All right, one more support ban is the Tom Kench, so Jez's has been targeted a little bit. Ball's back to Fnatic. Question though, what are Fnatic looking to build with this comp? There's a lot of damage here. What do they need to round it out with?
I mean, ideally, you would think that they're at least considering picking up a Maokai in the top lane here. The way the bans have been happening from H2K, I feel like it might be a flex Nautilus that can go into support, especially since they get rid of the Tom Kench, and that they want to punish this Maokai maybe with a Renekton. That would be super cool to see for me if they can go like Renekton Graves. Oh, Renekton's been banned out early.
Yeah, it's okay. I wanted to see him too, but he got rid of. But okay, the Maokai's locked in.
That ruins
what
it.
else could they do?
I mean, you could do the similar thing with Rumble, where you want to dive early, but it's a lot harder to set up. So I don't think that's the direction H2K want to go. If with the Renekton banned out, obviously it's much better to just go range support for the push, play Karma Varus in the bot lane, push them in all day, put your tank in the top lane, and then I imagine Graves will come out here for Jankos.
Yeah, well, they still got 20 seconds to decide that, but it does seem like a pretty clear-cut strategy for H2K. Probably had been pretty vocal about wanting to give the teams, harder homework, give them champions and compositions that weren't quite so easy. But after the IM experience, maybe he wants to let them have something.
Exams are over, man. Pyra, school starting again. We can start slow. We can start easy. Very, very easy to figure out game plan for H2K. Now, Fnatic, they're rounding out this comp with another frontline. A lot of talk recently about how important tanks are in terms of zone, how important frontline is. But if you look at matchups, there could very well be a case where H2K is pressuring on 3 lanes in the early game, and they have a Graves jungler who is the superior duelist between Graves and Kha'Zix.
Yeah, well, with the Braum locked, they've got themselves that front line. And of course, there's a lot to be happy for. I think on both sides, there's a lot of power in H2K's pocket, but Fnatic is not lacking for that at all. I mean, this could be some explosive fights.
Yeah, I just want to really track how that Syndra into Jace matchup goes. If everyone gets the push early somehow in that matchup, he's been playing super confident. I've been loving his movement recently. He's been talking a lot to his team on the plays. You can see that they react very quickly when Jankos is invading. So we could definitely see Jankos get some good invades off on Broxa, and then it's going to be a good test for Broxa as well. How does he deal with such an aggressive jungler, maybe meddling with his jungle pattern?
Yeah, I mean, he's only recently secured his spot on this squad, but he definitely has seemed to be an improvement for the Fnatic lineup. There's still a lot of questions for those guys, but perhaps this is one of the things they need, just the stability for this team. They had a little bit of time off. We'll see if it helped recharge their batteries for H2K's side. As they said on the desk, these guys went to war. Will they be looking for more? Will they be looking to pound the frustrations out on Fnatic?
Yeah, really important first game here for the morale for both these teams for different reasons. A win would go so far.
Absolutely. Now, if you guys at home think H2K are going to walk away with a win, game number 1, had a tough tournament, can they start on the right foot again? Hashtag H2K win over at LOL Esports. And of course, for Fnatic, you know what to do. Hashtag FNC win. There's always a large dedicated fan base for this squad, this brand. But H2K, they're looking to prove that they definitely are hard to kill.
Yeah. The good old throwback right there.
You know, yeah, I don't use it all the time, but when I do, I just go overboard.
Yeah, that is the original name of Team H2K. Hard to kill. Will they be hard to kill? I don't know, Pyra. It all depends on how the early lanes play out and how Jankos plays against Broxa. That is one of the matchups I was super excited for. Another one is obviously Febiven playing against his former team. Both Reckless and Febiven have been retweeting the bromance pictures that have been happening before the match. They've nothing but love to show for each other, but I think both these guys really want their teams to win.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fnatic, they've got themselves kind of a new mid lane darling, right? You talk about star mid laners in the European LCS. Febiven was once upon a time that guy, but now a lot of people look to Caps.
I don't know, Reckless was saying how he fought really hard to keep Febiven, how he thought he would be a great fit here. If I'm
Trouble
Caps,
in Paradise?
If I'm Caps, I'm like, really? I'm trying
He
here,
does
man.
always look at Reckless after the match. Maybe he just kind of...
He
wants Senpai to notice him.
Yep. All right, we'll see if Jankos, is he actually going for a late invade on the Raptors here? That would be the next step in the IEM meta. Would be very interesting to see, because that's what teams have been doing. Stacking saplings here on the Raptors. Then Kha'Zix starts W. Obviously, they cleared. We've talked about this.
Yeah,
I want to see
formulaic.
if there's actually going to be an invade.
It would be dangerous. Top laner and jungle around.
And on the bot lane, what you want to watch for is there's a face check by Jezz into the brush, because they're playing at a big range disadvantage.
Yep.
Well,
Okay,
I think
here
they
we
saw
go.
Odoamne.
Inchin, here he comes.
Right before the sapling go down, if Jankos can get the hit, he's actually going to get assistance.
Oh boy. Okay, so they get right on it, and Brox is going to have to fight for his Raptors.
I'm loving this, dude. You take their saplings and you use it against them, because obviously the AI are not so great. Now Broxa starting from behind immediately. We asked ourselves, what will Broxa do when his jungle gets thrown upside down? Here, really great start for H2K.
Yeah, Yanko's going to be super, super happy that he can just go right back into his own jungle and know that Brox is going to be set a little bit on the back foot to start things off. We'll have to keep track of how that turns into lane pressure, and Brox is having a hard time on red buff.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 1 right now, and I think he started W. Let me just have to go back on my client. Yeah, he obviously started W for the Raptors, so that's not a good start to do on red buff. There is a world where Jankos goes blue to blue right here. Look what Shay did. Shay did exactly this at IEM as well. I think it was game 1 or 2 versus Flash Wolves. They would get the push early with a Malzahar, walk in and put a ward on the enemy buff, especially since there are now Raptor starts introduced. You can't always accurately predict when somebody arrives at blue buff. That ward will give them so much freedom to play with.
Yeah, this is a great start for H2K, and in the mid lane there is going to be a little bit of trading, and talked about Febivin and his confidence if he can get a good push on. Well, Caps is definitely not going to be a pushover, but Jankos will have a chance early, you have to think, to be able to get involved.
Yeah, Jesus just had to peel off into the jungle to help Broxa not get invaded on this buff, because they don't know where Jankos is, and Jankos is, well, throwing his hands in the air like he doesn't care. He's just power farming right now, getting a bigger experience lead.
All right, so clearly it looks like right now the learnings at IM have been paying off a little for H2K. Well, they got to be able to finish a game out.
Oh, so much pressure on Broxa right now.
It's 3 minutes in.
3 lanes are being pushed in.
Uh-oh.
He gets the buff. Ooh, that's a bit of a late invade for Jankos.
Yep.
I think so, at least, because there's not much there to gain. That entire quadrant is cleared, but you can see the pressure. There's push in mid, push in top, push in the bot lane, and you have Graves versus Kha'Zix, and again, we can question the draft. Can Fnatic survive this?
That is the question, right? Fnatic, they're going to have to hold on. They have a pretty gnarly spike, too. I mean, if they can get the Kha'Zix up to speed, eventually, Caps will start doing a serious amount of damage. Jin's fine, even if he got a bit of a nerf.
Yes, this is definitely what they need to do. The problem is it just gives H2K a team that can snowball leads, a lot of aggression early, and Fnatic, a team that isn't as cohesive yet, a really hard early game. And if they can survive and only get like 600 gold down or something, of course, that's fine for Fnatic. The problem is it's really hard to play this map, especially if you're Broxa, and you feel like you can get challenged on every single camp.
Just might be. He's sitting up in the top side right now, but in bot, Nuclear and Shay are keeping Reckless and Jez is locked up under that tower. The farm advantage at 8 at the moment, and try to keep them off of it.
Yeah, and both Nuclear and Shay and Odoamne, they'll be so happy whenever Jankos finds Broxa in the jungle. Because when they see the enemy jungler, they know exactly where he is, and they can just poke him down their respective lanes. Here again, Jankos contesting the Raptors, because he knows he's safe. Look, how can Fnatic ever react to this? Jace is locked under his turret, Maokai is locked under the turret. Look at Odoamne peeling off, ready to support. These guys are working as a unit.
Yeah, communication in the early game definitely seems to be great right now, and it's gotten them a gold advantage, keeping Broxa on the back foot. No level difference just yet between him and Jankos, but you have to think this Graves can get involved earlier. That'll translate to some items. It's already been an upgrade.
Early tracker snipe right there. Super vital, because you play a vision game. It's all about the pressure. You leave a control ward at the ramp. You leave a deep ward on the right side, or on the left side rather, so you know he's at least on the right side. Now Broxa is looking for scraps.
Yeah.
But he can't overextend too much, so he's looking for a gank. Now, is Febivin going to play safe? His movement was fantastic in a lot of the matches at IEM in terms of smelling ganks. The bot lane is also respecting Broxa being able to be in Tribrush.
Ooh,
well, he knows. Yeah. If the Shock Blast comes at you, Pyra.
Oh, I wonder what's up.
Yep.
Febivin definitely solid on the game sense right there. They didn't even need the wards now. Jankos is going to get pinged out himself.
And you can see Che suddenly aggressive, because guess who showed in the mid lane? Broxa. They were hiding in the bottom of the lane because Broxa could be in their jungle. Now they know he's not. Guess what? He's going to pair up with Jankos. Push lane, invade, work together. Like the unity of this H2K is so satisfying to watch.
It's nice to see them picking up not just lessons from IAM, but developing better together as a team. This early game looking so crisp from the H2K side. Fnatic, they're going to be struggling to hold on. I mean, just with farm differential, we've got no first bloods or towers. It's 1,000 gold advantage to H2K.
Yeah, this early sweeper in jungle, you don't see this very often because Jankos, he went for an early trackers.
Brox is so low.
The punish also fails here from Fnatic. Jesus shows up, Q goes very wide, and then Jankos steals away another cap.
Yeah, Brox is going to have a whole lot of trouble throughout the course of this game. Keeping the Kazakhs down seems to be the name of it for H2K, and so much invade pressure going into that jungle. Che has been empowered, and now on the first back, the serrated Dirk gets picked up for Nuclear. Rocking the Warlords too, he's still having the sustain.
Yeah, wants to go for some sustain at least, playing a poke lane. It's arguable. I think it's a safe approach.
Some changes on patch 7.4.
Yeah, only like 15% anymore right now, so there's definitely a reason to switch maybe towards Fervor. Or if you want to play Deathfire Touch Varus, I don't think so. I think Warlords is the safest still. He got his core components.
Very true. And Nuclear, as a player, I feel like he can definitely play with a lot of confidence just because we talked about his early improvements as an ADC player. Obviously, that's backed up somewhat like Che, but it is really nice to see him step it up. And you just take a look at how it's evolved from the first couple of weeks in EULCS.
Yeah, better in every single metric. CSD is up, so instead of being behind, he's now ahead. He's dealing more of his team's damage percent. He's dying less, and he's just more present on the map here. And that also enables Che a lot more. Like these little things, like Che moving up early for that ward, pairing with Jankos on the invade, respecting the enemy potential jungle ganks. These are all great things for H2K.
Be happy about it. Now Caps, he is not very happy as he's forced to flash away, caught between Jankos and Febby.
But look again, Odoamne is peeling off. He pushed top, he moved into the enemy jungle. Jankos contested Raptors. Febiven threatened the collapse from Caps. Nobody is allowed to help Broxa.
Broxa's not even allowed in his own jungle right now. I mean, this feels bad, man, on a different level. Soaz just has to keep farming away up top, and the bug's got to go anywhere he can find food.
Yeah, he's literally looking for scraps. He's gonna pop his head in Jankos' jungle again. It's like, did you clear your Raptors? Maybe? Like, can I get a plant? Oh, Krugs are up. Krugs are a little far right now because my bot lane's pushed in. Because guess what? When you draft support lost and you get them all banned out and you hand over Karma still, your bot's gonna get pushed in. And if you have the new Maokai into new Nautilus, that push disparity early on is even bigger because Odoamne has free push the entire day. And then you need to look at it. Can my jungler duel the enemy jungler? No, because we gave them Graves.
Yep, so they're doing great in the lanes. They're doing great in the jungle. In fact, Jankos is doing great in 2 jungles.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot going wrong for H2K right now.
No, they obviously need to play clean because once these Fnatic champions hit level 6, there's always the possibility of a counterplay, right? But I'm liking the clean, methodical approach so far from H2K.
Yes, indeed. Jankos just showing his experience right now over Broxa. Okay, Jesus, he steps into his own jungle. Che is just going to get the sweep on, so they're going to keep the vision away from Fnatic again.
Keep the sweep on, moving. Again, he's supporting Jankos right there. Look at the consistent story. He also has a side stone up compared to Jesus, he's falling behind. So now H2K moved the pressure from one side to the other, and Fnatic are looking for a reaction.
Desperate play, but Broxa's going to go low here. Odoamne, can he finish him off? He does for first blood.
This guy just got dunked on. Holy moly.
1v2.
This was a pure panic play by Fnatic. They go in, Odoamne cancels the jump back out from Broxa, or he flashed into the wall. I don't know which one he did first, but this is just pure panic.
That's a tilter, man. Like, it is so rough when you try to make the desperate play. He was on half his health bar, it looked like, and Broxa just didn't have the damage because he's been kept so low in items. Now, Odo's likely to die here. He has no flash up and available, and so
that's greed. If he dies here, Odoamne is trolling. He's trying to get the wave in, but come on.
Wait, the anchor's up.
Sapling? Sapling deal no damage when they land right now.
Oh, no!
He's fine.
Wow! I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah, he just walked away. So he's not trolling. He got the wave in. He did everything right. We were wrong.
Completely calculated by Odoamne.
Look at this rotation here. They took bot lane turret with the help of Jankos. They peeled off. They poked out Caps with Febiven's QE combo. They take mid, and well, they can run top, but I think it's time to shop here. Another Raptor steal. I don't think Broxa has gotten any of his Raptors yet.
Looks like he's gonna not get that one either. Let's take a look at the play again.
So this is basically bot lane saying, we're winning right now. And Broxa's like, guys, I need something. What do we do? And they're looking for, yeah, can we kill this guy? Maybe. And then Caps is trying to collapse. He flashes over, tries to jump out. I think he gets queued immediately. Oh, the timing on that one. Baby, Odoamne. So well played.
Yeah, indeed. So he is looking solid on this Nautilus. Farm advantage is still over Soaz. He's working his way up to his defensive items, even if he had the double door and start.
And H2K right now are feeling good. Like, I think it was Jankos laughing so hard, the entire crowd kind of looked over, like, what the hell is going on? I see a couple guys nodding. Yeah. These guys are, like, they're feeling good right now with this game.
This is it's the cathartic release because it was such an emotional loss in the semifinals at IEM, and for Jankos in particular, being in front of the Polish crowd, you could tell that it felt like they felt that they had let them down, but now they're just kind of rolling all over this Fnatic team.
They're stomping Fnatic right now. That must feel so good for them as a morale boost. Because imagine what would happen if you put all your effort in training into this tournament. You get so close to beating the Flash was in that game too, which should have been a win for H2K. You mess it up, you go home, you feel bad, and you would lose against Fnatic game 1. That would be such a soul-crushing defeat. Instead, we see the polar opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they were training in the hyperbolic time chamber for like the entire time. Finally go out in an epic battle, they just barely lose it, and then they come back and they just like flick the bad guy and he just flies into a wall.
Yep, the hyperbolic time chamber. Because when you play against Karsa and you suddenly have to play against Broxa here, granted, this guy's had no help from his draft.
Yeah,
I don't think we can blame Broxa. Like, I think any jungler with Kha'Zix and these lanes is going to suffer versus the Graves, especially with that start from H2K. I don't know who designed it for H2K, but if it was Prawley, we need to give mad props because the level 1 invade, it started the chain reaction. All the domino invades, the chain ward, the contest on every single Raptor camp, the Grom steals, they all came from that level 1 invade.
Yeah, and it gave so much over to H2K in the early game. These guys had the largest gold lead at 10 of any game we've had in the European LCS Spring Split so far. Just had confirmation from stats.
Yeah, with barely any kills. So this is not a game where suddenly you're snowballing out of control because of a misplay or a beautiful flash. This is just systematic destruction in terms of pressure, which flowed over into turret pressure, and then the reaction play from Fnatic got H2K the first blood.
Absolutely. H2K, I mean, this is kind of like the classic style that we saw from them way back in the day when they're like, we don't have to get kills. We're going to play the objective game, and we're going to do it way better than you. It's happening again. Let's see if Odo gets out of this one. He's not got a flash, but he feels like he's not playing with fire because no one can do any damage to him.
I mean, Odo feels like a second jungler right now, not running Smite, but he's been in this jungle more than Broxa at this point. Just strolling in.
Febby. Oh, go Son for the mid laner. Are they looking to dive this tower right now? Nope. Scout of the week doesn't happen. Soaz walks away.
I think they're just telling Soaz, please step away from the turret. We don't care about you. You know, it's all about the objectives.
Well, they knocked down 2 of them. They'll be looking for the 3rd soon enough. You have to think Broxa has just had such a hard time. Level disadvantage versus Jankos, but that does not tell anywhere near the whole story.
No, this is
Completed Warrior Enchant versus just the trackers.
Again, a really tough draft to play for Fnatic. It seems like every single lane says what they can do, and that they feel confident playing maybe a losing push, but I think the bigger picture got lost here again in which lanes are getting pushed in early and how does that influence the jungle, because that is generally how you rate drafts, right? You look at, do they have 2 pushing lanes? If there's ever a scenario where 3 lanes can push, it is incredibly, that should be just an alarm in anybody's head when they're doing the draft. And then the final check is, with 3 pushing lanes, do we have a stronger jungler? All those boxes kind of got ticked for H2K this game.
Yeah, pretty much pulling it out about as flawlessly as you can. Still 15 minutes, just shy of that rather, but H2K are pushing on 2nd tier mid lane.
We're still in the running for a perfect game here. So
yeah, it could happen.
So let's see who H2K is going to do it, because the classic Pyra, every time H2K looks strong, methodical, and clean,
then the late game happens.
There's that one fight where they all start yelling in the studio, nobody says back, and even when somebody says back, nobody hears it, and they kind of go a bit too deep.
So is that the win condition for Fnatic here? Just a complete derp fight from H2K?
Yeah.
It has happened, as you said.
They're looking for teleport right now. This could be it.
Here we go. Okay, so they're going to back off. Now, pinging the teleport. Curtain call is opened up, and Soaz is looking to come around the flank. He's a real slow tree, though, and he's going to have to flash forward. Still stopped up. He did nothing for his trouble.
Good reaction by H2K. The setup was okay for Fnatic. Like, this is what this composition wants to do. Open up the curtain call to slow them down, to allow Soaz to kind of penetrate the flank. The problem is, it's too telegraphed, too much vision.
Yeah, and they don't have enough damage yet. Really just not working for him, and H2K can just come right back to it, take down the tower. Meanwhile, up top, Odoamne nearly gets the job done up there, and Soaz is going to have to clean up the mess.
Yeah, and Che and Jankos playing tag team here. Such good progression for H2K, because it's so hard when you speak different languages. Both Jankos and Che have English here as a second language, and they need to communicate very well in terms of deep vision. That's where weeks of practice pay off, you know, routines, patterns you say up. A single ping could mean so much. And they're really just taking the methodical approach. Look at the deep wards that are in the jungle. Broxside will be spotted on anything he does.
Yeah, not much for the Bug to get done this time around. It's going to be buying a few wards if at the least they can try to get some vision back, but Fnatic's jungle has been pretty dark for them this game, and the one place that they do have vision, H2K are pinging saying, hey, let's go there next.
Yeah, I like watching pings to see pro teams. Yes, you can communicate on voice comms, but watching especially the Flash Wolves play at IEM, it was so satisfying to watch them ping out everything they were doing. Especially Karsa and Maple were pinging everything single face check, but have to hold on here because Soaz.
He might not get out of this. Anchors away and goes Jankos to try and finish the job. Twisted advance. Reckless suddenly appears out of the blue at high noon. Does he have enough damage to finish it off? Jankos is limping away. Reckless does get the kill onto him, and now it looks like Fnatic might have found a turnaround. Exhaust onto Febivin. In comes Broxa. He's gonna find a kill for himself. It's about damn time. And Otowamne safe under tower. Che around the backside. Fnatic have overcommitted. Jesses is down. Reckless looking for more though, and that's gonna be it. No, Caps takes down Che, and he's gonna turn in for another. Fnatic come up huge.
Beautiful punish by Fnatic, but every single game, H2K think they control the world. Look at the bot lane. Nuclear is just pushing up. He's been there for a while. He was there ages ago. Reckless base ran top, Jessis came too. In all that time, nobody on H2K said, guys, maybe we should back off. Do we need this kill? Like, they engaged blind on the Maokai in the top side. Look at it again. Look at their vision. So they don't see Reckless, they don't see Broxa. The deep wards all got cleared out, or they just timed out, and they still think it's a good idea to fight a Maokai who's fighting back, right? At this point, Che is running from Dragon Pit, Nuclear is in the bottom lane. Like, this is a great punish by Fnatic, and this is the only move Fnatic could have made. Good follow-up here by Jessis as well, trying to block as much as he can. Broxa gets a kill on Febivin, but just how ludicrous this is from H2K's side shot calling. It's just so disappointing to see, because now Caps gets into the game as well. He picks up 2 kills at the end.
Yeah, and honestly, Reckless even nearly went down, but just when H2K thought it was safe to go back in the water, well, he comes out of the blue and finishes him off. Liked Reckless's positioning in that fight, and that really does get Fnatic back in the game, but they are still facing a massive deficit, and they traded an outer for an inner.
Yeah, so they still so far behind. It's just, it happens every game for H2K.
But maybe that's the chance. And I mean, this is also a storied matchup too. You take a look at it right now. Fnatic and H2K, in Splits Past especially, it's been one of our more hyped up matches, and it has a lot of history behind it. Fnatic may be struggling a little bit more to retain that pedigree, but they're still showing they got teeth.
Yep. Definitely the all-time winners of the matchup. H2K on the up and up.
Definitely looking like it. Trying to close this one out. It was very clean early game. They had a bit of a stumbling block there, but they are still keeping the pressure on. A lot of vision. Hasn't been a dragon game too much because the Cloud Drake was the first and it will be the second. H2K should be able to get that one without much contest.
Yeah, the longest living Drake of them all, the Cloud Dragon.
Yep. It's got the highest life expectancy, just what it is. Fnatic are going to trade for themselves a Rift Herald. Should go Soaz's way. I mean, maybe it goes Brox's. It's the kind of thing they've done in the LPL for times past when they have to grab it, give it to somebody who can have kill potential.
Granted that Soaz isn't close and he would have to teleport in to pick up the bomb.
That's true.
My bet it is going to go to Broxa.
I like the big picture, Crepo.
Yeah.
But you're the detail-oriented one.
That's the detail-oriented one. You can look that Soaz is indeed in the bottom lane because he has to kind of hold Otowamne's push. As we get later into the game, top laners go bot because obviously the main objective becomes Baron and topside control.
Right. Baron is about to hit that rift, but it'll be a while before either of these teams are comfy contesting and checking in once again. H2K, they have themselves that 5K gold advantage. Would have held Fnatic killless. No perfect game, unfortunately, but they definitely did the derp up in the top side.
Yeah. The one problem here, hang on, Otowamne.
I've seen this one before on the other side of it. He sends the depth charge up onto Reckless and anchors away to get himself back to safety.
Turns out, Otowamne is pretty tanky.
Yeah, it's hard to kill this guy. You thought the Maokai was tanky. Well, Odo's still going at it 1v2, and there's no help coming, by the way.
Yeah, this is prompting a reaction from H2K in the top side, and I think it's actually a blessing for them that they saw this happen, because now they get a very easy vision sweep and a really easy rotation into the top side as well. Because that was quite hard for them with their composition. They didn't have a clear 1-3-1, because both Nuclear and Febivin like playing in the mid lane in the mid game.
Jez is on the front, blocking things out. They dodge the Scout of the Week from Febivin and throws another Arc Sphere in.
Yeah, so now once they get the setup, obviously, the poke is much easier for them. Once they can get Fnatic locked onto a turret, they can siege. You know, Varus and Syndra are great sieging champions. It's just to get the setup, to get all the waves in the right place, to then rotate. It's slightly harder with this comp.
See if they can pull it off. But for H2K, they're definitely still in that driver's seat, and they're keeping vision contained around the Baron side of the map. Fnatic are trying to grab what little they can to fight back in this game, but they're still facing a massive deficit. However, even if they do lose a fight, 21 minutes, death timer's not the highest yet.
Yeah, but they'll take a Baron, Pyra. Yeah. I don't think you care about respawning when the next thing you're going to do is just die again. This is the last fight Fnatic can afford to lose.
Well, there haven't been that many this game, but they have been being pushed back quite a lot.
And this is something H2K does very often. Hang on, Nuclear.
Okay, he's caught, but he does land the chains onto Jez's, jumping back. Reckless is caught too. Yanko steps forward, under the line. That's a collateral, but it only takes down half the health bar of Reckless, and a shock blast does the rest for the minion wave. Nuclear low as well, and he's gonna have to dodge out as the curtain call comes in. Teleport flying. Yanko's Nuclear's caught out. Broxah looking for more. Reckless gets one, and Broxah sinks the claws in. Teleport canceled by Odo.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy this happened. Both because now we actually may have a game on our hands, and also because it punishes one of the trends of H2K. And we need to go back about a minute, and you have to ask yourself, why was Oduwamne in that jungle? He was supposed to be bottom lane, pushing against Soaz, just playing the macro game. H2K had this tendency to always put Oduwamne with them, go for the forced fight. Right there, he actually was walking back to bottom lane, and then Fnatic pulled the trigger, and now they're going for Dasher.
Yeah, and H2K, they just couldn't respond in time, and Fnatic, they may lose a little bit of time on this. Jezis goes down. Febvin looking to make the play. Baron could be anyone's call right now. Yanko's, oh, it's a big shutdown onto Reckless, and Broxah hopped out of the pit. Yanko's followed him through, and H2K say thank you very much. We'll take your Baron and your lives.
They were obviously too far ahead. They completely sweep an act. I love how Febvin demolished Jezis first, and then got the QE combo on 2 members. What a hero play from Febvin. The ace in the hole.
Committed from Yankos.
Pool party right there, he says.
Baby, that was sexy.
Yeah, takes down Caps. Febvin sends his regards. But
okay, so H2K had a couple of derps.
Yeah.
They're allowed them, it looks like.
I mean, they built up such a massive lead with their draft and their early game. They are allowed many failures. The problem is that we can consistently highlight these failures where they put Oduwamne with them. They play as a 5-man death squad until the opponent offers enough resistance. Then they go back to what should have been the split play, you know, the teleport setups. And as they retreated, Oduwamne actually left a window for Fnatic to reply.
Yeah, and here was that window, but unfortunately, as Fnatic were climbing through it, it kind of shut on their faces.
Just watch Jezis. He drops, and then the spheres. If Jezis just survived a little bit longer, he would have kind of blocked the QE combo from Febvin, and some of the backline members from Fnatic could maybe DPS Baron down. They probably would have still died.
Yep, that's the lead H2K built, and they're definitely looking to take it all the way to the end. And you know, you can even tell, like, they were having a laugh earlier. We looked over on their faces, and everybody had a smile. When they got the dirt play,
they
look
look
around,
serious.
Completely serious.
No, you should look at their faces, man. These guys, they go from high highs to low lows, because after they throw away 2 kills, and Oduwamne had wasted his teleport, had given up teleport advantage to Soaz, like, they were looking mean and extremely serious.
And that was the net result of it. So Fnatic now on the back foot.
Can we really call it a team fight? I feel this is so unfair.
I don't know what to call it, man.
That was just slaughter.
Good thing around the internet, wouldn't be allowed to show it on TV.
Yeah.
Not at this hour anyways. H2K, they push down on the bottom side. They have Odo in the top. He's got teleport available. Fnatic desperately clinging to life here in this game 1. Here's Soaz on the flank.
Looking for a flank, looking for anything, just looking for a fight. There's teleport on there.
He flashes, he goes in onto Che. Let's see if they can blow him up. Jez is in the front. He's gonna get the Glacial Fissure. Broxah does manage to get onto Che. Teleport coming in, but Odo, but is it a little too late right now? Fnatic are turning. They find Febvin. It's a big shutdown. Gold goes Soaz's way, but Broxah can't get in, and now Fnatic look like they've run out of steam.
Yeah, I'm liking these reactionary plays here from Fnatic. It's just too little too late. It looks like, but they're consistently kind of denting H2K, while H2K is just so much superior, so far ahead. It shouldn't happen that they managed to generate some kills, so there's hope for Fnatic in that regard.
Fnatic will have something to look forward to for game number 2, but it looks like this one is definitely lost. Their base, they're hemorrhaging objectives. It's been 8 turrets to 1. Fnatic have only found the one on the top side. H2K can't close it out just yet.
Yeah.
But they'll be back, and in greater numbers.
Every single time we try and take them down here, good flank. Oduwamne is not there, so like this is literally all Fnatic can do. And H2K, they're not as prepared for the desperation moves as they could have been, but they're still always generating objectives. they had such a clean early game here that they built up some credit, right? You can spend it on silly things. You can spend your credit on some consoles, you can spend it on whatever you want, you can spend your credit on trying to kill a Maokai and then throwing the game potentially. But luckily, because you have so much credit, it doesn't really hurt you if you're H2K.
Yeah, you can still cash out and get yourself a win. You just have enough to pick up I don't know,
buy a Switch
or something.
Yep.
I knew what you were thinking.
I want to play the new Zelda game, man. That's what I'm thinking about.
Same. It's hard to concentrate, but hey, you know what? H2K, they're looking to polish this one off, and maybe they'll send it home early. It's one win on the board for them if they get this one, and all they need to do is close it out. Fnatic are trying to fight back.
They will engage here. Like, they have to.
Dez is taking a little low, so as going in onto Otawamne, Caps and Broxa unsure about the situation. Chains of Corruption is going to finish onto Broxa, but in comes the second wave of minions. Otawamne immediately anchors into Broxa, turns for Soaz. It's all the distraction play. Nuclear does take a chunk of damage from Caps, but they've taken themselves an inhibitor turret, and inhibitor number 3 soon to go down. Caps still threatening on the other side, but it looks like he does not have enough teeth to make it happen. Teleport now, this might be it. Soaz looking to come in. Maybe his bark is worse than his bite. Che, redemption though, is gonna keep him healthy, and Soaz is going low. They get a big knock-up courtesy of Jez's right before he goes down. The rest of Fnatic are soon to follow. Soaz is down. The rest of them, they're scattering right now, and it looks like it's inhibitor time.
They get their final and third inhibitor here. They win the fight. They're hoping to make Probably proud, but you could see that he probably wasn't as happy. He knows, could have been cleaner.
Well, they might have a talking to with them after this game, but one Nexus turret's gonna fall. The second is sure to as well. Fnatic, they've got nothing left. Caps, Reckless, Broxa, all desperately trying to keep it alive, but in the end, it is gonna be a big victory for H2K in game number 1 over Fnatic.
What a statement here, Pyra. They went to war in Katowice. They played their heart out. It was so close in some of these games. They're barely losing in that semifinal, and then they were distraught. They come back, they were looking for a morale boost, a clean game, or just a big victory, and they found exactly that.
Now, war changes people. H2K found that one out. Maybe not that much, because they did get a little funny, and Jankos...
I mean, it's still League of Legends. We're talking about war here. I think we're overdone it. Like, they went to play video games in Katowice, where they have some really good fried chicken. So, I don't know, man. Like, life is not that bad.
No, you're definitely right, but it was obviously an emotional time for this H2K team, and they come back and they show up, not without mistakes, but they definitely made a big statement here today.
I mean, I get a little emotional too when I think back of the KFC in Katowice. that was some good chicken right there, but no, it was, yeah, a really good early game, and I love it when you can look at drafts and be like, whoo, could be 3 pushing lanes, could be Graves to Kha'Zix, could be dangerous, and exactly that happens.
Well, it could be an H2K victory. So they're game 1 over Fnatic. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk for a closer look at how it all happened.
Thank you, Pyro. And well, they also have a thing or two to say about the drafts, but the big question that we had here going into it is H2K has said tough time at IEM, a lot of games. What have they learned? What have they brought home to Europe? Well, they were already in Europe, but they brought it on the plane or bus or whatever.
Yeah, back to Berlin.
Yes, back to Berlin, and it was exactly those early game jungle strats.
Yes, this is exactly what Casa did against the European teams and what Rox Tigers did again. We can just show the replay because it's something Jankos talked a lot about doing IEM, and I'm glad we get to see it. It's like, early on, it's all about Raptor camps because they give so much experience. So he invades in, puts it down a control ward just to now steal away some of them because Broxa actually tried to like counter it by starting there, but boom, they lose the fight. Second Raptor spawns.
Oh, same thing happens. It's all about control ward goes down to spot anybody. There's no chance of Soaz being there. And again, he moves in, gets the experience advantage, and continues to put Broxa behind. And then we have a really weird moment where Broxa continues to try and jungle in a normal path, and then takes a fight against Otawamne, despite being less than half health.
Exactly. So that one obviously wasn't the smartest. He thought he could jump back out, but then Otawamne kind of outplays him. And it's very easy now to go like, oh, Brox's fault. Look, he's down in experience. He's dying here. You know, why is this jungler not doing anything? That's the classic solo Q1 jungler. Why are you not doing anything? Well, the reason is he doesn't have any lanes. They're literally sitting under their tower for the entire early game. We just saw at the end of this replay, bot lane tower went down because H2K executed their early game literally perfectly, and they were just handed it.
So why is this setup not something you guys like?
Okay.
Why do these lanes lose?
So essentially, Nautilus gets the push against Maokai to start the game. Syndra gets the push and bullies Jace to start the game. And when you pick Jhin with Braum, you're going to get pushed in by Varus Karma. That is a pushing lane. And suddenly, this Graves gets all the freedom on the map. It's all about just securing any minor plays away from Broxer, and you take control of the entire Rift.
I wrote down 4 things when I saw the draft. I was like, okay, Fnatic, no magic damage. You know, other Maokai, so no one cares. They banned Lee Sin and Iron over Graves in the second phase, even though Graves is considered by many, also in LCK, one of the absolute best junglers right now. They had 3 losing lanes, as Stress pointed out. Also, they don't even have that superior late game. Yeah, they might have some scaling in here, but it's not that much better than H2K. So a lot of people have criticized Fnatic's drafts in the past. I like how the music was building up for my end point here, which basically is, this draft was actually the worst Fnatic draft of all split, and that says a lot when people have been criticizing drafts almost every week. I don't think they had a single way to win this game, at least I can't see it right now, because I think
we saw it.
What was it? H2K fooling around in top lane?
Yes, and let's take a look at that, because, I mean, we do have to also point out when it isn't going well and when Fnatic did find an opening. Oh, this isn't it, though. This was...
Well, they found the Baron, you know, and then H2K found them.
Yeah, this is after Fnatic found the opening, but took a little too long on the Baron setup, and then just this call to go for Baron against H2K with the lead they had, with that delay in between, was just a suicidal call.
Oh yeah, this is the kind of call you make when you realize you are not winning the game. You don't really have a way to win the game. So you're like, okay, we got to kill, rush Baron to see if we can get it. Like, it's a kind of Hail Mary play that obviously backfires really often.
In that universe, it's a good call, because it's the only call.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if that's the only call you have, then you should go for it. So we can't criticize them specifically for going for the Baron in that case, because it's it all goes back to the draft.
Yeah.
There is like no way for Broxer, this man on your screen right now, to play the early game, because Graves is literally sitting in his lane or in his face, and every laner from H2K can move first, and you just can't win early game. You literally cannot win early game with that comp.
I want to see a better draft in game 2, and I'm going to leave it to the words of Fnatic's former jungler in an ambiguous post when he joined the Challenger Series. He said that Fnatic Academy, their coaching staff, specifically Cubs, was better for him to work around. It looks like Fnatic have problems in their draft and coaching from their own admission.
Interpretation?
I do want to add one little point there. I just want to say that when it comes down to draft, people should not just blame the coach.
Right.
It is a team effort. There's players, analysts, coaches, everything. There's a lot of people involved. So you can blame, we should blame all of them for the draft here. But H2K, you know, they played out the early game super well. Mid-game, yeah, they were making some mistakes, but that's the classic.
They were doing an H2K.
You get so far ahead, you kind of lose focus a little bit, and then they just went right back in, won the last fight, boom, took the game, and honestly stomped Fnatic.
And nice to see that they have like a morale boost now. They use some knowledge that they found at IEM to get themselves off to a head start.
Like your
as we are going to take a break to make an esports fan husbando chart. But when we return, we'll have game 2 between Fnatic and H2K.
Desperate play, but Broxer's gonna go low here. Oda, can he finish it off? He does for first blood. This guy just got dunked on.
I'm really sad for the jungler. He's like his level 5.
Kills is down. Reckless looking for more though. And it's gonna be it. No, Caps takes down Shay, and he's gonna turn in for another Fnatic come up huge. What a hero play for Ace in the hole. Committed from Yankos. But in the end, it is going to be a big victory for H2K in game number 1.
when I joined or rejoined Fnatic back in 2015, it was a bit awkward between me and Fabian at first because I think like we didn't really know how to approach each other, and I was so focused on like getting back into the team and working like together with Bora again, and I kind of like didn't really put any emphasis at all on building our relationship. So it wasn't actually until we went to boot camp in Korea in 2015 where me and him started spamming duo queues together, because me and Fabian flew there together and we talked a lot on the plane, and then when we got there we went to a cafe and we just played together. And then pretty much ever since that point we've always been like piff and puff, you know. It's actually been quite crazy, and I was really disappointed to see us letting him go to H2K. I don't think there was any hard feelings between me and Fabian when he left, because I was actually one of the few who were fighting for him the most to stay in Fnatic, because yeah, as I said, I just valued all of the skill sets that he brought, and I just thought that him staying in Fnatic would be the most optimal fit for the team. But I'm pretty happy for him. I wish that H2K is really successful and that we don't have to face him in the quarterfinals, even though it's looking like it right now. Because after all, like he's still one of my closest friends, if not my closest friends actually, that I have here in Berlin. Fabian is someone you should value because he actually brings a great amount to a team, and I think that's actually one of the reasons as to why H2K is as successful as they are as well, because he's just one of the best mid laners out there, and he really tries hard to make things work inside the team, and I'm sure Jankos really enjoys working with him as well.
Yeah, they'll just be like...
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS 2017 Spring Split, and man, I mean, that's a tearjerker right there.
But don't you just love it when Rek'L says he wishes H2K would be successful, and the very series they play against them, they are successful.
So far, so good anyways. We still got a couple more games to play, right?
Be careful what you wish for, I would say. And no, it's really great to see Febiven, because coming into the season, there was the question, will we see 2015 Febiven or 2016 Febiven here
very
now
different players.
In 2017? Definitely very different approach, and they're different players. And I think we're seeing the former a lot more here. There's really great movement from him, sidesteps on skill shots. He's playing pressure heavy, but he's also playing for the team. He's constantly using that pressure to disappear into the river, maybe add some pressure to top lane or to the bot lane. He's been setting up contests with Jankos, so I was really happy, rather, to see that.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem immune to kind of being even ganked and stuff in lane. He's been playing it safe. Obviously, last game, not a whole lot of gank attempts because Broxah was a bit tied up, but at the same time, H2K all over are looking like a good team. Now, they chose blue side for number 2, so they will be on that once again, and we'll see what they bring out this time. I want to see Fnatic adapt in the picks and bans. Probably, I bet he still has a lot up his sleeve.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely just looking for lanes that can contest the early game a lot more. You cannot draft 3 losing lanes. It's not supposed to happen, especially not when IEM has shown that Graves is so strong as a duelist jungler and can kind of abuse that, especially around these repeated Raptor invades that the analysts then repeated as well. Like, it was very clear-cut what the key moments were in Game 1. Luckily, there's a full reset here. These guys are experienced veteran players, most of them, so it could definitely be in a completely different game right now.
Yep, they get to take a step back, take a breather, get ready for Game 2. And, well, speaking of it, we're just about to load up into champion selection, so let's get into that. See what Fnatic change up this time around. If H2K change up anything at all, it looked good for them. Couple of points we have to knock off for not always respecting where Fnatic were, but let's see if that changes.
H2K still have their typical kind of late game, I think we can call it greed, where they just see a play and they just assume it'll work out, and nobody stops to think, is it really worth the risk we're taking here, and what if it fails? And some of these safety checks and maybe just slightly more, not hesitation, but slightly more patience, I think, is necessary for H2K in the late game.
Still time for them to learn it yet. Now, so far what we are seeing, just about the exact same picks and bans, but there's an adaptation. The Lee Sin removed on the first rotation for H2K.
Okay, maybe that means they just want to draft jungle a little earlier here on the side of H2K, really get that favorable matchup themselves.
Let's see, the Z ban, now that hasn't changed, so Fnatic clearly keeping to their guns. This leaves Varus open once again, though.
Has to be the Varus early, I would imagine, unless the Graves has really risen in priority that much that you would early lock it in.
Odo's having a little bit of fun with it, but yeah, it'll definitely be that Varus this time. Of course, you have to think it's going to immediately then go back to Reckless and be the Jhin pickup.
You would think Fnatic, when put under heavy pressure, have whipped out unconventional picks. Even at this very moment last year, when Fnatic returned from Katowice, that's where Reckless was playing all that Jhin, right? Where nobody else was playing it. So you could technically see him pick something else here, but Fnatic, they're saying, you know what? The problem wasn't the draft. It was just the early game.
Well, there you go. Well, we'll have to wait to see if it changes this time around. And I think it's good you mentioned the early, the pre-Katowice kind of buff thing, too, because H2K, they look like they definitely were the benefactors of it this time around. And now they've changed things up a lot in the Malzahar for...
Yeah, last year, Fnatic, they went to IM Katowice, and they came back a lot stronger. They went for the kind of the late season surge. H2K went to Katowice right now. And we'll have to see if they get stronger. Hopefully for them, they do. Similar pick and bans here. Syndra has an answer to Jace. Obviously don't want to wait with that because then you get the ban on that in the second phase. There's no jungle picked up right now, so we're at least hoping for adaptation on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, there we have the Lulu. So now Fnatic's bottom lane is all rounded out. Back to pick ban phase 2, I should say.
Yeah, they don't pick up the early Kha'Zix here. They realize that to get a jungler in the game, it's actually better to pick a support that can match the push in the bot lane, because that can enable many more junglers to do their job. It doesn't matter if you pick Kha'Zix early, but then you draft a Braum in bot versus Karma, you will just get pushed in. Now with the Malzahar locked in, obviously they know the push power of the H2K bot lane, and they know they can at least somewhat deal with it on their own.
Yep, so there is the Graves ban by Fnatic. It's matched by a Rumble ban of H2K. Obviously, both teams yet to pick up their top laners. That tends to fall towards the last, but jungler's also not gone yet. So we'll see what's up next. The Ivern banned away by Fnatic. H2K, do they ban another jungler themselves, or another top lane, I should say?
Yeah, they could kind of hope that Fnatic opt in for first dibs on jungle, and then H2K need to dig deeper, but then H2K get the preferential top laner. So they could squeeze that pool right now if they maybe ban Maokai, pick Nautilus themselves, if they want to do that.
EULCS has played a lot of junglers this split too. I don't think he's going to have too much trouble finding something that's still available in the pool. I mean, he even picked up the Warwick in the game.
Yeah.
Don't think it's coming this time, but you know, I can hope.
There's the Maokai ban, so this puts pressure on Fnatic. Do we get the priority jungler to make Broxah shine, or do we find an answer for Nautilus? Because it does look like H2K would just love to play the Nautilus again in the top lane.
Yeah, Fnatic, maybe they'll grab it themselves. Still, they would give over more jungle priority. You can see
I would.
was thinking.
If I was Fnatic, I would just go for Nautilus here instead of the jungle priority.
But it's going to be the Elise. Something we actually saw Jankos going back to at IEM. So it's locked in now for Broxah.
It's much more prevalent over in a lot of the eastern regions to see that Elise, and people really utilize the snowball potential, potential early Moby boots to really take control of the map or just have the pick potential from the jungler. But now if you look at H2K's composition, if they round it out with Nautilus Kha'Zix, it's a fine draft. It's a composition that has a mix of AP and physical damage. It has 3 damage dealers, maybe 3.5 if you count Malzahar, and it has tanky frontline. And it has targeted lockdown with Syndra QE and Malzahar ultimate. So technically, well-rounded.
Yeah, sounds like they've definitely done their homework once again. Seconds tick away, and one thing that was still left up and available is the Shen. That would also provide quite a lot for
I think Fnatic has because the Fnatic has the counter pick on top here. H2K may fear like a Trundle pick into this Nautilus, but I still think it's the best option of the ones remaining.
And there it is. So proving you're right, or at least proving that they agree with you there, Crepo. H2K, lineup all locked in. Solid laundry list. All the boxes ticked for them. Over to Fnatic, the last pick is going to be for Soaz. What does he take to complement this squad?
No.
A Rumble available. Clearly anticipating this.
Oh, yeah. That's also a meta pick that has been carrying over slowly. The Gragas in the top lane.
It's locked in.
Yeah.
We'll see that one for Fnatic's side. So it looks like these guys have a pretty solid, honestly, early and mid game on the Fnatic's lineup.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's not as absolute as last game. I'm not as well versed in the Gragas Nautilus matchup to know who gets it the push early. I think it mostly depends on which jungler is around and how much pressure there is. If kind of Odoana wants to brute force, I imagine he can get the lane pushed. But it's not as clear cut here, especially neither so in the bot lane. And it's also not that easy for a Kha'Zix to abuse, for example, an Elise. Even if these lanes get pushed, like Graves can really abuse people in the jungle because he has a sustained clear, has a kind of a lower CD gap closer, and has AoE on his like pellets for Raptor invades. To walk into an Elise's jungle, you need to know exactly where she is, because if you walk into Cocoon, you're screwed.
Well, I think Jankos definitely has to know that one, so we could see a very different early game than we saw last time around. Fnatic did adapt, not in the first rotation, but they definitely mixed it up after the fact. We'll see if they can fire back in game number 2. H2K, I mean, a very convincing win on the board for this team, not without mistakes, but it really gave Fnatic almost no chances to get back into that game. And if you think they are going to be able to do it again, H2K win is the hashtag you want to be tweeting at LOL Esports. But if you believe in Fnatic, hashtag FNC win one more time as we get ready to load up into this game.
Yeah, looking for redemption here on the side of Fnatic. Early game jungler Broxah, he has shined so bright in the past. Brighter than a diamond. Challenger Lee Sin plays in that early game previously. Can he do the same? Can he mimic that performance on the Elise?
He's going to have a tough task of it up against Jankos, up against this H2K squad, fresh off IEM, fresh off a big victory in game number 1. We'll find out what happens as they're about to lay it all on the Rift. Fnatic trying to fight back in game 2.
Yeah, one guy's excited.
And then everyone else gets excited.
And then suddenly everybody starts clapping.
Funny how that works.
And we see the adaptation here from Febiven. Because he's playing against an Elise, an early aggressor with CC, he has to run Cleanse. So there's no like defensive exhaust versus a J-Cell in case of the 1v1. So Summer is useless in a 1v1. Maybe cleansing exhaust, but that's it.
Yeah, had the ghost last time.
So is going for cheeky dash up the wall here.
Nuclear knew what's up.
Oh, I like this. So was waiting in the Dragon Pit in case Nuclear path upwards. If he goes into his own jungle right there.
Keeping all the options locked, but Nuclear took the safe route, went back. And Ward's going to stay on right now. And now that they know, now that H2K knows Fnatic have made moves down bottom, they get themselves a deep invade for some wards.
Yeah, and Jankos and Odoamne can actually start on the enemy Raptors here.
Ooh. Once again, this time no one's at home. As you said, you have to know where the Elise is.
Yeah, they have AoE, and it looks like Caps and Jezzes are going to leash the Raptors for Broxa, essentially dividing the map in two. But Soaz is playing a tank that should be able to survive, and he's also just going to hover here, I think, to watch for this invade. Or not.
He took a leisurely stroll through it at the very least. So this will end up being the trade of jungle camps. We'll see what that turns into as the game gets underway. Caps actually hanging around this side. Sends the shock blast.
He's just checking if they're up. They moved slightly, so technically he could know. And I'm not quite sure. I didn't see any pings here. Yeah. Kind of map split here. Jezzes will be late to lane. It does give the push to H2K's bot lane if they want to take it. And then it allows, again, that deep ward from Che if he's comfortable going to river. But he has to be careful for where the Elise is, of course. Because Jankos is spotted right now. Look at Che. Reaction is, he was pathing into river to go back to his own jungle, but now he knows he can just keep clearing Raptors into red. And that means that now Nuclear and Che have to stop pushing. They had the option to go there, but they know they can get ganked at any point, so they have to be very careful.
It's nice for Fnatic. It already slows down the tempo a little bit of this game and makes sure that they can't get rolling the same way they did last time around.
And more importantly, Broxa has yet to pass a single ward, so the Fnatic is playing with much more information, and that's why Nuclear and Che, again, they're yielding the push here. That's something they're very good at as a bot lane, knowing when to yield pressure and knowing when to kind of push on the advantage. But we see a much more even early game in terms of pressure.
Oh, yes, we do. Reckless and Jezzes, let's see if they can push this one in themselves. And there's no vision for either team outside of that tri-brush in this bottom lane, so maybe we could see Broxa making early moves.
And it all ties together, because there is more push on top and more control on bot lane. It doesn't allow Jankos to find and reveal Broxa in this particular matchup as well, and that makes Febiven a lot more scared. Look how he's playing the same matchup he was last game, Syndra into Jace, but he's taking a much different approach here, because he can't just kind of, I call it like donkey push. It's where you just close your eyes and you spam the minions and you hope the enemy jungler is not there. Like, he has to actually respect the possibility of ganks.
Definitely playing it back, a lot more safe this time around. We won't see the early snowball yet for H2K, at least not in the same way. Odo and Soaz just poking each other up top, but that's not going to be an action-heavy lane. I really do want to keep eyes on Broxa this time around. Such a different game for him already. You really can't blame him too much, but he just got nothing last time.
No, Jankos was actually making fun of him in one of the rollouts earlier here. Some good combos though here. Febiven just found Caps. Caps didn't find him back, so he's going to eat another sphere here on the return.
Autos. Oh, Rox is there. Oh, he's going to have to cleanse that Cocoon right quick.
It was all a ruse. It was all a bait. He missed the spells on purpose.
Just to bait him into fighting a little harder. Burns that summoner spell. It'll be back up.
So worth running cleanse though here, because it allows you to play so aggressive, because you know you can always get out of the Cocoon.
Odo and Soaz both a little low on the mana right now. A lot of vision for H2K though throughout this river and the jungle entrances. It allows Jankos to path through here relatively safe, and in fact he's matched on level with Broxa.
He's trying to find Broxa in his jungle, still on the first clear here.
He got him. Oh, jumps in. That's a lot of damage. The isolation coming through, but he doesn't run cleanse himself, so no Cocoon, sends the Void Spikes, and Broxa's skittering under tower. Soaz is there for defense.
Yeah, because they knew Caps based, so they knew the invade was safe, and the only one that collapsed was the Gragas, so that's why Odoamne was there quicker. Could see the pings come out. Like, they were ready for this play. They were guessing that Broxa was there. If not, they would take away his Raptor, so it would be a win-win play as long as Jankos got the support from his team, and he got it again.
Yep. Gonna force Broxa back to base a little earlier than he would have liked, and gives over those delicious Raptors. Jankos still trying to keep this jungler on the back foot.
Could be great here if Reckless and Jesus can find a base, because then you can get Serrated Dirk upgrade, but you prevent or you block Varus from getting Dirk plus tier. The other way to do it is just to keep him in lane as long as you can, and then stall out past the tier gold. But if you force him back here early, you may not actually get the tier pickup.
Yeah, can slow things down, definitely. This team, that's the last thing Fnatic want. Be a little bit more behind on the 8 ball, or rather H2K, I should say. Broxa, still keeping eyes on him, but he's hanging around mid, and he realizes he still has a little bit of Raptors. No, they're all gone.
They're all gone here.
Sad days.
Everyone wants more Raptors, especially those pesky mid laners, man. Because those babies give you hella XP.
Yeah, why not Krugs though? They just keep on spawning.
Well, those are boring. Those are really hard to take. I've lost my love. When I lose my love for Krugs, you know something's wrong with the design.
Man, that's definitely dark, unfortunately. Let's take a look at what happened in the last time around. I think we all kind of know the story, but Broxa did get back on his feet with a couple of kills at the very least.
Yeah, but he was super far behind in experience, and it was a pressure game. And right now we need to track, because these guys are pivotal again, because this game is bang on even. 100 gold advantage, not even for Fnatic right now. And Broxa is still looking for early picks. He needs to capitalize on the cleanse being down in mid. Otherwise, Jankos will obviously get some good scaling in here with those upgrades.
Yeah, mid lane definitely seems like the place to be. Jankos himself having a little bit of trouble with the wolf camps, but he should be able to finish him off, or maybe not. Holy moly, that was close.
He's waiting for his abilities.
Definitely gotta see if Broxa takes another trip down the mid, because Febvin doesn't have that cleanse for a few more seconds at the very least, and he is playing up, but he's been playing it out as safely as possible. It's hard to snowball this
He's
lane.
always leaning to the side where Broxa is not, because they have the deep vision. You know, they have a ward on red buff, and then they have a ward on Raptors. They know exactly where Broxa is in terms of which side of the map. They don't know what camp he's clearing, but as long as Fevrin leans left and he reads Caps' gameplay, he can always predict when he's getting ganked right there. That's why it's so hard for this Elise to find a mark. That's why you really need to respect Elise players that can consistently get kills, because they're working magic. Like, they're really reading the game very well.
And for Broxa, he's unfortunately only going to be able to read the fact that there's not much in his jungle, except the red buff spawning back up, so I'm completely corrected. Down in bot, Nuclear and Che continuing to trade. Now they know that they can push up and match a little bit of this pressure. There's a lot of Fnatic vision in this river, including the Tri-Brush right now, but Che's playing really aggressive, sends the Voidlings out, and a piercing arrow nails Reckless.
Good poke right here, especially kind of when they're almost hitting level 6. Che is super close to that level up. At that point, you could even see flash all-ins happen.
Oh, might be soon enough.
Because the beauty of this combo is that you can flash R into then the Varus ultimate, and then you can buffer the silence, keep people locked down, and then your Voidlings, they go to town.
Like how Jankos snuck around by hopping over the pit. He's going to be able to get an Ocean Drake early for his team. Still, it's definitely a much slower paced game than the last time around, because even though there weren't a lot of kills early, H2K just had so many advantages on the map, and now they're just trying to find little ones. The gold, though, is still bang on even.
Yeah, H2K is definitely fine with this. They're definitely never going to get super outscaled, I feel like. With the Varus Syndra in late game, they have damage on their jungler, so at least falls off harder than Kha'Zix. It should be definitely okay for them to take it slow. They also pick up that dragon. That's something Jankos did plenty of times at IEM. Just need to see what pressure here they put, because every time they can guarantee their poke lands. Because at level 6, it's no longer feasible to dodge forward, right? Because you would walk into Voidlings and Malzahar ulti, so you would always need to dodge backwards, which means every arrow you shoot, as long as Malzahar's in range, it'll hit.
Nuclear's finding out. He definitely has true aim on this, continually pushing in the waves. The CS hasn't really been a huge difference in all honesty, but since neither AD carry is backed, it hasn't really changed much, and the junglers haven't paid much mind as expected.
Yeah.
But they might be meeting in the jungle, or in the river, I should say.
They're looking for river control right now. Look at Che, he peels off, he pings the dragon, he says, like, guys, I have one ward, I could place it here right next to my lane, but why don't we act as a team? They move into the jungle together. Look at Fevin, he was there as well, and now he's poking onto Caps.
And Jankos jumps through. Oh, power unleashed a little bit too soon. As Caps moved away, no Summoner's Burn.
Yeah, but there was the potential of Jankos flashing in there and going for the kill. That's the play they're setting up. Now Jesus gets caught.
Oh, another grasp onto Jesus right now. Exhaust is down onto Reckless. Okay, Wild Growth, self-cast. And the Voidlings are swarming, but Jesus is going to be able to whimsy his way away, but pings are already flying. You can see Jankos is smelling the blood right now. Caps and Broxa busy on blue buff.
Yeah, H2K with the first move. They leverage advantage, and he steals the blue buff.
Oh my goodness, Jankos.
That's massive right here.
That was great timing.
Because they're really swinging open the map here. And it all started with bot lane, turning on the action at the right time. They get the poke, which frees up Che. He groups with Jankos, covers him to get the pink ward. Then Febiven finds Caps. They know Jankos is quicker than Broxah because they got the vision. Then they invade together. Now Febiven can push for free because he is sitting on that lost chapter. There was no blue buff handed over at all. Like, it's all these little moves that add up together that get you map control. And I love that H2K is playing so much as a team. We barely see this from Fnatic. This is why the roster move from Amazing to Broxah was questioned, because there was never an issue with a single player. It was in their unity, in their teamwork, that a lot of questions were asked, and so far, no answers.
Still raising those questions, but for H2K, and it's the same thing we complimented them for the last time around. Maybe it hasn't gotten rolling as fast, the draft not enabled it as much, but H2K are definitely looking good in this early game. Yeah, they can only tighten up a couple of those mistakes.
Yeah, they definitely they have stuff to work on, but from like a communication point of view, they're at a much better state than Fnatic right now, because Fnatic, even as late as like 2 or 3 weeks ago, they were opting for like Spell Thieves upgrades in lane over Sightstone. They were not helping each other. They continuously draft these lanes that get pushed in where their jungler kind of gets screwed, and they don't have the bigger picture in mind as well as teams like G2 domestically, not at tournaments, and H2K.
Hey man, they beat some teams in best of threes. I was there, I saw it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's H2K, they definitely just have a much better sense of how to play together as a team overall.
Fnatic do know how to pull the trigger though. That is one
there we go.
of Soas's talents. He goes for an early TP behind enemy lines, hoping to catch Febiven off guard.
Stealthy Fat Man instantly forcing out the cleanse from Febiven, and he flashes away too for good measure the barrel. Now the Cocoon still lands, and they sink it in for a first blood. Teleport now coming in for Odo. Can H2K turn around this one? No, the curtain call's coming, and they have to get out of town. Goes Soaz once again. Odoamne gets the knockup. Chains of Corruption lands. Now Fnatic taking a little bit low, and they're stopped up for just a second. They turn their anchors over to Broxah. Can they finish him off? No. Piercing Arrow, not enough damage, but Soaz going down. Caps going to the sky, but he is also going down to 0. Trade kills. Nuclear gets 2.
Yeah, double kill here for Nuclear. This was actually one of the first times we see a slow fight from H2K where they change direction mid-fight. Very rarely do we see this from H2K, where they take it slow, they kite and it's like, can we turn? Yes, we can. And then they don't greet too far. They really focus frontline disengage. They force Caps to flash in, waste his summoners, and go for a 1-for-1. So this is actually a beautiful turnaround. I love this idea here from Soaz. The problem is with the new change to the Gragas ultimate, there's a channel time on, or like a travel time rather on the ultimate, so it's always possible to cleanse flash out of there. But right here, so many teams would just call disengage, disengage, and then right here with the beautiful ultimate from Odoamne, H2K actually realized we can turn. And they take it slow.
You can tell the exact moment when Odo was like, wait a minute, I am on Nautilus.
Yeah, I'm playing a tank, I just knocked up 3 people. There's a squishy Elise here. Caps goes in, he could have dropped much faster. If Nuclear's Q auto connected there, this could have been a 3rd kill for H2K.
Yeah, 2 for 2 though at 13 minutes into the game. It starts to go a little more in H2K's favor, 500 gold being the difference, but no towers. Fnatic are looking to change that, but their minion wave is running out of steam.
This is the old lane swap approach. When you lose the pressure advantage, the junglers invade. Beautiful punish here by Febiven.
Oh, and he looks like he was looking down to take down Caps, or take him out rather. No summoners available for either team, but available for either mid laner, I should say. Meanwhile, there's still a lot of action down bot.
Fnatic looking to split the map evenly. You know, we take bot side, you take top side, please step away. If H2K can aggressively defend this 3v4, they will get so much on top side, but it's dangerous.
Oh, yes it is, and the barrel knocks in Nuclear. Oh, he's gonna have to flash out of that, and Soaz goes too far. Nuclear gets a 3rd kill, and they save the tower. Meanwhile, Odo's unopposed up top.
It's really greedy to flash that barrel after you get hit there. If that was executed slightly better, I like the play from Fnatic. Nuclear would have got him 1 shot, and the punish was non-existent. The fact that he got his flash out right before Reckless connects a W means so much for this game.
And they also get the tower first blood. Odoamne just keeps on pushing.
Oh, he keeps on trucking right now.
Yeah.
Like H2K, they defend the split.
But Che, he's going low, going down, and that was a big spider, but Broxah still bought it. It's a 1-for-1.
Just another 1-for-1 trade, and meanwhile, there's wave crashes into the top lane. H2K would be happy if Soaz stayed around here to contest this, and there's this minute farm advantages here, and now in the mid lane, Caps is under pressure.
Suddenly Odoamne just comes out of nowhere.
The minions are gone.
Yeah, unfortunate. And, well, I mean, you see the difference in what happened last game. Caps still had some pressure this time, but it started to turn in H2K's favor.
Yeah, he's getting pressured in the Syndra versus Jace matchup twice now. First game very heavily because everything around him was falling apart, but right now, Febiven has been controlling his lane. Staying out of gank range, every kind of dash in from Caps got thwarted, and he got punished there because in the later stages of this 1v1, he is just bleeding turret damage.
Yeah. Fnatic, they're bleeding turrets at the moment. Jankos
Not
trying
right.
his old tricks. This time it's an Infernal, though, that'll help them out. 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Big for this team.
I'm really loving the approach from H2K. They're bouncing back after a very tough IEM here. This was after the hold already. They're kind of face checking here. I think you could definitely call this out as a minor mistake. But the best play they've already made right here at this point. This is, again, H2K built up some credit. They might over-push their advantage on two sides of the map. This is something they need to refine. But they held bottom lane while getting top lane for free. They were forcing Fnatic into a forced maneuver where they're trying to split the map, and they held on.
And they just come up with a win so far. 2,000 gold, the lead. 2 Dragons ahead, 1 Infernal, 1 Ocean. Odoamne and Soaz are battering each other, but Odo is definitely getting the better of it. Still sitting on similar items for those two, but honestly, the story is starting to look very different. And not so different from last game.
Yeah, the draft adaptations as well from Crawley. You know, taking away that Maokai in ban phase 2 to get the preferential Nautilus. Kind of hoping Fnatic wouldn't pick it up or find an answer as a counter pick. Fnatic didn't. Fnatic went for jungle priority. They went for Elise over Kha'Zix instead of the Nautilus pickup. And they wanted to make it work, but so far Broxa, he's had some presence, but he hasn't been able to shut down Jankos at all.
Yep. It does seem to shine some of the experience difference there. Jankos, I mean, this is a guy that is honestly one of the legendary junglers here in Europe, still actively playing.
And he just got another class in jungling by Karsa as well.
It's true. He can still learn some things for sure, but he's taking them with him this time around, and he's showing them to Broxa, hey, take a look at this. Down in the bottom lane, pressure keeps on mounting. Jesus and Reckless trying to finish off the minions on the wave, but look where H2K are heading, all towards mid.
They know it's only a couple hits left on the mid lane turret. Usually you would see mid lane push and roam bottom here to get the turret, but if it's this easy to take it, obviously you make this play first.
Febiven did take a chunk of damage, courtesy of Caps, but doesn't matter. They got the tower. That's number 2 now. Fnatic unable to find anything back.
Yeah, and then Nuclear needs to stay safe, so there's no curtain call catching him out, so he yields the pressure there. This may cost H2K the bot lane tier 1, but it's so important to open up mid early.
Nuclear, man, 4 kills on this guy. He's really exploding this game.
And Fnatic is kind of squeezed out of vision, because they could have easily had Broxa at least walk into lane in bot lane, put some pressure, maybe push Nuclear on the turret, but they're so starved for vision, maybe just beyond River, that they're so scared to move anywhere.
Does seem like Fnatic are cowed for the time being. Jesus and Reckless still trying to hang on to this tower. It's at half its health. Che and Nuclear are marching up, and there's the piercing arrow.
Yeah.
It's gonna connect. Surprise, surprise.
Odoamne disappeared in the top lane. He's getting deep vision in the enemy jungle. He's also constantly ready to teleport, putting Fnatic on the back foot. Soaz is in full vision, so his teleport will be very easily spotted when he's channeling it.
So many options for this team, and now Odo's actually just gonna start on Raptor Camp. Reckless and Jez, they're gonna give up the Ghost here.
Yeah,
Ghost Blade, exactly.
Because again, guess who disappeared? Because Syndra and Kha'Zix are in the river right now. They disappeared. They're putting pressure on Reckless and Jez's, and they're looking to not get caught.
Pinging them out, so they spot him, but H2K, they don't need to take the kills. They know they can take the towers.
Yeah, and tag team players here. Odoamne peeled from top. He's now holding mid, because Fnatic's reaction is to go mid.
Trying to force it now. Nuclear pops his Ghost Blade, looking to rush down towards this mid, but this tower is still very healthy. These minions are not as big as they would seem, and Fnatic are not even going to attempt to push on it.
Yeah, they move back to the jungle. Now they get the inside track on the mid lane and the bottom lane. This could prompt an invade for vision. There's not many wards left here, so it's actually just one deep control ward for some chip damage on tier 2. And look at these map moves from H2K, constantly moving the pieces on the board. Che and Jankos moving wherever they need to support. They supported Febiven with mid. They supported Nuclear with bot. Odoamne took over the lane clear duty in mid, while Febiven roamed from mid to bot.
At least in the early mid game, H2K, they look like a well-oiled machine. We'll see if it gets into the late, if it even does, how clean they can continue to look. But right now, they've given few opportunities, few avenues for Fnatic to respond.
And they will give Fnatic a moment to breathe right here, because the side stones need to get refreshed. More wards need to be reclaimed. Soaz disengages here. Again, they saw Syndra move. And Febiven knows that he's very likely being spotted by a ward, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can't get collapsed on, you're adding pressure. And as long as you arrive back safely into mid, hang on, Febi.
Oh, he walks right into it. Cleanse, flash immediately. Broxa tried to make the play.
That's the one caveat. You need to get back to mid lane in time to catch this wave right here. And you need to do it safely, or you need to be willing to give up your summoners.
Well, Febiven showed that he definitely was more than willing to do it right off the bat. Both of them burned. Odoamne gonna blast cone his way. Hopefully he thought away from the rest of Fnatic, but he's tanky enough to not really care about it.
Crouching Tiger, Flying Anchorman. It was actually so sad for Fnatic. They see him move into the jungle. They set up a trap. He hits the blast cone, and he doesn't even get popped beyond his shield.
He just keeps walking. Yeah, he doesn't really mind too much. There'll be another Infernal in a minute. Baron's obviously about to hit the Rift. H2K, they've been slowly cranking up the gears here, slowly getting themselves into a faster pace of play. But Fnatic, it seems like the options are running out. And H2K, they might be ready to hit the throttle.
Yeah, and if Odoamne wants to duel Soaz here, both these guys can nullify each other's teleport. H2K is on the offensive. Just need to keep track of each other.
Tier 2 still being poked down. It's like the laning phase just keeps on continuing. Nuclear just keeps finding arrows, and Fnatic are slowly getting pushed back into their base.
Because Fnatic is playing so passive and getting pushed in again, H2K are not making their traditional mistake where they have Odoamne join the team, where they feel like he needs to be part of them, to be there engaged, to just force the fight, to take the win, even though because they're 6,000 gold ahead. He's actually just keeping Soaz busy, and H2K are very cleanly picking Fnatic apart.
Once again, and Fnatic, they're just not really even trying for anything. As you said, backing away time and time again. Now Infernal is going to come up in 10 seconds. It's looking great for H2K to close the series out.
They're getting some good RNG on these dragons as well.
Yeah,
2 Infernals, the early Ocean. The first Ocean to have is actually really good in the early game, because that sustain helps you quite a bit, and then picking up 2 Infernals right after, it's like a dream scenario.
Yeah. But luck does favor the prepared, and H2K definitely came more prepared than Fnatic did on this series.
Does it? Does it favor it?
I've heard that said to me a lot.
Is it luck then?
I don't know.
I feel like luck favors them. I don't know, maybe. They can get more out of it. I guess that's...
You get more out of your luck if you're prepared for it. If you expect the luck.
Yeah,
the bad and the good, Crepo.
Fnatic, never lucky, man. Never lucky, rubber ducky.
I thought you were going somewhere different with that.
No.
I guess that's how it goes. So, Skull Crab Vision easily cleared away. Fnatic, they got it in the top side, though, so they have their eyes set on when are H2K going to be trying for this Baron. They may not be making the proactive plays themselves, but Fnatic know that they can at least try to counter-engage.
They're looking to pull a trigger here, because they have their top laner still on the top side of the map. They want to force mid, or get the teleport out of Odoamne, but now Soaz is just getting chunked.
Chains on again, and if he flashes right in, he does. There's a wild growth. Now they're caught in the choke point. Let's see if they can make a play. Jankos is not going to be able to get there in time as he was turned into a munchkin.
Odoamne walked down here, looking for a pick, maybe.
Well, they want to back away. H2K don't want to let them do it.
Nuclear pinging the side wave, so he's peeling off. Hopefully his team has heard that call. Jankos and Che need to be somewhat careful. They're essentially invading 5v4.
Soaz can't find a safe place to back. Jankos, Che still waiting in this brush. Fnatic, they could try to counter collapse here. Nuclear's not with the team.
Yes, Nuclear's not with the team, and last game, this is essentially what cost H2K about 3,000 gold off their lead. Luckily, they had a big lead.
Now he's joining him.
He's walking back. Still not there, though, technically.
No. Brox is a little bit preoccupied. There's a lot of damage there.
There's no CC except this cocoon.
Pinging on the Baron, but Odo's going to walk right into this face check. If you got to have somebody to do it, the anchor is not going to pick up who he wanted. Jankos a little bit too low. Piercing arrow doesn't find Reckless on the back half, and the barrel's going to separate Odoamne. Do Fnatic have the damage to take him down? Doesn't look like it, and he turns right back in. The curtain call, though, is going to send him scurrying. Che takes 1, Che takes 2, Che misses a 3rd, and the 4th is intercepted by Nuclear. No damage, not enough for Fnatic.
Yeah, disengaged. They have so much kind of room to play with here, because Odoamne is so damn tanky. Like when Soaz threw him into the team, I think the collective faces of Fnatic was like, do we really want this Nautilus in our team right now? Like, I don't know. Like,
guy's pretty big.
Yeah, he's
Spirit Visage.
He's hurting.
Oh man, Sunfire Cape. And they found Jazz. Oh, whoa! Moly, Nuclear!
And that's what they've been doing. H2K have been setting up this Baron vision. That's why they were so aggressively fighting here around this red buff. It's not like they were coming for a red buff.
Yeah, and they're not pulling the trigger on Baron either. They're keeping it controlled right now.
Not yet. Nope. Concede when Fnatic come. Don't know 50-50 Barons. It's Misfits' head analyst's favorite quote. It was very sad today when Misfits went for multiple even odds Baron attempts.
For H2K, I think these odds are pretty much in their favor as they're down half on the Baron.
Caps
still, there's Caps. He sends in the Shock Blast a little too early, and that's going to be secured up.
It was also not really hitting the Lasher, so...
Yeah, kind of went behind it.
It's very hard to steal when you're not hitting the objective. But at least he knew.
Tried. Come on, Crepo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I like... Some people think it's... Or they feel pity when they see a team with like nothing to do and like no way of counterplay, and they just want them to do something. I enjoy it. I enjoy kind of Fnatic's pain right here, because it means that H2K is playing clean macro. If you leave your opponent with no options other than to make a bad play, you're playing League of Legends well.
Well, H2K definitely seem to be playing it well in Fnatic. They barely scratched the armor of Odoamne, but Jankos, they've turned around here, and Fnatic are caught up. Jez is getting pulled in, Nether grasped and taken down. Nothing much Fnatic can do except go on the retreat path. And H2K just slowly marching to victory.
Yeah, marching to victory here. I think they might run mid for the tier 2 tower right there. Jez has used exhaust early. Jankos held his engage. Much more patience here. Obviously, with a goal lead this big, it's very easy to compliment them for it, but baby steps.
Oh, he canceled Caps.
Oh, he found Caps. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know he found him.
He actually doesn't know that he's in the rush.
I think he's a little preoccupied on mid right now.
Oh, when he watches the replay or somebody points that out, that's when you have like this moment of, I knew I should have checked that rush.
Playing so well, he didn't even realize he stopped the backs. All right, so 25.5 minutes, H2K, they knocked down an inner tower here. Fnatic, they've only got one in the entire game. That was on bottom. Big Barrel comes out, separates, clears the minion wave. But H2K just don't really care. They've got themselves a Baron buff still available. That means they've got extra power to keep pushing the cannons in the back, doing the work. Heavy artillery coming out now. Odo's caught. He just sits in the cocoon. This guy's so big.
This must be stressful for Fnatic right there. Would definitely recommend a visit to the spa after this one.
You really do delight in other people's pain.
I mean, come on.
It was too
You're
easy.
suffering, you have a roster change. You make a tweet that you're not going on vacation. What do? You go on vacation. Like, why? Just practice at home, play 10 hours of solo queue. I don't know, build team, like, trust, build team synergy. There is no synergy in this lineup.
You're not wrong, man.
There's no synergy in this draft. These guys are not working together. They're just playing their individual game. Guess what? We're losing. Go next.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it looks like that's the time for Fnatic unless they can find something desperate. But they're 10,000 gold down at 6-3. Not a whole lot of kills this game, but H2K playing it out cleanly. You got to be careful there. Febivin and Nuclear chunked a bit, but there's a redemption.
I mean, they haven't made the signature H2K oopsie yet. They have quite the credit build up. 9,000 gold almost here this early in the game. What a clean game from H2K. Can they bring it home?
Caps is still around the side, looking for that all-important shock blast. Jankos taking a few shots, probably watching on eagerly as his team looks to finish the game out, but the curtain calls up. Odo's just going to tank it all. Maybe not that one because Che intercepted. Caps on the side, chunks Che out, but still, it's just a parting shot. They can't find an opening on H2K, and now Caps, oh no, he jumps right in to his own death, and Febivin claims it.
Yeah, I really like the aggressive flash there from Che because the Edge of Night Shield disappeared because of the Void Spikes.
Oh, Jez is gone. Before we can even get to it now, Soaz, he's isolated out as Jankos looks to turn for him once again.
Patience, H2K do not overchase right now.
Very slow chase from Odo as he sends out the dredge line. You can't flash away from that one, buddy. And Odo sends the anchor on to Reckless. One more. Otto will do it. He finishes the job while Soaz and Broxer are both on him. Meanwhile, H2K's down bot, finishing towers.
Yeah, 2 KDA players, 3 team players right there going for the actual finish here. No, Jankos keeping the one opposing member that's alive, busy. There's an Elysian base, but he doesn't even count anymore at this point. What a clean, calm, and collected game from H2K.
All according to plan, H2K say as they take down the last Nexus turret. Jankos, he's gonna not even bother about finishing off Soaz because it's all Nexus, it's all victory. H2K, almost no snags on this one. They come back from IEM and they make a hell of a statement, dismantling, dismembering, and destroying this Fnatic team. GG, well played.
Yeah, this must feel very good for the H2K organization right here. Clean 2-0 right here over Fnatic after struggling IEM. We go back to it all the time because these guys, they haven't had that much rest. They came back, suddenly you're playing on a new patch. You see a lot of people play hyper-aggressive, like Renekton dives everywhere. You see these Raptor invades that you luckily know about from IEM already, but H2K adapted. Some beautiful starts in game 1. They really played to their win conditions. I loved seeing how they leveraged every single advantage into a team advantage, especially Che peeling off, playing with Jankos. Great improvement. Excited to see more.
Yeah, this H2K team looks like things are only going to get better from them for here. And maybe they needed that wake-up call at IEM. Obviously, they made it all the way to the semifinals, but
they were so close.
They were.
Flash goals.
They challenged them too, and not a lot of teams did that, but they definitely shut down Fnatic completely in this series. There was little this team could do.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. Fnatic working on the core issues one by one. There's not much time left here in the league, but they're still set up to make playoffs, and you can improve. Look at the growth that Misfits have shown in 5 weeks, right? Imagine if, with this much talent on the Fnatic lineup, if you could put some of that growth in there and have these guys like enable the early game potential of Broxah maybe, and then have Caps start carrying mid game. Have the veteran leadership from Reckless shine through. But not this game. As we hear familiar chants.
That's how you know these guys are in a good place.
They also have the sneaker synergy, I think.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of teams IM had it too. I love it.
That's where I like where esports is leveling up. It started with jerseys that were all the wrong size, and then these guys were suddenly somewhat matching their pants. Now matching sneakers. I think we're up for a bright future here, Pyro.
Oh yeah, they're leveling up the gameplay. They're leveling up their sneaker game. These guys got it all for sure. H2K, they have to be so happy with this one. I mean, what a hell of a performance for this team.
No, yeah, really clean. A couple of throws in game 1, much better in game 2. They still have this tendency to keep Odoamne with them when they have a lead. I think it's okay to bring your top laner in and just kind of brute force the play when you have a large lead. It is just sometimes very hard in the game to assess when do we have that lead and when should we just play the conventional kind of 1-4 split with the push advantage and then the peel off.
But for the moment, they're definitely sitting pretty. I mean, coming into today, it was kind of uncertain if them or the Unicorns were going to be the better team in their group, but you know, Unicorns lost in a close series, in a tense series.
Yeah,
but H2K, big step.
Unicorns took a way bigger hit at IEM than H2K did.
Absolutely. Well, that's it to wrap up the day. We're going to step into the post-game lobby.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the post-game lobby. Still here with Stress and the Fish Show, where we are going to look back on today's games and banter a bit, have a bit of discussion, starting with the series that just wrapped up. As Pyra said, H2K can be happy. It was the big question. Will they be really tired? Will they not really have any motivation? Will they keep going?
I want to say something there.
I see it because you're doing this.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So it's funny because, yeah, we keep saying, like, you know, are they tired? You know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, we are now 6 weeks into the LCS. Like, teams normally play a full split and then they're tired. So it's kind of funny, this whole, like, oh, some teams needed a break and then other teams didn't need it.
But
and
10 games in 3 days, though.
Yeah, no, but that's great, you know. But, like, point is, like, they would scrim those games anyway. So, like, it's not like they wouldn't be playing if it was a normal week. So it's actually funny that there's so much to talk about. Is a team drained after an event like this? When technically, actually, no, they should just be even better because they got to play so many extra games. And, like, H2K never seemed like they even talked about needing a break or anything. So that's why it's funny that Fnatic needed a break.
That's what we were getting to, actually.
Yeah, that's my point. Is like it's weird that one team needed one, or some teams needed one, and other teams obviously didn't because we only 5 weeks.
Maybe different teams have different needs and different dynamics, different, you know.
I think the problem about that is, though, when you're clearly having problems that, you know, Mitch was talking about it towards the end, there's no synergy in the team. There's no nothing. People are kind of stepping forward at really random times. Nobody seems to be talking to each other. And the improvements we saw when Brox had joined the Fnatic lineup in the early game got so hard shut down in this game by Jankos, just walking into the jungle and being like, okay, all of these camps are mine. Fnatic just didn't have any real positives in these games.
They tried bot lane.
They did. Let's take a look at it. They tried. I mean, they tried something.
They tried something to make a play, but it's kind of the story for Fnatic right now. Like, they're setting up this, like, really slow siege, and then by the time they dive in, they actually wait for the minions to almost be dead, and then it's just like Source goes in, flashes away, and no one can follow up. And meanwhile, Odoamne is just sitting top lane, taking a tower. And this is like a very traditional or standard Fnatic play right now, where they're kind of all in on a very risky move, while the enemy team is kind of just doing their, should we say, standard, which is like, you know, just don't TP anything, like just take top tower, and then all Nuclear had to do was flash the body slam, and then they get a 1-for-1 here after, but they've already now fallen behind 4K gold, so it's pretty tough.
It sounds very doom and gloom while we're talking about it for Fnatic. This lineup is still good enough to, I think, make playoffs. I think the 4 teams.
Well, is that because of them or because of the teams under them?
Well, that's kind of the nature of competition, right?
Yeah.
Is although Fnatic against the top teams don't look great, they still are better than Vitality, Origin, Roccat, and Giants. And yes, they're probably going to lose a couple of games along the way, but I think Fnatic should just concentrate on getting to that playoff position and improving as much as you can for summer.
But I wonder, again, improve for summer, I agree, but I wonder if for Fnatic as an organization, is it enough just to be part of playoffs? Because they look like one of the weakest of the top 6 teams, so we shouldn't right now expect them to do a whole lot in a quarterfinal, but there's still some weeks, you know, maybe they can improve a lot before that. It's not looking very likely at the moment.
Not at the moment. We are going to move on for a second because we have an interview standing by with one of the members of H2K, so we're going to head over to Quick Shot.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I am joined by the cool, the calm, the collected Jankos. First of all, congratulations on the win. Did it feel as easy for you to play as it was for us to watch, how easily you took down Fnatic?
To be honest, I felt like in the first game, the guy who did draft for Fnatic should probably not get food or not get paid because it was so bad for my eyes, you know? I almost, like pretty much I knew from the beginning that we will win this game no matter what. And then second game, they draft kind of improved, but it was still a little bit shaky. And I felt like their players were hinting it, so.
Thing is, that's something we've heard a lot. Fnatic's drafts all split. Is that something that you guys as H2K have also noticed? As a team, they just don't seem to maybe read the meta or pick the appropriate champions? What do you think?
It's really hard to judge why Fnatic is doing such mistakes. I think maybe they just can't read the meta, maybe they don't know what's good. I felt like after IEM we improved a lot and they stayed the same, so that's why we kind of rolled over them this game. Even though it was not a flawless game, we still kind of just won it. And they are just, I don't know what are they doing, to be honest, but...
It's a really tough situation for Fnatic. You mentioned IEM. I actually wanted to ask you a few questions about your experience in Katowice, playing into the crowd, losing a series to Flash Wolves that you guys should have won. You know, that game 2 team fight. Well, talk to me about that series first of all. What was going through your mind?
Hey bro, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, Flash Wolves are a really good team, and we are the only European team that took a game from them and almost took the second one. I think we improved a lot on IEM. We kind of understand how to play the Worlds meta instead of EU meta, and Worlds meta seems, even though it's not as efficient, it's way more easy to play the meta like this, and it feels like Worlds meta just fits our team better as well. So, you know, after the second game against Flash Wolves, I think what was missing was patience, because, you know, we didn't have to teamfight mid lane, we had to bait Nashor, we had to play it slower. I feel like we got a little bit too excited in the game, in the second game, because, you know, first game was kind of collective, we were doing mistakes, we were losing some team fights, but we still managed to close the game. Second game was very similar, where early game was very smooth. At some point, though, in team fights, we started making huge mistakes. We started splitting up. We were over-eager, and that did cost us the BO3.
It was great watching you guys play. H2K, for most of your games, most of the time, look in control and calm and collected. It's just those small mistakes that seem to cost you guys. What was it like playing in Katowice again with that whole crowd? You had huge smiles every time the crowd was cheering for H2K and Jankos.
I mean, it's really nice to play in front of a crowd that cheers for you and for your team. And since, you know, I was in Poland and I love Polish crowd and I always wanted to play in front of a huge Polish crowd, then that was like dream come true. And every time they would cheer for us, it was so pleasant. And it was so amazing. It's really hard to describe it, but the feeling I had on stage was just like, I was a god, you know, like, I was not Faker because I'm not good, I mean, compared to Faker, but still, you know, they're cheering for me and supporting me, so it was insane.
First Blood King, I mean, you've got a different title, not exactly the unkillable Demon King, but it still counts, Jankos.
Maybe.
Let's bring it back to the EULCS. Today, both teams that are in the running for #2 team behind G2-1, you guys and Misfits. Next week, you're playing Misfits. Who is the second best team if G2 is the first?
I honestly think that Misfits are playing the Worlds meta since the very last week already, I mean before IEM. So I think they are really strong opponents. I think that they made a lot of mistakes in mid and late game against UOL, and that's why the games were shaky. But as we could see, their early game is really on point, and they play very similar style to us right now. So I think this matchup will be really tough. I think they are great. I think they have great players, and it's going to be way, way harder than in Fnatic.
It will be, but you haven't answered my question. Who is the second best team? Is it H2K or is it Misfits?
Well, we'll have to see. Just, you know, tune into the European LCS next week and... Yeah.
Okay, well, seeing as though Jankos won't actually give me the answer, next week we will see that game. Dude, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on taking on Fnatic.
Thank you.
All right, great. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk for the rest of post-game lobby.
No, keep talking. That's so entertaining. But thank you. Always great to hear from Jankos, of course. A lot of interesting things in there about the second best team and all that. But I do want to talk about one thing. He talked about how the World's meta might not be as effective, but it's easier to play. Why is that exactly?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to drafting like very strong pushing lanes and then having a jungler who can invade the enemy jungle a lot. It's what we saw Jankos do in both series right now. It's why we talk about these Raptor camps. You know, take your own and you play around the enemy Raptor camp. You get yourself an experience advantage as a jungler, and you use that to kind of further take over the map. But a lot of it comes down to having these very strong early lanes that can push in the minions, so you can join for potential fights.
Exactly, and you know when we were seeing Misfits earlier attempt that against some of the later scaling, you can see if you're not pushing the advantage, that's where the picks like the Orianna, like the Rise that we've seen in weeks gone by, can have that effect. But one of the things that like Flash Wolves were doing was never giving you that opportunity because they were so clean on taking the Syndra and the Graves and you know the Lee Sins of the meta and just being like, okay, now we're going to dive you, and you're never having an opportunity to scale.
Yeah, and it's always fun to see how things that are actually considered standard is something that teams can forget and then have to pick it back up. Like coming into this split when the jungle camps were changed, it was like a slower respawn time. Everyone was talking about, oh, pushing lane in mid, pushing mid lane, because then my jungler can invade, we can steal away their camps, they don't get anything, slower respawn, it's great. A few weeks later, no one really talks about it, and it kind of goes away, and people start playing like a lot of scaling.
Is that like an evolution of the meta?
I don't know if it is, because it was already a thing. Then they swapped away from it, and then they go to IEM and they play against like Casa and the Rox Tigers who did this exact strategy, and like a lot of Syndra from Mabel, and they're like, oh yeah, it's really strong. Yeah, we should do this too.
That's why it's so fun always, like with actual World Championship, when it's a couple of weeks and you see that meta evolving within the microcosm of that championship. But we're not there yet. We're long not there yet. But the question is, who will get there from EU? That is always the long-term question. And Misfits, again, today, even though they are a rookie squad in the LCS, they looked fantastic. They played the Unicorns of Love and asserted their dominance and again said, no, we are here to stay.
They looked great today. Like, let's be real. For the majority of the games, Misfits were in control in the early game. It was just the late game decision-making that we heard Jankos talking about that was a little suspect from Misfits. I really liked how they played around their vision control, their early game, and tried to punish Unicorns for all of these like Orianna picks where they needed extra time.
Exactly, and I think overall, like, we talked about this during the series, you guys said it on the desk, like, very enjoyable series to watch with a lot of, like, fights, but also some very good, like, macro moves here and there, especially from Misfits in some of the games, and overall, very exciting team to follow, and within Europe, yes, they're making some mistakes, but they're not making enough to not beat some of these other top teams, and that's why this H2K Misfits series is going to be so exciting, because they have like these moments in games where they look like so good. You're just like, man, this is clean, you're getting the early advantage, oh, nice rotation, we love it, good vision. And then both teams have these like mistakes, especially towards the late game, where things can fall apart. So it's going to be fun to see these two kind of teams play each other when they have the same weaknesses and strengths.
Oh, absolutely. And I think there's a big strength that H2K have that Unicorns did not in this series. And that is the fact that Nuclear and Che are not going to get killed in lane by Ignar.
That's true.
Which means Ignar can't go out of lane quite as often. And that shuts down some of that playmaking. Like, that's such a hype 2v2 for me, because now it's Hans Sama and Ignar getting tested again. We saw against Venomithi, they didn't really have that much opportunity. Now let's see it against Nuclear and Che.
I mean, there's another thing I like about both teams is that I feel like almost every player is one where you've got to be like, ooh, I want to see that matchup. Power Vivo versus Febiven, two of the best performing mid laners right now. Odo Amne versus Alfari, two of the best performing top laners. Kakao Jankos, two of the best performing junglers. Like, I feel like every matchup here, like the one coming into the split you wouldn't highlight would be the bot lane matchup specifically. But because Nuclear and Che is obviously doing much better and Hansama and Ignar has been doing really well, it's like every lane, there's a lot of positives and you really want to see how they match up against each other.
It'd be very exciting, which, you know, it could be right now, but if
we should probably watch it. I think we should all watch it.
We are going to watch it. And also player of the series in that Misfits one was Kakao. It was very close, and he always has such a good impression or such a good game. And the most important thing was like on Lee Sin in the last game, even late game where you are kind of just a kick bot, he did always find the opening to make it happen.
He found the correct kicks, and he also killed the AD carry a few times.
So many times. It was great, and always happy doing it as well. Every time we get the shot of Kakao, he's laughing.
Died, whatever.
I also like that Power Vivo. He had an interview. It was on Reddit where he talked about how like playing with Kakao is just like, you get this like super positive environment because he's super happy.
The Hoonie
himself.
effect.
It's kind of the Hoonie effect, but he's also like super try-hard. So he watches, you know, his own VODs. He plays a ton of solo queue all the time. Like there's never like a break for him specifically. It's always trying to improve while being this happy guy that makes everyone else around him happy. That's a great teammate to have.
It is. One of the biggest improvements that Power of Evil has made in-game, not just morale.
Being happy.
He is a lot more cautious about making these overextended plays. On Origin, on Unicorns, he used to be like, I'm going in, I'm going to try and make a play. Now you see him take a step and it's like, oh, should I go towards an Orianna that still has Shockwave? On Ari, yes, of course he's looking for the charm, but he knows he can rely on the rest of his team. It's a more controlled Power of Evil, and that's one of the reasons why he's succeeding.
Well, that's the arcs of mid laners that we've talked about a couple of times already with Perks, who said, oh, first, you know, I was reckless and doing good, and then I focused on the macro game and I took a step back. Febiven went through the same thing. Power of Evil went through the same thing.
Growing up.
They're growing up. They're growing into these fantastic players that we love to see, or growing back into their peak, like Febiven, who has, you know, done fantastically this split so far already. And it's so interesting to see for me the Misfits, because it is everything you need as a shining example of a challenger team coming into the LCS in terms of coaching staff as well. And even today, after their victory, nota bene, versus the Unicorns of Love, there was a tweet from Daku, the head coach, saying, well, disappointed with today's performance. Despite the win, it wasn't clean. We have stuff to work on, which is, of course, in stark contrast to other teams who would you be like, GG, go next.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And a lot of other teams also would be like, just give us a win. Like we really need a win right now. Where if you are Misfits, like week 1, if you got a 2-1 victory over Unicorns, you'd just be happy about it. But now, because you have become a top team, everyone looks at you like you are a top team. You have to act like a top team, which means if you feel like you're making, you know, too many mistakes in your game as a coach and as a team, then these kind of tweets will happen because you're like, damn, we lost a Baron. They normally don't lose Barons. They lost game 2 as well. So I understand why he's like disappointed, but obviously also take a step back and realize we're week 6 and your team is doing really, really well.
And not only that, you're talking about taking a step back from the growth, the fundamentals of everything they've been talking about for the last like 6 weeks, where they're like vision. We've been working on vision. Everything's about that macro game. We're still there. Even in a performance you're not happy with, their ability to restrict the Unicorns back into their own base in every single game still maintained, and that's really one of the strengths that was impressive.
I like the point you made, Shox, before about, you know, Misfits as an organization is doing everything correct, and they're now showing how they get rewarded by becoming this really good team, and I really agree, like, it's so important to see an organization who's clearly doing more than certain other organizations are doing in the EULCS, like having built up this infrastructure already, investors, you know, an owner who's super invested in the team. I saw the video of the gaming house recently as well. Like, it's an apartment they basically built for these guys, and it looks fantastic. So they're doing all these correct moves as an organization, and it's just great to see them actually then get rewarded. So other organizations can look at it and say, ooh, that's what we're aiming for, because it's actually working.
But as always, it's always, well, of course it's all going well when it's all going uphill and you're winning, and we have to see the other side of the medal, but I don't want to be a negative Nancy here, because they are winning and they are doing good, and it's all looking good for them. And after that game today, we can also see the Misfits starting to cement their place in the league overall. We asked the question, who's the second best team in Europe? Ha! Well, I'm going to ask you guys, because you're right. It doesn't really matter. There's definitely the second best team in Group A, but out of everything we've seen today?
We'll see you next week.
All right.
Yeah, I will go on record and say I think by a hair it's H2K. Like, I think Misfits are looking very strong, and that's not to take anything away from them, but I do think H2K are probably just slightly better.
Is a Misfits' tendency to draw out games even when they have a lead a bigger problem than H2K's ability to throw games late?
Well, they kind of end up in the same thing. Where the game ends up being much longer, and we're like, whoa, we don't really 100% trust in your late games. I think some of the problems are just so similar that it's like when they do play each other, it's either which team gets the early advantage and then kind of snowballs and then, you know, avoids the mistake and boom, they're going to cleanly win the game. Or it becomes one of these like slugfests where it's like, well, you win, but now I win, and now you win, now I win. And it's kind of hard to predict the win in that sense. That's why I think it's really hard to say who's the second best, because I think both teams are even. I just don't know with G2, you know, they're sitting there, we obviously have them number 1. I don't know how much better G2 is getting in Europe, because like they seem to be needing practice with teams outside as well, and they can't get that.
I want to see them come out of the gates, drop some of this slower thing, and just crush everybody. It's a bit sad, though, talking about the second place team. Weeks 1 to 4, if you didn't put Unicorns there, everybody would think you're crazy. Now we're 2 weeks on, IEM on, and Unicorns just seem to be figured out. And I want to see them regroup as a team as well.
Well, Mitch was saying before, like, they've built up some credit, right? They have now earned a position where they've earned the right to figure some things out. Of course, it can't last that long because we're week 6 already, but we'll see. And we'll also see G2 tomorrow as they will be going up against Vitality. Yes, I thought.
Tough matchup.
And Splice versus Giants, and Misfits OG and Unicorns of Love versus Rocket. But the same question goes for them. Stress, you know, saw them at IEM. We did also see good things from them. They made it to the finals. Crushing loss there in the finals in the end, but looked good overall.
I'm mixed on G2's performance.
I asked Stress.
Oh, sorry. Because you're just looking at me. So
I know.
It's all right. I think we'll see the bot lane shore up some of the issues we saw at IEM. I don't think most of the European squads, especially not Vitality, aren't going to exploit any of the weaknesses that G2 had. So I think it'll be back to business as usual for them. I just want them to come out a bit faster, start pushing their lead. Just get fast wins, get clean wins. I know a lot of talk about average game time.
Are we going to get into this discussion?
But if you're winning cleanly, normally you're winning quickly. That's what I want to see out of G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2's problem, again, is not winning games in Europe. It's improving from those games when it comes to the international stage, which is the goal. Same problem like TSM had last year in North America. They were winning and winning and winning, steps onto the international stage, and then suddenly you realize that the teams you were playing against in your own region just didn't punish whatever mistakes you would make. So when you made them against better teams, boom, punished, didn't make it out of groups. Same thing with G2. So I think that's like a bigger discussion or problem for them than necessarily like, was it a great IM? You know, will they bounce back? Like, they're playing Vitality tomorrow. That's going to be a 2-0 most likely in favor of G2. But I think Vitality is a team to follow in a sense. Like, can they claw their way back up? But like, G2 should take that game.
Yeah, and we should be very excited to watch how they do it and how good their League of Legends is that they show us.
already told us
right?
what the result is.
Hey, man, you spoiled the last game. You said 2-0 H2K, and it was...
No, I, for one, am excited to see what G2 brings to the Rift back from IEM. Well, we will see that tomorrow. It's time for us to close the client for the night. Thank you so much for watching, and tune in tomorrow as our coverage of the European LCS 2017 Spring Split continues. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
I said it 3 years ago, I don't care about this one. I'm gonna eat you up.
Test. Drake is being started. Shot blast comes in. It's stolen. It's stolen. Unicorns get it.
Oh, we stole the Drake. Nice, yes.
Misfits looking to run him down. He's rooted by a flourish. Before he slices and dices and dances on the corpses. Misfits take down the Nexus turrets and they defeat Unicorns 1-0. Flash engage from Hillesung. Ash Arrow as well locks him down. The ultis! My word! Raiding and bouncing and popping. Power of Evil gets shut down by the collateral damage. Unicorns fight to the death.
Baron buff, Elder Drake, too much for Misfits to deal with, and Unicorns of Love tie the series. They got 2 minutes now, they can walk out, otherwise they will be very tough. Oh, Flash!
Oh, Hansama!
Very clean finish. Can they kick out Xerxes?
Xerxes coming in.
No!
Unicorns of Love! They steal Baron!
Nice. Take it. It's not fine. Nice. Back.
Shockwave found nobody. Kakao looks for Samax. He goes legendary. He can turn their attention to the Nexus, gaining the kills, getting the base, and Misfits defeat the Unicorn.
Brox is gonna go low here. Odo, can he finish him off? He does for first blood. This guy just got dunked on.
I'm really sad for the jungler. He's level 5.
Committed from Yankos. Big victory for H2K in game number 1.
Oh, piercing arrow, not enough damage, but so as going down. Caps going to the sky, but he is also going down to 0. Trade of kills. Still, there's Caps. He sends in the shock blast a little too early, and that's going to be secured up.
It's okay. Can I go base? I'm basing on board.
Yes. And you can't flash away from that one, buddy. And Odo sends the anchor on to Reckless. One more auto will do it.
Maybe just all in.
They make a hell of a statement, dismantling, dismembering, and destroying this Fnatic team.